My bad. My bad. This morning my alarm was going off. I couldn't even hear it. But I'm here now. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's happening. Hope everyone is doing well. Welcome to the tank, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And we're going to get over here and see what's going on this morning with everything. This is all the stocks that were called out yesterday, and that was a whole bunch of them. Holy cow, folks. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 stocks on the radar yesterday. Good morning, everyone. Christine K, good morning. Good morning. Yep. Nisi Jane. Morning, Christine. That's what my mother used to say. Rise and shine. That's right. That's right. Good morning, Jeff Presley. Yep, wake up and smell the coffee. Christine K, love it. Oil prices lower, equities higher. Stock should sell. Should still run on the good earnings and guidance. Yep. Except a favorite fintech, SoFi, of course. Financial still getting the FU treatment. Oh boy. Higuera, good morning. Ron Lebinsky, good morning. All right, everybody here. Larry Pitts, good morning. AMD, good. Very good. Ron Lebinsky. AMD, thank you. Hey, I finally got my fabric pin and my shirt that is still owed to the previous winner. Port Bear. J-Rod. How you guys doing? Who can afford AMD? Well, I sure could after I won the Wheel of Fortune money and I bought AMD with it. That's what I bought. It's the second stock I ever bought, AMD. And I'm glad I decided to do that. All right. All right. Mr. Maxie Brown, ALIT. Good deal. ALIT. Mr. Maxie Brown. Mr. Maxie Brown, that would be the maximum gains. 2 off after hours. TOO off after hours. Hello from Anderson, Indiana, sending a like to support the channel. Thank you very much. Tremaine Nunn, welcome and thank you for being here. This is a channel where a bunch of us get together and we use all types of sophisticated software and equipment and scanners and other things to tell us what stocks are hot. And this morning, these are the things that people are using. And these are different user IDs that we have here in the tank. And these are the types of equipment and scanners and software that we're using on this channel to pick out hot stocks. That's what we do here on this channel every day. And I want to thank you all for being here with me. And we got a lot of stocks that we'll be looking at today. Now, when people call these out, it doesn't mean we're going to buy them necessarily, or at least not on the day they're called out. And that is because on the day they get called out, they can be really, really high, up 100, 150%, 200, 500. We don't buy on the highs. We buy the lows. That's why I have the name Catfish. So we will be looking over the stocks people called out. And if they're skyrocketing, we'll look for the opportunity to buy in when they get fleeced out, if you will. Every stock has to breathe, and that's what we're looking for. Buy the breathe points. And we do not buy them when they skyrocket. So let's start off by also showing you why you don't want to hold on to any of these stocks overnight. If they were called out and they made the run, you sell them. You do not hold these overnight. The only stocks that we hold overnight are the stocks that we have on our long list, okay? Where the long stocks. But these stocks here, for the most part, you don't want to hold them overnight. Don't make that mistake, folks. Don't hold them overnight. Because most likely, well, not most likely, but a lot of times they will fall. One that was asked about last night was EZGO by Modiv. And I told him when to sell it, and I think he did. EZGO. Let's take a look at it. EZGO. And look at that, 377. See, this is one of the things he asked me about. He said, this stock that I was in, um, it it closed near the high of the day. Should I hold on to it or not? And I went over and looked at it, and I saw what it was doing, and I told him right away, you should be putting your sell orders now in at 330. Sell a little bit here at 313 and look for a pullback, which it did. It went from 313 down to 308. And then I said, sell some at 320, sell some at 330, sell some. And he sold at 349. And it did hit 377, but 377 was achieved at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I don't believe he was selling, or at 5 o'clock this morning, 377. You can't sell at 5 in the morning. You can only sell after 7 a.m. So good job to sell when you did yesterday, Modiv, because guess what? You sold, I know, at 349 or 347, and the price now is 283 a share. So way to go on Easy Go. I told you, sell it last night. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, let's look at all the stocks that were called out late last night. People were saying we ought to look at today. Those are called out by Cobra 32 GITS. Let's take a look at the 1 day on GITS. GITS. And it too took a major tumble after hitting 180 a share, dropped all the way down to 157. It was probably really 155. Okay. Closed yesterday at 157. Bid now 152. Ask 164. So no real movement on that one there. GITS. Next one, PN, called out by Weavesters. PN. Aha. Closed yesterday at 688. This morning we're at 738 bid, 749 ask. Well, I hope you bought that last night. Weavesters. Another one called out was TVGO. I do not see a TVGO, Tony Henry. No TVGO, Tony Henry. What's going on there? SOBR. Called out yesterday by the Bass Assassin. Closed at $1.39, and now the bid is $139. Ask is $142. Okay. Last night it went up to 156. SOBR, called out by the Bass Assassin. CONL, called out by Wendy. Ah, nice, Wendy. Closed last night at 855. Bid now 9. Ask 901. Well, Wendy, I don't know if you know it or not, but I suggested you sell some of this last night. I tracked it out. I'm going to show you what I did last night on this stock, and you guys can understand. There it is. So, Wendy, if you're there with me this morning, you should be selling some right now with that 5-day average hitting this line where there's resistance. Because over here, there's been a lot of resistance on this line. A lot of resistance on this line. Repeated resistance. Stopped it, dropped it, stopped it, dropped it. Stopped it, dropped it, stopped it, dropped it. Here it is. That's the line. That's where we are right now. Right there. So, Wendy, if you're listening, you should be selling now. And look at the price. You should sell some shares here. 906, 907, 908. These are numbers that are on my buy sell sheet, and the top numbers there are 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then a pullback should come as low as 878, 889, 893. Okay, maybe even 894. But these are numbers to sell right now, Wendy, if you're listening to me. Okay, 906, 907, 908. Okay, and your buyback will be a minimum, most likely, of 897. You could actually get 893 now or 888 even. Okay, but you should be selling these numbers right now. All right, you should just have sold just then. 906, 907, 908. Pullback will be to a minimum of $9, but most likely 897 or 893. Okay, now listen to me, Wendy. If this price does not go back down, then go ahead and put your sell orders in at 913. If it does not drop right now down below $9, then put your sell orders at 913. Okay. AMD 429. Holy crap. Made it my largest position a year ago at $99. Yes. Well, I've been talking about AMD for a long time. It's the second most in my portfolio, AMD. Holy, holy geez, smoke berries. Morning, Tank. Hey, Cat sold Easy Geo $3 before after hour close. Great recovery day for Modiv. Yes, I nice. Easy Geo. Well, I saw it hit spike to 377. Well, last night I know I suggested you sell some at 313 right here. As you recall, last night I said you should sell some at 313 and look for a pullback from 313. Well, if you sold there when I said 313, then the pullback came down to 274. See? And it actually dropped even lower. The pullback dropped to 260. So I said to you last night, you should sell some now at 313. When the price was here, I said sell some. Do you remember that? It was at 313 right there. And I said sell some right now at 313. That's what I said. Sell a little bit there, I said. I said don't sell it all, but sell some at 313. And sure enough, it from 313 in the after hours, it fell all the way back down. And then this morning in the pre-market, it went to 377 at 4 o'clock this morning, 377. But I thought you sold some last night at 349 or 347. I thought you said you sold some at 347 last night. Well, anyway, congratulations on that awesome gain yesterday. Nice. You deserved it, man. We'd had a rough couple of weeks, and that is a nice way to put a stamp on it and end the roughness of that week. So, congratulations, Mo Deve, on picking a nice winner. And again, for Wendy, now you can see this is the number you should be selling 907, 908, Wendy. You should sell some there. I see this morning it was already up to 1007. Well, goodness gracious. Now do you see why I say sell the 7 and 8? This was yesterday morning. Look at the high yesterday morning, okay? Right here. Look at the high yesterday morning. 1008. Now do you know why you always sell the '08? There it is right there. Sell. It says sell the '05, '06, '07, '08. All right. There it is. And then look at that high. Right on. 1008. Do you see my numbers? They're there for a reason. They're there for a reason, folks. All right. I needed that one. LOL. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Cobra 32. Yeah, Nevada. You see that, Savannah? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That number that doesn't mean anything that I'm just looking for. That number that I'm just looking for, Savannah. And look right up here, right now, CONL. You should sell, Wendy, not all of it, but you should start selling at 908. It already dropped all the way down to, where did you get in? I'm not sure, but it was already down to 825. So you're at 908 right now. Sell some at 908. Sell some at 911. Sell some at 911 right now. Sell even more at 913. And then sell some at 919. Okay? I'm not saying sell all necessarily, but you should take profit, folks. 908 is a number they'll always attack down, almost always. And they already hit 1008 and knocked the crap out of it. 911, sell some there if you can get out. And 913, 915, 919, 920. Those will be your sell orders right now. Your buy orders should be coming in at 8 882, 882, 883, maybe even 888, 889. You might get 893. All right, Nicole, good morning to you, and thank you for being here. Now, another stock that I got into yesterday that I sold and made $119 one was BDRX. Let's see what it's doing now. Ah, nice pullback. Nice pullback. BDRX. Actually, I like the look of it right there. I like the look of that right there. Rising 45, rising 50, rising 200. I sold it all last night right there. A nice gain. Closed at 448. Now the bid is 414. Ask 420. I like to look at that one, BDRX. That might be a good one to get back in today. Another one called out Ron Lebinsky last night, AMD. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my number 2 held position in my portfolio. Earnings conference call, Cinco de Mayo, 4 p.m. They must have beat the street estimates. Yep. They must have had a good earnings call. Look at that, folks. 355 a share close. Open 425. Nice. Nice. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, I'm about to sell a whole boatload of this at 433 a share if it gets there. I already sold some at 431, but 433 I'm waiting on. And then the next number I'll sell is 438, and then 444. I'll be selling a boatload if it hits that number. Nice. I don't usually sell AMD, but I do on spikes like this. I'll always sell on a spike like this. Very nice, guys and gals. Congratulations if you own AMD stock. Wow. Phew. Just look at the doggone 1 year chart, and I've been talking about this stock for a year, and look at that 1 year chart. Wow. Price was below $100. Nice. Below $100, and now 425 a share. Wow. Well, it is what it is. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. And you should sell some right now. 431, you should have sold. 431, 433, 443, 44. Wow. Nice. Well, at least I sold 431. I did not get the 433. I'm not sure why they're not showing it here on the chart. I don't know why they're not showing it on the chart. Well, congratulations to all of you who own AMD stock this morning. All right. Well, you always want to sell the 30, folks. Oh, apologize for that. All right, let's look at all the stocks that were called out yesterday. A brief review. BZAI was called out, and it looks good this morning. But it closed. No, it doesn't. It closed at 231, and now it is at 176. So I'm certainly glad I sold all of that. BZAI, I sold every share. Next, the Bass Assassin called out yesterday, ADVB, and now you're going to see why you don't hold these overnight most of the time. ADVB. Oh, ADVB closed at 688 this morning, opening at 635. Bid 635, ask 664. So this is an example. What, ladies and gentlemen, here on this channel, listen, when people call these stocks out, we don't buy them on this day. Usually we don't buy them on this day. We wait until the next day, which would be today. So these were what was called out yesterday, May the 5th, and we don't buy them on the days they're called out. Usually we don't. We got to see a lot of momentum behind them and a lot of volume to buy into these on the day they're running up. If we don't see that, we wait till the next day. So here you go. This is an example of why, even if you ran on one of these and made good money, you sold it before the market closed, because most of them will not hold up. They're just 1 day runners, folks. They're not like the stocks on my long list, okay? They're just day trade only. And so now we're going to go down this list and we're going to look at every one of them, and you're going to see why you don't hold them overnight, folks. You just day trade these, okay? So there's BZAI. There's a perfect example. Look at that thing. It's falling like a rock. Closed at 686 yesterday. Bid, and just so we can look at this at a longer range, see the 20-day chart? This is yesterday's run up. It was called out yesterday. This is yesterday's run up, and this is today's fleece out. So this is where we want to start making our entries, is not on the run ups, but on the fleece outs in the morning. Okay. So we'll be watching this one, ADVB. And it certainly is getting fleeced out good right now, right down to the 50-day. Even broke below the 50-day here. 200 still rising nicely, but man, what an attack down. So this is why you do not hold these stocks overnight. PLTR Dragon, it's too evil. Alex Carp is a human pile of, oh, nice. Christine, Christine K. Oh my God, totally. Yesterday was all him too. So impressive. All right. TYGO. Okay, not TVGO, TYGO. Got it. Thank you, Tony Henry. Thanks for clearing that up. Richie, hold on a second. Morning, all. Is anyone in or looking at Nokia? NOK. Looks good for a long hold, maybe. Yes. As a matter of fact, you say that. I just added that to my long list, and I bought that with my Fidelity account. NOK. I just added that stock to my list of longs, and it was called out. It was called out in the after hours. Uh, when was that called out? NOK. It was called out, and who called it out? Well, right now, looking back over my list of stocks that were going to be hot, someone called that out in an after hour, and I took a look at it and I went, "Dang, that thing's going to go on my long list." NOK. And now, interestingly enough, I can't seem to find it anywhere. But I know someone did shout it out, and I wrote it down, and I went and looked over it, and I went, "Man, I'm going to add that to my list, my long list, and I'm going to buy some of that and go long on it." But now I do not see who called it out. Pardon me. NOK. There it is. It was called out uh, May the 4th, day before yesterday, at night. It was called out May the 3rd, but I wrote it down for a May the 4th buy. NOK called out by FYI 999. And I went over and looked at it, and I looked at it and said, "Well, let's put this on the long list." And as you can see, it's up 13. These are the prices and percentage gains over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. So this is why I added this to my long list. This is the last 5 days, the last 10 days, the last 30 days, and the last year. NOK. So I added it to my long list. By the way, folks, if you want to get this list of my stocks that I hold long, there are 63 stocks on this list, and you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. If you want this list, $24.99. And I'll send this list to you showing you how these stocks have done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. Okay. And over here is their market cap, and here, price to earnings, PE ratio. Okay. And this is only $24.99. All you have to do is come over to my channel and click on my channel. Come over here. Here's the posting, today's posting.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
And now we're going to mute this.
Base 44, a complete AI.
And we're going to skip this right here. Come down here, and you see the word right here underneath here, join. Join right there. And if you hit join, you're going to be given the option down here to join at 3 levels. And I want you to know right here, if you hit join and you come to Goliath Bottom and you click this list, this right here, and you hit join, that I will then send to you these lists of these stocks. All right. And not only will I send you this list of these stocks showing how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, and the market cap and PE ratios, but I also have another list of stocks up here that are dividend stocks, Catfish dividend stocks. And this list right here is over 70 stocks that pay dividends. It's updating right now because this is Google Sheets, and I'm using Yahoo Finance, Google Finance for these numbers. And these are the stocks that pay dividends, and it shows how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year. And look at the percentage gains of these stocks over the last year. And notice that over here, I show market cap, PE ratio. I show what they pay out per share and the percentage. So I don't just hold stocks long. Some of them I hold are dividend paying stocks like these. And if you want this list, become a member of the tank at the Goliath level member, $24.99 per month. And I'll send you this list of all these stocks and how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. Okay? 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And this is the performance of these stocks. No guarantee that they're going to continue to do this, but this is what they have done over the last year. Okay? This column is how much they've gained over the last year. Now, again, I make no guarantees. I'm not a financial advisor. I do not have a degree in finance. And so it'll be your decision which stocks you want to pick up on. But you can kind of cherry pick the ones that are making the most gains over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And over here, market cap, PE ratio, and how much they pay. All right. So this is my dividend list. And by the way, the top 40 on this list I got from a guy named Keith Gill. And there are 69 total stocks on this list. And you can see how they've been doing over the last year. And many of my members, I asked one time about maybe 8 months ago, hey, did any of you buy any of the dividend stocks that are on my list? And 39% of my viewers said yes, they did. So thank you, Richie644, for calling that out. Gary Edwards, yes, Cobra must RUL. Nicole, hello, welcome back. Gary, gonna cook breakfast now. Okay, cool. I'll have mine sunny side over easy. I knew Coinbase was going to shoot up this morning after all the layoffs. In your soul. Okay, cool. All right. AMD. Gary's feeling good, man, this morning. I can tell. Roger that, partner. Fort enforced. Yep. Okay. Nicole, somebody wants to know, In Your Soul wants to know what we're having for breakfast. I hear you, Gary Edwards. A lot of egg whites on 2 sandwiches. Going to be super big soon. Okay, Gary. TFSA tax shelter account, so I don't buy and sell. Just hold long. Gotcha. I sold 6 shares in the mini account at 215. In your soul, and it's nice to see you, dude. Oh, it's okay. I funded RLMLF with it. There you go. God bless you, cat. Sneezy. Yep. So sneezy. Dabass Assassin is awesome. MD, AMD. Agree, Nicole. Dabass Assassin is awesome. Palantir's dragging me down. It's too evil. Alex Carp, Christine. I see Gary, LOL, dude. He's a road appler. The Appian way. AMD, that's right. That's the one I told you to buy, Nikki. Is AREB going to run? Well, I don't know, Port Bear. Let's look. AREB. By the way, Port Bear, just so you know, I did finally get my ink pens in here. And I've got a shirt that's going to be coming to you, but I finally got some pens so I can finish signing that shirt that I ran out of ink on. Okay. So I'll get that signed and out to you today. Okay. Or by at the very least tomorrow. Yep, it's going to pull back, says Gary Edwards, but then it'll go higher. Run, baby, run. Yes, if you want the best buy now, Resolution Minerals. If you want the best buy now, Resolution Minerals. It's my second largest position. I'm pushing to 685,000 units tonight on the ASK. Wow. Building out an obnoxiously large position. Hey, Cat and Tankians, really hoping this isn't one of those, holy crap, I'm up 2,000 pre-market to eventually being down 2,000 at market close kind of days. Let's go. Hear you, Joey B. They had more great news yesterday. It's about to take off. The NASDAQ inclusion within a few weeks is the bottom entry level now, but not for long. Thank you, Gary. Nicole says, good morning, Joey B. Good luck today. Gary, yesterday they'd released the antimony metallurgical testing, and it was amaze balls. Nice. Let's go, Joey B. Nice. Gary, let's go. Yes. Gary says, right now the price is suppressed from the placement that took place last week. Millions of new shares are flooding the market, and the price is excellent. Entry point under 5 cents. Okay, Gary. Every share hitting the wire is being swallowed up by the whales. The brokers are dumping, and the whales are accumulating. All right, Gary. Good to know. Tony, MX. Mex Owl is are you, I don't know what that means. Is that a stock? Are those two stocks you're calling out? MX and OWL? I'm not sure. Trying to keep track of it all. Joey B, Nicole B. Yep, Wendy. Hey, good morning, Catfish. Hey, good morning. Uh Listen, last night you asked me about a stock, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is what Wendy called out, CONL. CONL. Well, Wendy, as you know, CONL, I went and looked at it, and I told you where you should sell this morning. And I put in the lines here so you could see where you should be selling it. And as you can see right here, I told you this was a sell point: 905, 906, 907, 908. Did you sell there this morning? Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Port Bear. So, Wendy, I said to you last night, from the looks of things, from the way this price fell, and I traced this out for you, and one of the numbers I said you should sell some is right here: 905, 906, 907, 908. I told you there was going to be resistance there at that number. So JetBlue could be a watcher today. Can you tell me, Brad, what the symbol is for that? But so Wendy, this is where I said you should sell some. Okay. 905, 906, 907, 908. Okay, I didn't sell right now. I have to wait until 8 a.m. pre-market at Canada. I will sell. Thank you. Okay. Well, right now, this 5 day looks very strong, coming up over the 10 day right there and crossing right now over the 50 day. But one thing I had asked you, please sell these numbers: 906, 907, 908. And this morning, you can see the price right there hit exactly $9.10. Now, watching this wick on this candlestick, it doesn't surprise me to see them pull it back down to this line, from this line, because this is the line of resistance right here. All right, everybody. JBLU. Okay, no problem. All right. Thank you very much. Brad Fournay. Got it. Thank you. MNTS. Yes, I will. Sure will. MNTS. Nisi Jane, got it. Let's go look at MNTS. Oh, I like it. A very nice double fleece, and then even the triple fleece out 2 days ago. Now it's recovering. Listen, they're going to fight this hard not to break over this 200. So be aware when it comes out of the gate this morning. You might see a nice, real hard hit at it to push it back down and not break over this 200-day average. Just so you know, closed yesterday at 474. The bid now 492. The ask, huh? Look up here, folks. Oh, the bid 482. The bid 482. The ask 490. Okay, closed at 474. It looks promising. Well, I'll tell you what, if this thing can cross over that 200-day average, then you might see a real nice move back up. But I'm going to show you where the lines of resistance are going to be on this stock so you know where to sell it as it rises, okay? All right. So I'm going to show you from right here, looking back in history, there definitely was a drop to this line and then it rose. So we're going to put a line right here, okay? It needs to get over that line, okay? If it gets over this line, it's going to go to this line right here, right there. If it breaks that line, it will go to this line here. If it breaks over that line, it will go to this line right here. And if it breaks that line, it will go to right here, right there. If it breaks that line, it will go up to this point right here. If it breaks over this line, it will go to this point right there. If it can break that line, it will go to this point right here, right there. If it breaks over that line, it will go to this point right here. If it breaks that line, it'll go all the way up to right here. If it breaks that line, then it's going to jump all the way up to right here where the 50-day was. If it breaks that line, it will go to here. If it breaks that line, it will go to here. If it breaks that line, it's going to go up to this one. And if it breaks that line, folks, it's out of here. Okay. It's off to the races. But what I'm showing you here, folks, this is called mirror trading. It's using the way that the resistance lines were set up as it rose here and then as it fell. And it's determining those as the lines of resistance here as it rises. All right. So everywhere you see that I put a line here, you should expect resistance. All right. And that's how this works. And I'm using just the 5-day average line, the blue line there, 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 the 5-day. Right there is a line. So there should be resistance for sure right here. All right. This is called mirror trading, folks. Mirror trading. All right. That's how it works. And if it pulls back from here, it's going to pull back to this point right here. That'll be if it pulls back where they pull it back to. And they also may pull it back to the bottom of this line right here, right there. And the lowest they will take it will be here, right there. If they pull it back, that'll be likely the lowest number they pull it back to. All right. No guarantees. They could even pull it back as low as right here, right there. All right. So now you know with this stock, which is MNTS, I believe the most resistance will be right here on this line. And I know you can't see these prices, but it looks to me like the most resistance is going to be on this line right here. That line. If it gets over that, I think we're going to see a really nice move from that line. I think it can make a nice move all the way up into this range. So that line is at 508, of course. 508. You're going to see the biggest resistance, of course, at 508. 508. 508. 508. Okay, sell a little at 508 and you'll get a buyback at 492, 93, maybe even 488. So your sell numbers are 508, and then this one is 518. This one is 536. The next one is 555. Then sell 580. And I'm sure that's probably really 577 through 580. Then you want to sell 613. All right. Now, you guys are going to have to give me a minute. I'll be back here in just a little bit. I'm going to take a brief break. I am going to play you a song, one of my mini songs that are on YouTube. If you didn't know about this, I have a YouTube playlist with 125 original songs, and they have videos with a lot of them. And the one I'm going to play you now is called Like Me. I hope you enjoy it, everybody. And I will be right back. Got another year coming. Been one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but it's something for you. The song is called Like Me. Yeah, I must confess it's a little sturdy. Could I have missed what I did observing? Look at our kids as they become clear to see. On a single day, one of them looks like me. At all. No, not one of my children look like me at all. Yeah, I walk right by them when they're there in the mall. It's sweet they can be there right in front of my eyes. And it look like old strangers like just can't recognize. And my friends, they all there to show me his hair. I should take time and they never look. Tell me my wife might be around. That's why all my kids look like guys here in town. Now I'm watching my son as he play ball. He does look a bit like our mailman baseball. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, and much too much surprise. Looks like he grew a plumber. No, no, that's a little bummer. He grew a plumber. And now I'm looking around, and here's what I found. Yeah, my kids do look like other guys here in town. So I'm starting to wonder when I'm not home if my wife is there by herself all alone.
But then he's working today. Please don't say why. He sure looks like a miniature. Harvey for the guy. I was proud and I was shouting like I can't be seen. But when that baby pops house, it looks something like me. Looks a little like me. Oh, that was sure be sweet. It looks something like me. But that way to see. Later on, it will be. It's a little like me, a little like me, but we'll just wait and see. Got safety protocols? Granger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Granger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. From your first note to your next big thing, your sound is our obsession. All the gear you need. Advice for people who get it. Sweetwater. And it's called They Called Me Pendejo. I've been planning a trip, so I boarded a ship for a cruise down to lovely Cancun. I'd heard of this beach where the women were sweet and was hoping to get there real soon. When I arrived on the shore, there was much to explore. Pretty soon on my way to the bar, didn't speak any Spanish, but still I could manage with women not getting too far. As I drank at the bar, after having a few too many of brews and a shot of hot rum, I kinda got loud at everyone in the crowd, started thinking they all must be dumb. I had told them my name, and I know this sounds strange, but not one of these guys seemed to know. And I still don't know why they forgot my name's Ty, and they called me instead Pendejo. Yeah, they called me Pendejo. Yeah, they called me Pendejo, that's the name I would hear. Say Pendejo, how long are you here? Hey, Pendejo, how are you in Cancun? They said Pendejo, hope you'll leave it. Now I'm trying, but I still don't know why all the guys were all acting so ticked. They were waving their hands at me while I was dancing with all the fine Mexican chicks. So I asked this young lady, and she told me maybe. So both of us walked out the door. We went to her place, and we had quite a night. In the morning, woke up on the floor. And I'll never forget that wild night in Cancun. The memories will remain of a bar on the beach where it seemed out of reach for the folks to remember my name. And they called me Pendejo. That's the name I would hear. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. They say, how long are you here? And they call me Pendejo. Why are you in Cancun? And they all say Pendejo. You're leaving soon. Pendejo. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. Why it isn't clear, but they call me Pendejo every time I appear. They say, hey, Pendejo, why are you in Cancun? Say, hey, Pendejo, Are you thinking on my trip to Cancun? When I invite you again, surprise me, yes. When you ask what I was serving, I told you would have to guess. You smiled when I suggested that we die in candlelight. But in the end, you said alright. And I had a drink of this night. So I can go for you, baby. And I need something, baby. That you would make all my dreams come true. And I might share one night with you. I can't know, 'cause I waited for you. I can't know. I placed the candle on the table as I polished up the blaze. Taking away the light you shine upon your face. And I hope that you would like my place and hope you can impress as I look into the mirror. Hope you like the way I'm dressed. But suddenly I noticed that the night was getting late. Wondered where you were, said that you would be in my aid. But I thought about now that you had officer on your plate. Instead of only wondering, and guess you'll run late. But I needed a candle for you, baby. You told me to be there. And I set the candle on the table. Champagne for us to share. Now I watch the candle melting, see the wax all dripping down, and I feel like such a loser, and I feel like such a clown. 'Cause I lit a candle for you, baby. But soon it will go out. Oh, goodness gracious. Yesterday, baby. What a sad, sad song. You simply forgot about. And as the candle keeps on melting, it becomes a work of art. And I'll never let you know how much you tore my world apart. Oh, call the ambulance. Ah, little music by me, Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH. Yesterday I was showing everybody this song I've got here that's with all my other music that's becoming a hit all over the world, folks. These
these are the cities that this song is being played in: Great Britain and France and Canada and Australia and Russia, India, everywhere. And the song is called Singing the 3 Minute Song. And I invite you to come over and give it a listen if you like original music. I have a lot of other songs, but this one in particular is starting to take off. And I want to share it with you because this is a song that helps you kill time. Okay. And this is why I can only presume why so many people are listening to it, because it helps you kill time. And you can see over here that for some reason that particular song really is getting some attention. Singing the 3 minute song. It's not titled the 3 minute song because you're singing it. You'll be singing this song to pass the time, and people are doing it all over the world apparently. And so I invite you not only to enjoy learning from my 26 years of stock trading experience, but enjoy some of my music as well, which I think you'll find very entertaining. And a lot of it has been meticulously recorded in studios all around the country, but mostly in studios in Orlando, Florida, and Sanford, Florida, where King Snake Records is, and also in Fort Myers, Florida, where my buddy owns uh, Dog Dog Ear Studios. Uh, Joey says, "Beautiful though, Cat." Meininger says, "Woke up, then anti-air guns were shooting. Russian Shahad drones was flying over. Then later on, fighter jet flew over, hunting it." Wow, man, our prayers are with you, Meininger. Our prayers are with you every day. We want the wars to end. Wars exist because barbarianism has always been our Achilles heel. Human civilization can't just become civilized and act civil. When you when you have to go from a verbal to a physical encounter, you have broken your civil ability. You have it's a loss, in my opinion. When you can't come together and talk things out, and you have to do this to one another instead, that in and of itself is animal. Okay, let's get physical, physical. I wanna get animal. It's animal. That's what animals do. People should be able to communicate. And if you want to get physical, you can, but get physical on the field, where this is where the Olympics comes into play. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if two countries had a butting heads over something like we're seeing so much of all over the world? These countries are just going at it with each other and firing missiles. Everybody's got missile capabilities now, so they get to show off their fireworks for their local inhabitants, their local people. And then these people over here, they get to show off their fireworks for their local people. Look at the power and might we've got, and we're going to retaliate because everything has to be retribution. There has to be a retribution. There has to be, you know, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Atonement for someone's, for an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and atonement. This person's death must be weighed out on a scale, and so this person must suffer and die. And then this one says, "Well, that one just did, so this one has to," and that one says, "That one did this." After a while, if that was just to keep on going, there wouldn't be anybody left walking the surface of the planet. Everyone would be gone. Everyone would be dead. There's talk about uh, the extraterrestrial uh, world is all over in the news. We're seeing it, court, Congress, that House, up at the White House, and they're talking, and everybody's giving all this testimony about that they've know about this and they've seen that, and they have insider and blah blah blah, and then everybody's talking all about that. But from what I understand, the gig is the reason that we're not all in that is because they don't want us in there. We're too barbaric. We haven't come around to having the ability to work things out amicably. So that's why we're not in the so-called federation. We haven't been invited, and in fact, we've been sorry, no shirt, no shoes, no entry. And we're like I said, folks, this is just my opinion on this, but we're just a bunch of animals, if we can't talk things out and communicate. Try to distract us from the Epstein files. Well, first of all, since everybody's already saying that I don't think there's going to be any distraction, to be honest with you. I don't think it matters. I think, but it's good that some of these people that have done so wrong towards individuals are starting to get some justice at least. And we'll see how this all comes out. It's going to take time and it's going to be interesting to see. There was a video I posted a link to a long time called something majestic. You might be able to find it. It had the word in there, majestic, and it was very, very informative about all types of topics about the things that we're talking about. I'm going to go into too deep, but see if you can find it. I'll go over to YouTube now just for kicks, and we'll see if we can find this. The majestic search. Majestic. All right. And we'll put majestic and we'll try and see if we can find this. Wow, UPLD looking great. Thank you for letting me know. Got it? Well, I'm not seeing it here. I do remember it having the word majestic in the title. I will be able to find it because it's on my phone under my messages because I sent it to some of my friends. And if you give me a second, I might even find it here. And Messenger. Uh, well, I'm not going to bother with it right now. It's I definitely remember it having majestic in the title, however. Thought I'd just look down a little bit further and see if I could find it here just before I cut away, because it would be neat to show you this video about after everything comes down in the end, that good will prevail. That's the one good thing about it. Well, anyway, I can't find it now, but I'm not going to go any further with it. I would like to say this. I want to say thank you very much to all of you who are seems like all wars are either religion or money. But to me, it seems like most of them are it always comes down to the same thing. We just can't communicate. We just can't talk it out. We're not allowed to talk it out. Little Shop of Horrors. I want to thank you for being here as a rejoining as a member of the channel and helping support it. And if you just give me a moment here, I have to check over this list and make sure everybody who's renewed in the last few days. And I have to make sure that they get their name on the list for the drawing. Huh. Got to make sure everybody gets their name on the drawing list if they redid their membership. So thank you for rejoining as a monster bottom cat. And you will get 2 more entries into the drawing for Friday. All right. Thank you very much for doing so. I said Little Shop of Horrors. It's Little Shop of Stuff. You know what? I know why I said that too. There's a place in Michigan, up in Houghton Lake called Little Shop of Horrors. Little Shop of Stuff. Got it. I think there might have been a movie called that too. Little Shop of Horrors. Is that what it was? I'm poor, but I love money. Steve Williams. Careful with your wordage. You enjoy money. Um, you're happy with money, but there's a saying in the Bible that's often misquoted, and that is a saying that says, money is the root of all evil. But that is not the correct quote from the Bible. It's been misquoted. It's not money which is the root of all evil. It is the love of money that is the root of all evil. And I'm not trying to be preachy too much, but just it's the fact that don't fall in love with money. Okay, don't put any idols above the Lord thy God. And if you are in love with money, that might be something. The Lord thy God is a jealous God, it says in the Bible. Warren R. Love, I want to thank you for rejoining Warren R. Love as a member. Thank you. 4 days ago. Your name is on here now, too, for the drawing for the t-shirt. Yep. You'll be getting the t-shirt, my friend. Hopefully. if you're one of the lucky ones in the drawing here. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. Nice. I also want to say very much to Monster Bottom 7-month member Sean Sang Fu. Thank you. 7 months as a Monster Bottom member. 17 months for Rusty Prater. And I think Rusty Prater, you might be one of the top ones. JP Panek, 16 months. Rusty, 17 months as a Goliath Bottom Cat member. Alexa, what is 17 times 24.99?
17 times 24.99 is 424.83.
$424.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Well, you don't need to. Rusty Prater, thank you, my friend. Man, I owe it to you, man. I really do appreciate it. That is very, very, very nice over all that time to contribute that much. And to all others that have been on, Goliath members for 3 months and Goliath members for 16 months. And all of these people deserve recognition. So I'm going to recognize them for sure. We got Keith Cole, who's been a member for 16 months. We've got NH Funny Farm, who's been a member for 13 months. We have PH Botka, who's been a member for 9 months, 10 months from Ebrax Hus Nano. Can't really say his name. 10 months out of Dewey P. 11 months, Michael O'Banion, I'm sure it is. 14 months, DT Monster, thank you very much. 13 months, Earl Clay. 16 months here from Devin White, Monster Bottom. And that Earl, again, he's 13 months as a Goliath Bottom level, $24.99 a month. I can only presume that these people must be still making enough money off my long list and off of my dividend paying stocks list to just keep it going. And I really appreciate that. I want to let you know, Don Bordelon, thank you very much for being 14-month Goliath member. It really adds up. Greg, I want to say thank you very much, Greg, as a Goliath Cap member. For Curtis Potter, thank you. Greg S., just long-term 15-month Goliath member. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Mark. Mark Lucas, I want to thank you as a Goliath member for 16 months. Jeff Presley, Monster for 17. Stony, Monster for 18 months. Steve J., Monster, 18 months. Scoobin McDubin, Monster, 18 months. Jean Marc, 20 months. And that ties with Nettie for 20 months. Now, the ones that are the two largest 20 months, I admit they are the big bottom cat levels, but that's a long time commitment of paying, and it adds up over all that time. It does. It definitely adds up. So I want to thank you very, very much, each and every one of you. To all of my members today, I raise my glass and I toast to you all, and for sticking with me over that long. And I tell you, look at what SoFi's done in 18 months, right? This is where most of these members became members when I was talking about SoFi every day. And if I go over here right now and take a look at SoFi, and I take a look at their 5-year chart, let's see where they were 2 years ago. 5/18 2026, 5/18 2024. Look at that price, folks. 493 a share. 493 a share. SoFi 2 years ago, when I was having people, the ones I just mentioned, I want to thank you all. Right here is all the members right here. And every one of you, I want to thank very, very much for your contribution. It makes a huge difference to this channel with all of you Goliath members in here, all right? And all you monster levels and Goliath level members. I'm very, very, very grateful. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. You see your names right there. You can all see who's contributed. And they definitely need to be called out and thanked for their regular contributions. I really do appreciate it, all of you. And there's many more, folks. This line goes right on down, and you are the reason that this channel has been successful. God bless each and every one of you. I hope that we continue to be prosperous and learn every single day. I hope it's a learning experience. And so from the bottom to the top, thank you for all of you who have been such long-term members. I want to thank you all. And I hope there's a value for all of you that really, I hope you're all prospering. Okay. I hope you've been able to use these long lists like this one here with these stocks that are on my long list. And I hope you've made money off of them. I hope you've used and picked and chosen the cherries of these that have really done so well. And I hope that you'll just continue to gain. I hope that you'll be able to and create enough wealth that you'll be able to share it down your lineage to your children and your children's children and beyond. That's really what I hope to see happen here. I don't mean any harm. I don't want to be, uh, I want everybody to use caution when trading. I want them to be underexposed. Don't leave yourself all exposed. Okay. Keep your assets there. What you've worked so hard for your whole life, you don't want to just squander away. Okay. Don't make stupid decisions. Don't be so hasty. Don't be eager. These are bad words in this business that we're in here, okay? I have a list here of the pros and cons, and I don't mind showing it to you because, and if you can't handle these things, then you shouldn't be here for sure. And right here is what I want to show you. Yeah, and this will be my disclaimer for sure. Okay, if you're going to get involved on this channel, you're going to watch people who experience every word on this list here on the bad side. You're going to see them with loss. And there's people that are greedy. And I should have sold is what I hear a lot. You'll hear people in fear. You'll people stressed. We experience panic and vulnerability, and it's challenging, and we misunderstand things so often. We think we know what's going on, and we don't. That's where the problem is. So there are reverse splits and public share offerings coming in your way in this business. Sacrifice. You'll sacrifice a lot of money when they do that. You'll feel like, oh my gosh, I just got slayed right there. They'll be surrendering. You're green and you're inexperienced and you're ignorant and you're stupid and foolish and you're impatient. And you lose control and you underestimated how far it would fall. The hedge funds can do whatever they want. They can manipulate a price down, and you start becoming doubtful. And then you got, oh my, I got this liability. Oh, trouble. I'm in trouble. I got debt. I got to pay higher taxes. And when I sell this stuff, I got to pay 30% in taxes. I mean, there's all this is the negatives, okay? I'm showing you the negatives that are here. You'll have CPA fees and you'll feel emptiness sometimes and hopelessness. You'll just feel like, wow, I've just gone, and I'm serious. All of this is what is experienced in life. But over here on the good side, and you got trolls and naysayers, doomsdayers, pessimists, name callers, morons, resistance. You don't want to be a bag holder. For my God, nothing's worse than being a bag holder, right? But over here, this is what exists on this channel as well. And that is no doubt love and happiness that we experience, and friendship and joy. And we are a family, and we care about each other on this channel. We share with each other. We are optimists. We have a history of looking back over the history on stocks. We are loyal to each other, and we do have religion that exists on this channel, and we pray, and we have faith, and we believe, and we have dedication. We are dedicated. We speculate together. We speculate together, and we have study fundamentals, and we are enthusiastic, and positive attitudes are prevail in the tank, and we persevere, folks. And we have unity, and we have camaraderie, and we have community here, and we care about each other's health, and we learn a lot of things about our own health, and many of us have found cures and feel much better from the words that have been shared by people like Gary Edwards and the doctors that we have here that help other people out. There's doctors on this channel trading with us, and they help people. They when they hear of these issues that people are suffering, that's what goes on here. This is a community, and we have goals, and we have the same desires, and we have the same objectives. We're like-minded. And yes, we have perspectives, different angles. We look at things with different perspectives. This all helps us. We study patterns and we research these stocks, and we use restraint. We don't dive in, we nibble. We nibble. We've learned from our experience. We have swarm intelligence, all of us working together in a big group. We have energy and knowledge, and we are prospecting, folks, with tools that we use. We're prospecting with these tools. This is what we're using. These are like walking the beaches with metal detectors, but we're using Webull screeners, stock rocks, tip ranks, Webull, Iris, bar chart, stock Titan, Thinkorswim, VictorVest, FinViz. I mean, all of this is directing us as a group to stocks that are on fire. And it's all about timing. It's all about timing. It's having your it's having your finger on the pulse of the market and a group as a group, and we do. We have our finger on the pulse of the market as a group with this unification. And listen, swarm intelligence, people, ants have the capability of doing things that even human beings can't figure out when they're working together in groups. Ants use this swarm intelligence, and bees use swarm intelligence, and uh, all types of birds use swarm intelligence. Sparrows use swarm intelligence when they're murmuring, and fish use swarm intelligence, and we use swarm intelligence here. And hopefully, with all of us working with the same direction, goals, and aspirations, we give each other advice, and hopefully we'll be sharing wealth from all of that, and prosperity will be good, and we'll have a lot of fun, and we'll have entertainment here on this channel, because I'm not going to stop playing the guitar. We have music, and I do magic, and we have mystery, and we have ambitions and savings that we want to build up, and we want to get interest off of the money that we set into this account so we can pay our CPA. That's right, our CPA fees we're going to pay off the interest from the money that we're moving over into high interest yield accounts. Every time we sell, and we make 30% of that go right over here, boom, into the interest payment, into high yield savings right here. High yield savings. Paying every 90 days your taxes, folks. Don't let it build up. Do it 90 days, or you'll drive your CPA crazy and you'll pay even more. All right. So, because remember, this is the one thing I try to tell people: when you have the success of trading on stocks that we've had, and we don't always hit these home runs, but we do often hit them, and you can see the proof is here. But listen, very important to understand this. When you're getting these kind of gains off these stocks, and you're making 32% and 100% or 130 or 53 or 38, when you make these types of gains, folks, you have to set aside 30%. Put it over into a high interest bearing account, something that gets you a return on where you're setting that money, and then it's available for you every 90 days. And there's a little bonus for you as well, because you won't really be, I tell people to set aside 33%, because then that 3%, the other three, that just, hey, listen, you cannot complain about making a freaking 68% gain or 67% gain. That's an awesome gain. You put in $10, or a 67% gain. You just have to think about what the return is. You put in 10, you got out $6.70. You're at 16.70 now from $10. That's a very high percentage. So it's way more than you're going to get in any casino slot machine, I guarantee you. All right. So just remember that when you're making these kind of games, don't forget to set your money aside 33%, sell that, make that money, move it over. People say, well, that kind of self defeats. I'm trying to build up my account and and keep trading with more and more and more money. Well, you can do that, but at some point, even if you do it weekly, you need to add up what you've made, and you need to move it over. Okay. All right. Into a high, or even monthly. You can do that if you want that, but do not neglect doing that, because this money that you're setting over in this account, it's a high yield account. It's getting a nice interest. You know, if you put 3,000 in there, you end up with 3,200. So anyway, it all helps. I'm all just trying to help people with, and this is all just advice I'm giving for free. I'm not a financial advisor. I do not have a degree in finance. I've been trading for 26 years, and everything that I teach people on this channel every day is learned from my 26 years of experience. Now, when you're using this Charles Schwab Think or Swim platform here, I want you to know that this one I made, I've customized to my own way, and I can share this with you. I can share this chart configuration with you, what I've got set up here. And I can also share with you, if you become a Goliath level member, these candlesticks down here. And I do not want you to think that you'll just be getting these, because if you become a Goliath level member, of the channel, you'll get the long list I have, you'll get the dividend list I have, and you'll get also the day trading stocks that I have a list of, and you'll get the buy sell sheet. All of it is all in one package. If you buy the Goliath level, if you come in at the monster level, you'll just be getting the spreadsheets with the longs and the dividend sheets, and you cannot edit them in the monster level membership. Also, if you go with monster level, I won't be able to send you these spreadsheets until 30 days from now. And it's kind of complicated, but listen, folks, it's $10 more or $15 more to go with the Goliath level, and you'll be able to edit those sheets. And you'll also get these candlesticks down here that I'm using that show you a lot more than the regular standard candlesticks. These candlesticks I have right here, for example, they're showing you that right now, as this price has been dropped down below the 200-day average, that there's some fairly sizable buys coming in on these lows right here now. Right here, you got some buyers on these candlesticks for sure. All buyers there. That buy right there was 13,000 shares. 13,000 over here. This buy was 20,000 shares. 20,000. So there's eyes on this stock. It's not there's eyes on it, believe me. MNTS is the stock right here we're looking at. If you're late joining with us here right now, I will show you the stocks that have been called out today so far, and you can look them over, okay? And so these are the stocks that have already been called out. There probably have been several others, but I don't get a chance to look at everybody's. And so these are the ones we're looking at right now, and I'm going to take a quick look across this board and see what they're doing. All right, so we're going to start off with GITS. Okay, GITS. This must be a new stock. Is it? Oh, there's the 10-day on it. GITS. This was called out by Cobra 32 yesterday. All right. Well, I see a steady 50-day and red line there and a steady 45, both rising. Little typical crocodile formation here. But I do see some candlesticks with all buyers in them down here, every one of them. You can see right there, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks quite like the crocodile formation right there. You can see the eyeballs up above the water. You can see his rising slowly, looking down the stream, looking for any available shorties he might be up here he can nibble upon. Right now, he's just got his eyeballs over the water. He can't see anything more. He's submerged, ready to strike. Well, that's what I see. A lot of green down here, though. All these candlesticks down here, the nibblers. Nibbler, 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 nibble, 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 nibble. Anyway, that's it. That's the Crocky Gator. It's the GITS. It looks fairly good. Let's look at it at a longer term chart. Let's go out to the 180 day. Ah, well, my. Now we got quite a bit of a different look there. That's also a Crocky Gator right there. Got a big old jaw on him. Maybe he's just scooping up the shorts right there. Gonna tilt his head back and swallow him down. In case you don't know what a crocodile is, it's got the head of a crocodile on one end and it's got the head of an alligator on the other end. And the reason he's so bloody mean is because he can't do a shite. Can't get him out of there. He's eating from both ends. But there you go. That's a crocodile. And I sort of like what this line's doing here. I have to admit it. We're going to highlight that. And whoa, you got yourself a crossover happening here now. Well, you've got the 5 day and you got the 10 day, and they're both coming up over right there. You can see she's coming up over that fit 45 day right now. Might have got themselves a big old snoot though right there. It looks good. I'd say that's buying the sack right there. And you can see there was obviously at that low, there was a lot of buying going on. See there? Look at all that green on that versus the red. There's hardly any selling at all because they got the sack, folks. Look at that. It's got a hair hanging off of it. Goodness gracious. You guys know I sing the song. And that's a big one right there. Whoa. Let's let's look at this more. Let me look more. Now, listen, I've already traced this stock out. Someone called it in the past. I've already laid out where the resistance lines are going to be. Okay. I've already mirror traded this stock. Okay. And what I mean by that is the way in which the stock fell is often duplicated by the way in which the stock rises. So if you know and determined there's resistance there and it's going to pull back from that right there, or if you know there's resistance at that point, or if you can see there's resistance there, if you know where all these levels, well, then as it rises, you know to sell a little bit at these points of resistance and get a little pullback. Sell a little here, get a little pullback. That's what I do, folks. This is what I teach people to do here on this channel. One of the many things I teach people on this channel. If you stick around, you'll learn more, I promise you. Okay. But this is called mirror trading. Everywhere I was able to detect a point in the history of the stock where there was resistance, I have put a mark. That's how I come up with these levels of resistance and know where to sell a little, then buy back, sell a little, buy back, sell a little, buy back. Because, and by the way, I'm using the 5 day moving average line. The blue 5 day moving average line is the one I'm using. I'm not using these spikes and these, and these needle points. See, I'm not using the wicks. I'm using the 5 day average. The 5 day average is where I put the lines of resistance. And so now I know as it rises where the levels of resistance are going to be and where I'm going to sell a little bit each time. All right. That's how this works. And if you like what you're hearing, I'd appreciate it if you'd hit the like button. But we're going to do it at 8:56 p.m., not now. Because I like the number 8, and 56 is obviously a multiple of 8. So here in about 5 minutes, we're going to hopefully get everyone to simultaneously hit the like button to get maximize the like button uh, attributes. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. Now, I want you to notice that this was a big point of resistance on this stock in the past. Okay. Very, very, very large point of resistance. Somebody was determined, and that was where it stopped. They put the end all and they got the sack then for 3 days. They got a sack here. But please notice that right now, this line right here where we are, it's a critical point. Okay. This is the same point. Okay. Right now. Now, if it goes over this, good. But I talk about mirroring. So right here, if let's just put the mirror in here where it's supposed to be so you can see this. And the mirror should be right here, right about there. And you can see the way in which this thing has dropped. All right. You can see how it's dropped. But notice the mirroring of it. Notice the exact distance from this point from here to this point. See that? That's this line right here, folks. Notice the distance between there and notice the distance between here. Do you see? It's virtually identical, this distance. This is called mirroring. And from here, do you see how far it dropped? It dropped to this point right here. And where is that? Over here. The drop, after it hit this, it went to right here, the low. Okay. So, in effect, it's nice to see, and this is to be expected, that it's actually a little bit less period for it in this zone of drop. See that? This is a long period it went across here. Here, this is a shorter amount of drop. When this dropped from here to here, folks, off of that peak, which would be this peak, it dropped over a longer period. Here, right here, off of this peak, it only dropped for a shorter period. Sign of strength. Now, from this point where they dropped it, which equals this point where they dropped it here, now it should climb to this point right here, this line. And this, hold on a second, folks. Let me change my tool. There. It should be going to about 160 a share. Okay. And I see it's the ask is 164 right now. Now, if it can, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, for right now, this should make a move from this point, which is this line here. It should make a move to there, and then your next number is going to be there, and then you got one there, and then you got one there, and then you've got. I mean, I know, folks. I examine this up close. I can highlight this area, and then it shows me the lines where I put the lines more defined, and that's how I do this. I highlight this section right here, and then I can put these lines in. I know where there's going to be resistance. And folks, this is called mirror trading, okay? Mirror trading. I'm trying to show it to you. Hopefully you're learning something right now and it makes sense to you. So, but you can see this is the middle mirror of the mirror. This peak was duplicated right there. This recension was duplicated by that recension. And now this rise should come to this point right here. And this point should be right there at 156. So from where we are now, we should be seeing a 156. Now, if it can get over the 156, there's a nice move to this range, 160. And if it breaks over 160, then it goes up to here, 169. Okay? Listen, I'm using the way the price fell, folks, to determine the way it's going to rise. Okay? And again, this is something I've learned over a long, long time. Okay? And I appreciate you guys throwing out all these stocks already today. These are the stocks that have been called out today, this morning. And there are many, many others. And of course, I try to keep my eye on it, but I'm also trying to, number one, teach people here. I'm here to try to teach people. All right. And hey, oh, I missed the 856. Let's do 856.56. Hit the like button right now, folks. Help me out on this channel, and let's see a little bit of love, and we'll sing a little song. And everybody, let's hit that like button now. We're close enough. And thank you all for all the stocks you're shouting out. Can you check EVC? Yep, I'll try it. EVC. Hit the like button, everybody. Let's just do it right now. And share a little love. And don't be shy. If you've got something you want to say it in the say it in the chat, folks. All right, so let me slide on back here and take a look at some other stocks too. Hold on. I want to make sure every single one of these is picked out. And I have missed a lot here. I can see that already. Yep, AMD, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see AMD today? Holy smokes. My number two stock pick, my largest position that I hold, AMD has gone bonkers, folks. I don't know whether or not you saw it or not, but it has just exploded. Advanced Micro Devices. I initially bought this stock after I won my money on the Wheel of Fortune. This is the second stock I bought right here. This is it. And I bought it in the 80s, folks. I bought this stock in the $80 range. It's the second largest in my portfolio under SoFi. SoFi is the number one. Okay, my beautiful. I get to kiss goodbye then. Okay, you gotta get it going. All right, I'm coming up. So congratulations, everybody, AMD owners. I sold some this morning at $430 per share, 431, and I was trying for 433, but they didn't get it. They stopped it right below 433. But I do always sell the 30, 31, 32, 33, as you all know. And somebody says, do you trade or AMD? Only when it spikes like this will I sell it. When a big spike, and this is big for AMD to jump 15, 20% is big. So yeah, I sold some of this morning. And by the way, institutions will do the same thing, especially at 20% up. You'll often see a lot of institution and index funds will pull out there too. I've noticed that on SoFi when it was up 20%, quite a few of the index funds took some profit off then and sold then. So anyway, if you'll hold on, I'm going to go say goodbye to my wife and get a kiss. And while I'm gone, I'll play a song that's really about her. And I hope you like it, folks. And this song is called Cheryl Marie. And it's about how the two of us met back in 1983. And I'm going to play it for you right now. And in here, you're going to see a picture of my car that I had when I was in 1983. Here you go. I hope you enjoy, everyone. A song, Cheryl Marie, and it comes with a video. And I'll be back here in less than 3 minutes, everyone. Here we go. I hope you enjoy it. Was it all just by chance? We met that night in that bar, and the two of us danced. Then we took a ride in my hands. You were only 19 and looked so good in those jeans. And it seemed like a dream that you were there with me. And it was so nice to be with Cheryl Marie. We drove to a party, but nobody showed. So we jumped back in my sports car and we hit the road. Then we parked on a hillside. You let my eagles explore, and we both wanted more. So we drove back to my place, made our way to my room. But somehow we passed out from all those drinks we consumed. But neither one of us worried. No, neither one of us cared. 'Cause we weren't in no hurry. No, we weren't going nowhere.
In the morning I woke up, you still there by my side. Seems you wanted to make love. You had that look in your eyes. But before you would let me, you would let me proceed. You said, don't ever forget me. My name is Cheryl Marie. Joey, you devil in me. That's what she said to me back in the day. Well, we drove through the night, and she was holding on tight. She said, faster and faster. It was love we were after. She was so full of laughter. She said, Romarie, as soon as so why didn't care? Cheryl, all right. Well, there she is, my beautiful. And thank you for joining me on my channel, my music channel. Come on over and make sure you give me a listen if you're on a road trip or something. You can also hear me on Spotify and all the music providers under the artist name Tyler, last name Self. And so, anyway, as it says here, I was 20 years old when we met, 20 years apart, then 20 years back together. Yep. Thanks for listening. If you'd like to tune more of my channel, I'm on Spotify, Amazon, Google Play, and all others. Cheers. So there you go. A little bit of my music for you. Hope you enjoyed it. Cheryl Marie and AMD. Yes. All right. So let's move over here to all the stocks that have been called out today and find the one that we're going to run on. Let's find the one that's going to run. And to be honest with you, I do sort of like this GITS, ladies and gentlemen. There it is right now. It's rising up through here. And it's kind of hard to see on this chart now that I've got the lines all over it. But each one of these should be a line of resistance. And each one that goes above, it should continue to rise even higher. So that's about it on that one. And GITS, this one was called out yesterday by Cobra 32. The next one we're going to look at is the stock PN. All right, everybody, we're going to be looking now at PN. If I can type the letters correctly. And here we go. PN. And this is what it looks like right now. And that looks pretty phenomenal. We're approaching Peckerhead point, though. Well, what's going to happen is this thing is going to come up like this, and it's going to get to a certain point where it will be brought back down, and it will be when this 50-day gets close to crossing the 200, okay? So I think you got a pretty nice little move here until this 50 gets at about this point. And then I propose that you're going to see that typical drop and then the second little move and then the second drop way down. And then they, consolidate it, capitulate, converge it all together right about here. And that price is going to be where they had the 5-day stop here.
That'll be $5.15. Okay. And so I'd start my bid at $5.13 and hopefully get that. But at any rate, the reason I'm saying this is because this is a triple upside crossover. So you can ride this thing up nicely from here at the open. It may continue to make a nice move. And I'm looking at a very long term chart. This is on the 180-day chart. Let's look at the 20-day. Yeah. Well, you already see. Listen, folks, listen. Here's the first of the ears. This is where you see the second. Watch out, folks, because this is very typical that you'll see the double and then the drop. And look here, here it is here. See this double and then the drop. So I'm warning you now, folks. I've seen this many, many times, and this is the single big spike, the pull down, the double up, and then the pullback. And I just mentioned it to you. So there's your first single. Here's your double, and wait for that pullback, folks. It's coming. I can almost assure you it's going to come. Okay. And you can see down here that the first line was pulled up to here. The second one was up to here. So here, the first line 5-day could be here. The second one could end here, but it's going to most likely, folks, because that's the way they do it. Once, twice, peckerhead. And that's why I just got through telling you that I saw that right there was going to be a woodpecker right there. That is going to be a woodpecker, and they're going to bring it down right to this 50-day. It's going to come right down to this 50, most likely. I'm just going to say what I think's happening, what's going to happen. I could be completely wrong, because the reason I say I could be completely wrong, and I'm not afraid to say this reason too, is that here the 50-day stopped right there. But now the 50-day is here. Okay. And that I do like. Okay. I will say that much. And therefore, it might be worth a nibble, because right here, the 50-day was able to get to this line. Now, this line where they stopped it right here before, you might want to ask yourself, why did they stop it at that line? And you may ask yourself, and why did it bounce off that line again? And you may search for yourself if you want to take it back to about 20 days ago or 180. And then you will see why they took it to this line most of the time. But in fact, I don't see any reason why they decided to take that line out just now. I don't. It never stopped here before. I'm just going to tell you something. And listen, again, this is stuff you learn from somebody who's been trading 26 years. All right. Here is right here, the line. Okay. And so now you see exactly why they hit that line right there. And let's go back to the 1 day now and look at it again and see if I'm still on target with it now that I moved it a little bit. Huh. Yeesh. Boy, I tell you, this is interesting, folks. Let's let's take this down here. Now, why did they choose that line other than this one brief moment at it? And here, I'm looking back in history, folks. Now I'm going to take again a look at the 180-day. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, now I see why that was the line. Look here. See that? That's the reference point. This is one of the things I teach people on this channel. When a stock makes a move and pulls back to a certain line, go look for a relevance to why they chose that specific line to stop it. Where did it stop there before in its history? And right there is the only time, folks. And it stopped the drop and it bounced off that, stopped again there and bounced, and it was on its way. And I don't see anything beyond that. I see nothing beyond that. Everything goes up from there, way up, way up, way up. All right. So this line is no surprise that that's where they just took it to. And that's why I'm showing you this, folks. You can learn from this. And they've broken that line right now. This is very important to understand. This is a line they've broken. That was a line that existed a year ago. Okay. I'm bringing it to your attention, folks. All I do is I provide, you decide. Okay? I provide and you decide. And ladies and gentlemen, from this number right here, where it happens to be that candlestick once stopped, the bottom of it in the top, just above that, from this number, there ain't shit, folks. This is going to go to this thing's going to go above this. If it breaks, oh my gosh, folks, I love it. This is my PN just became my favorite stock pick. And by the way, yesterday it closed at 688 and the bid is 805 right now. Wow. The ask is 804. The bid is 8, the ask is 804. Well, shit. Well, I would sell it there, folks. Those are sell numbers. You've got to sell 804, 806, 807, 808. I'm sorry, you have to sell those numbers. Listen, folks, I'm just telling you, you got to sell that number. And in fact, that's why this sat that there before 808, folks. You got to sell that number. Dang. What time is it? 9:14. Oh, look, it already dropped to 780. It just dropped to 780. Well, now you know why I have that on my buy sell sheet, folks. You know what that number means. Look at that. Look at that. It's 8. It was the '08. You've got to sell the 5, 6, 7, 8. You must. And I just turned to it and it was at 808. Goodness gracious, folks. You've got to sell that number. And now it went to 771. You know, on my buy sell sheet, if you look at this, and after it says to sell the 6, 7, and 8, what does it say to buy? 78. 78. And it just hit 71. It just hit 71. And now it's at 779. So it's back up 8 cents from where they just dropped it to. But you got to sell that 808, boy. Ah, man, that's proof of it again. Man, oh, man. PN. Well, there's a reason they had to stop it there, folks. I'll tell you right now, because this is getting serious. It goes over that number. Holy smokes, it goes over that number, and watch out. Okay, I'm telling you, folks, there was nothing that stopped this thing from falling. And you might want to take a note. This happened in the after hours. This was in a low volume after hours environment and pre-market. Oh my gosh. And it's still over that line, folks. It's still over. I'm telling you, watch out for this one, folks. PN. PN. I mean, it's at the point of a breakaway here. And I could be wrong. So don't dive in because I'm suggesting you buy some of this here, okay? But I'll tell you what, I got $900 to put in this morning, and I'm going to be putting them in this stock, especially if it breaks over 808. I don't see any way to stop this. What's the news? PN. Shares of electrical equipment stocks are trading higher. The industry may be seeing strength in an easing energy costs after Defense Secretary Hegseth said 2 U.S. flagships escorted American destroyers safely transited the Strait of Hormuz. Well, two will soon be 200. All right. Well, this is it, folks. I'm telling you, PN. I'm really not seeing any news today on PN, but I tell you, man, we're at a critical point here, folks. I'm just letting you know this right now. This PN stock is at a critical point. And if it triple crossovers this 200, holy crap, man. Oh, and we know there's a big gap here. Okay, so let me point this out to you. If it goes over the price now where it is, the next line of resistance is going to be right here. Okay, so we're going to sell some. We're going to start selling some at these numbers right here, and that number is $8.20 to 8.28. But folks, the biggest resistance line is going to be here, and I bet you it's 8.30. I bet you this is going to be 8.30 right here. Let's see what that is. Whoa, that's way higher. 874. Ooh. Well, this is the 180-day chart, so these numbers are going to get a lot more drastic. But actually, I misaligned that one a little bit. I want to make sure and correct that because I want this line where it should be, and this line should be right down there, right there, right at the bottom of that. Okay, and then the next line should be the next line of resistance, and you can see, folks, this thing was there was a lot of herking and jerking all over this stock for a while. And I'm going to try and get an idea. 1031 to 990. So 40 cents. They were moving this thing up and down 40, down 30, up 40, down 30, up 40, down 30, up 40. That's what they were doing with it. So as it comes through this range now, once it breaks over this line, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see anything stopping it till it gets to at least probably, like I said here, there's just a big void here. And by the way, this number is 731, and this is 822. 822. Okay, so it should have free reign here now if it comes over that up to 822. Now, what price did it hit here yesterday in the midday? 1193. Well, there probably won't really be much resistance from this line up to this one here. Okay, I'm gonna guess around there. That's my guess. Is there won't be much resistance till there, and then the next real resistance will be at this line here. Right there is the next real resistance. Breaks over that line, and the next real resistance is going to be up here, right here. And then there's another one that's just above that right there, as you can see, right there. And then it will go all the way up to the bottom of this line right here, which will be right there. Right there. Then the next resistance is going to be there. And all these levels, you should unload a few shares, sell a few shares, buy back here. Then she runs up, sell a few right here. Couldn't be resistance there, most likely. Don't know for sure because that doesn't look very stubborn resistance, but it's going to be one. A little bit of resistance there because you can see it was resistance there as well when they dropped it. So there is a line of resistance there. Then it goes all the way up. You're going to come all the way up here. And now, when you own this stock, you'll know where to put your sell orders in as it rises. And then look for that. Once you sell there, look for this pullback to right there. That's a big difference, folks. You're talking 1669 down to 1559, $1.10 drop off that line. And then the next line of resistance is going to be up here, right there, actually. At this point, right there, there'll be resistance. And then I got news for you. If the stock breaks this price right here, we're going to who knows where because there'll be very little resistance. And this will be the last point of resistance, and then goodbye to Never Never Land. So now you know every line where you should sell just a few shares, okay? And if this is on the stock, at PN, PN, PN. And the reason that I'm pointing it out here right now specifically is because this lowest line has just gotten passed over the 5 day. And from here in the past, there's never been over this line, this lowest line, there's never been any resistance from here up to, like I just pointed out, these lines over here. So we got a big gap here, a very big gap off this lowest line. Okay. And they're going to fight that, believe me. They don't want it to go over this line, the real price, because if it does, then they know there's a large gap here, a very large gap, at least a dollar gap, $2 gap there, probably more. So expect this line to be heavily defended by the shorts. Okay. I'll just put it that way. This line, it's a critical line, folks. When it breaks above it, it could go all the way up to, like I said, this line right now, this one. And that price happens to be 822 a share. Okay. So you should sell it at 817, 18, 19, and 20. Some of it, not all of it. I'm not saying sell all of your shares. This is PN, is the stock I'm talking about. PN. Now let's run this out even further. Yeah. So, wow. And then after it can sustain, if it crosses this line here, then this is going to be, this is the critical line, folks. Right now, I can extend it out even further. And there it is, another point of reference for that line. That line, man. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, that blue line there goes back 3 years. That line of resistance goes back a long, long time. And you can see right here, oh man. And again, look back here historically off this line. Look what it moved up from. Look what it dropped from. This line, the next line of resistance is going to be here, folks. Jeez. That's this line where we're at now, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I pointed out one more time. I want to put a line here and figure out what this is. There it is. What number is that? $14. 1417. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is what I'm trying to show you. Again, I provide, you decide what to do, okay? But I'm showing you right now that at the price this is right now, crossing over this bottom line right here. And I happen to be taking a look at the history of the trading, and it goes back to no resistance from here to there. And then I started looking back here where I saw these resistance levels here, but then I decided to take it out even further, and I started running this out further. And let me look at this again here, make sure I'm on the right line. This one is the one I want to be on. And I want to stretch that line even further out. I want to go further down with that one. This bottom line. There. Yeah. Let me look at this now. Yes. Yes. That is the line. So this line right here, folks, that this 5 day average has just broken, is breaking above right now. That line could make a move to a minimum of this line right here, this blue line, but I'm going to follow it out even further. And there it is again. There it is again, a bottom right there. And after that, folks, it made a nice move up off this. Okay, so this is two indicators. Here's one indicator right here that there's a gap from here to here. There's one indicator there. And then there's another indicator right here as it rose, another indicator as it fell through that range. And now I'm going to come over here. And this is an indicator that from breaking over this line, we could see this make a very nice move. We can see it move right through this range. Now it could have a little herking and jerking going on like there, but I tell you, my gut instinct is this looks very good. And another thing that I see here, notice, is there's a lot more volume, of course, a lot more volume coming in. Highlighting this volume, each one of these candlesticks is 4 hours, and so this would have been the second part of the day on the 13th. Well, what does it say there? Oh, I'm sorry, on the 9th. Second part of the day on the 9th. And I want to move this out. These are 1 week candlesticks. I'm going to move this out here now. And I'm going to do a 1 day chart on this. All right. And here it is right here. This is the stock we're talking about, PN. PN. And this is a very critical line right here. For me, I believe if it can get over this line, that it can make a very serious move. Now, that being said, there's already a proven resistance this morning in the pre-market to the 5 day right there on that line, just so you know. And this line goes back in history. All the lines that I put on these go back in history. So you should have expected resistance there, obviously, because this goes back to history, like I just showed you. Looking at the 20-day chart now, PN is the stock I'm looking at. The bid 740, the ask 744. PN. I'm waiting on the 20-day chart now. Uh, for those of you that are late to the tank here today, these are the stocks that were called out this morning. And actually, many of these were called out last night. And take a look at AMD, everybody, on fire. Ron Lubinsky called that out. I wonder what's going on with the PN chart here. Well, there it is. There it is. 20-day chart. Well, the 5 day average, that blue 5 day average is the one I've been looking at, folks. And man, we're at a point here with a freaking 50 rising, 45 rising, 200 rising. Look at the angle just change on the pitch on that. Look at the pitch angle right here change and go right on up again. Man, all they did was pinch that down and kiss it goodbye. They couldn't even kiss it here. They didn't even reach it. They came close. But my call here, folks, see how you got this high run up and then the next high and then they pinched it down? Same thing here. High run up, the next high, and then they're going to pinch it down. They're going to pinch it. That's what I call. Get your buys in at 655 a share, 660 a share. Okay? Put some buy orders in there. I know it's at 740 bid, 744 ask. Also notice the rise in the percentage right here, 8.14%. Congratulations. I know that was called out by WeVestors, called it out last night, PN. So we'll see what it does. You guys keep an eye on it. PN is the stock. And from the looks of the chart, anyway, from the looks of this 180-day chart, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think we're at a key point here that if it breaks this line, it never stopped from here all the way up to there. When it dropped, man, it dropped all the way down through here. There's a gap here, folks. I don't really care about the way they fleeced it all the way up and fleeced the crap out of it, and it was bald here, and then it finally went up here, and then it got balded here, and then it went up there. So, I mean, they shaved it bald here on the nutsack. Then they shaved it bald here on another nutsack. Then they shaved it bald here on the nutsack. And then from here, it dropped to this price in an instant. Overnight, it was in an after hours rundown, a low volume after hours rundown. Now, I don't know if they'd announced a public share offering or if they did a reverse split or if they missed earnings by a mile, but the price went from 1849 all the way down here to what the heck this was, 466. Savannah, look at that price right there. They even I dropped it a little bit lower. It was here. I'm looking at the bottom of the 5-day average, the bottom of the 5-day, the blue 5-day. And what was that number? The bottom of the blue 5-day. It would be right here, right? There. What is that number? 442. Well, that's close enough to 466, but this line where they hold it at, I bet it was 466, 494. Well, so there was a 466 in the mix right here for sure. This was the number that they drove it down to. This is the number they drove it down to, 466. And I was on it for when I first got there. It was on at 466. I went, oh, what a coincidence! They would take it down to that line right there, and it's hard to get. There it is, 468. So what do you know? They dropped the price in the after hours from $18 to 468, folks. Here it is. All day long and all through the after hours and the pre-market all the way down. Amazing. $18 to 466. And that happened, folks, in just such a fast time. And it happened in the morning right here, folks. No one had a chance to accumulate any shares in this range. Now, granted, they had already gotten them here, expecting it to keep climbing. But then when it sold, it was panic selling. And listen, there aren't many shareholders from here to there. They're not going to be. It fell too fast for them to accumulate. So there's a gap created there on this line. That line right there is where we are right now. And I'm telling you, there should be a large gap between this area and here. And could be. There definitely could be. And just be aware of that. I'm not saying that there is, but that's why I'm showing you this drop. And I'm trying to show you where the price is now. Look, this is the line that it surged off of right there. There's the line. Choom. Look at that. And here it is, breaking that line right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can do what you want. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide, okay? The market is open and I'm trading this stock, PN. EN, enter. And normally, folks, normally I would not buy at 808, but I'm going to try and buy it right here, 20 shares. Or actually, yeah, we'll go 20 shares. And we're going to watch this very close. We're going to try to get 799 right now, 20 shares. And I even want to see the low has already been all the way down to 744. And that's on my buy sell sheet. So, but I'm going to go for 799 here because I have confidence that they'll take it down to 788 even possibly. So I just bought 20 at 797. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm using Charles Schwab Think or Swim. Okay? Charles Schwab Think or Swim. And I'm going to try to buy now at 792. 792. I see we're already up to 820. I'm up 480. I'm going to sell 833. Coming out at 833. And I made my first $8. I just sold 5 shares. I'm going to raise my buy order up here now to 807. And I'm coming up here to 808. I'm up $10.75 at this moment. I'm going to sell 355. I'm going to sell 860 for sure. 855 is a sell. Yep, 855 is a sell. Coming up to buy now, 822. And we'll also try to buy 820. I'm up $10.15 on the stock PN right now. I just sold at 871. I'm up $13. This could go up to 14 bucks, people. Now, I'm not saying it's going to, but man, I just showed you this thing has a big gap. Selling 888. I want to sell 893. I just sold 888, 890. I just sold 890. Now I want to sell 899. Now I'm going to come in to buy here. And we're going to try to buy 872. We're going to forget about 851.50. Let's try 855. Stay with me here, folks. We're coming up to 869. Now we're going to go 873 here. 20 at 873. We're also trying for 869. We're going to lower here to just 10 shares at a time now, and we're going to buy 888. The stock we're on is PN this morning, trading PN. I want you to come in 883 and 882 right now. Going to break over 9 right now, ladies and gentlemen, and you should sell 906, 7, and 8 if you have any shares, if you've already bought. It's very strong here. PN. Yep. Come on back down here. Come on back down. Now it's over to 913. 920 is a sell for sure, and I don't have any shares left to sell. 923, and here it goes. PN. Stay behind it, folks. They're going to pull it down. Eventually it will breathe. Be patient. Don't think you're missing the train. Don't think you're missing anything. You'll get fooled. You'll fool you big time that way. Don't worry about it. You're going to get a 9 here. And I'm going to buy now at market. I just bought 10 at 922. I'm trying to get 9. Here we go. Here we go. Now here they come. I just bought at 897. Trying for 893 here. Just got 883. Yep, I got 40 at 883 there. Come on down to 872. I'm trading PN, folks. Try to get 872. 882 and 83 are always good buys, folks. You're going to sell those now at 920. So come on up here and sell 10 at 920. Yep. And I just bought 884. Come on down here to 866. Don't underestimate their ability, folks. Don't underestimate them. They can take it as low as they want. I just got 860. Don't underestimate them, folks. I'm telling you, do not underestimate what they can do. Try now for 843 and 837. I'm going to buy at market right here. I just picked up 867. Buying at market again. I just got 874. My DCA is 885 now. And I've got 120 shares. All right, here we go. We're going green. Now I want to sell 897 here. I want to sell 902. I want to sell 906, 908. This is going to be very herky jerky here, folks. So just hold on with me here. Okay, trying to get here 850. Looking for 850 here now. I just got an 841. Come on down to 820. Trying 820 here now. I just missed it. Trying 830. Shoot. Trying 833. And I'm using my buy sell sheet. 37 and 38 is usually a good place to buy back in, but I'm looking for it to come down to the 30. And they just went below me and they didn't fill my orders. Yeah. We're going to get to 35 here then, I guess. They aren't going to give me anything any lower. That's it right there. Sitting at 840 right now. Yep, and there you go. If they got 840 once, they'll get it again. They'll probably come for 837 or 38 here. Dadgum, they're not filling my orders. There we go. I just got an 835. Nice. That was nice. Now we're going to try for 840 again. They'll come again there. They'll come again there, 840. And the stock I'm on, ladies and gentlemen, is PN. I'm trading PN now. And I believe it could make a nice run even much higher. I've shown everybody why already this morning on the charts. If you don't know why, go back to about 30 minutes ago. And I broke down this chart, and it looked to me like this thing was in a place where there's a big void going way up. And I charted it out. If you want to look at it, go back about 20 minutes. You'll see what I was telling everybody. PN. There was a reason that I wanted you to get in on this. I'll show you the chart right now. If it breaks over this line right here, I see no reason why it can't make a very nice, strong line here. So this is one resistance area that if it breaks over, it could go very, very rapidly back up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So that's why I decided to play this one today. Why I'm trading this one, day trading this one, because I think it has a lot of potential. Is it going to be fought? Yeah, they're going to fight that like heck. They're going to fight, but where it could go up to minimum is going to be this price right here, and that is 819. and it's already at 855. So it's already broken that number. It broke that level. It's already and it's at this level. Where are we? 926. There should have been resistance at 926. All right. And there was, obviously. So, but anyway, I'm just showing you that this thing went from here down to here in just one session, 1 day session. And it could easily go right back up, folks, now that it's broken over that lower line of resistance. Right there, it's broken that lower line of resistance. And look at this candlestick, folks. And this is on the 180-day chart. Take a look at the 5 day chart right now. Look at the 5 day chart right now. Look at that thing. And of course, they're going to try to stop it at this number. If I highlight this number and go way out, you'll see why they're trying to hold it there. Why they try. And you can see yesterday that 5 day average got to right there. Right now, the 5 day is here breaking this lower line of resistance. I think it's a good one to get in on. And that's why I just did. PN. Now let's look at the 1 day chart. And there it is on the 1 day right now, PN. And you can see this is the rooster's head. I call this all the time. You see this formation all the time. And then they try to make this rooster's beak right here. And they just try to peck away with this thing. But it's not going to go. But if it doesn't stay below this line and it comes back over this, it is going to go. There it goes. There's a flat top green. There's a flat top green. Let's go, baby. Flat top this. Let's go. I'm ready. I feel the energy. See that 45 just rising off the 50 day here? Look at the energy. And they're going to cross this lower line of resistance. Oh, yeah. Flat top this. Come on. Flat top it. And the next one unengulfed. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. No wick on this, baby. Come on. Flat top it. And they're trying to stop it. But, folks, I think it pops right here. I think it's going to pop. I mean, just look at the 45 day and the 50 day and the 200. Oh, man. Flat top this sucker. And I'm telling you, down here, these candlesticks show that last session, more buyers than sellers, 2 to 1. 2 to 1 on that last. And look at all the selling right there that's gone on to try to shove it back down. And all they could do is cradle it into the 10 day. Cradle that 10, and off she goes. Yes. Nice rockabye ta ta, then she rises up. You can see it should be no surprise. See the ground breaking, the blue 45 day, and listen to what Catfish Tyler does say. Watch it go higher and higher and higher. And if they try to block it in here, it won't matter. As soon as this 50 day comes into this range, there'll be no more barcoding here. If they try to barcode this here for a little bit, it won't freaking matter with this 50 rising into this zone. It'll shove it all right back up. I promise you. Well, I don't make many promises, but I've been trading for 29 years almost. It feels like it's actually 26, but we can exaggerate because yesterday was May the 5th. Cinco de Mayo. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this green candlestick, flat top up here, engulfing all of the previous 10 minutes worth of nut sacking. Oh, yeah. And that's not much of a nut sack there, baby. That's a shoulder with a rising 45 and 50 day and a rising 200. It's called a freaking shoulder, people. It's a shoulder. Shoulder blade. Watch it rise. All right. There's the shoulder. Here's the head. Here's the head. Here it comes. And I just said right there, head and shoulders. And by the way, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Watch them try here. Try to smash it down. Try to bring it down to this rising 45 over the rising 50. Going to come over this line. It won't matter. It won't matter what you try. We're going flat top green, baby. This is going to come up into here. There'll be no more barcoding in this region once these get up to there. Once they get there, this thing is going to be up here. You'll see. You'll see. When these lines are here, these lines will be here, or even here. You watch. because it's just too much energy from these rising 200 day, rising 50, rising 45. It's too much energy. Try to wedge it if you want. Try to consolidate it. Try to capitulate it. Try to converge it together. Good luck, because this thing's rising too fast. See, boom, flat top again. And here it comes to the next level. I'm calling it out for what I see, folks. This is Woody, the woodhead pecker. And he just been pecking, and you can only peck so long. You can only peck so long on a Woody, folks. That's right. That's all you can do is just peck, and then boom, off she goes. And watch this come up and engulf all these candlesticks of the last 10 minutes. Watch this candlestick come up here now. Boom, because the energy of this and the energy, the weight of the rising 200, the pitch of the rising 50, the pitch of the rising 45 will pitch this right up off this line. It's going to go green, folks. PN. Try what you might. Try to barcode it in here all you want to, shorty. It won't matter. You can see all you've been able to do is stab at her there, and now you're going to stab at her again. Won't matter. You're not going to take the air out of it with a little needle point like that. You've got to have a full candle down there, blokes. You got to bring that right all the way down there, blimey. I'm telling you, got to get it all the way. This isn't going to get it. That didn't get it either. See the wick on that? You should have had a flat bottom there. All of these low numbers, you should have stayed there, but you didn't. You couldn't. You couldn't stay there. You couldn't stay there. You couldn't stay there, and you're not staying here. She's rising. It's a Crockett Gator, folks. I'm calling it out. PN. PN, ladies and gentlemen. Flat top green coming up to here now. Going to engulf all these, just like I said. Watch it, folks. Watch this flat top green come right up here. Boom. Watch the bias coming in. Oh, yeah. We've had them sell it off. Oh, they sold it down, sold it down, sold it down, sold it, sold it, sold it, sold it, sold it. And now they've run out of shares to sell. They've only got this little wiki wink. What the heck is that right there going to do? Look at the buyers coming in here, folks. You're going to have to double down. You're going to have to do this right here, shorty, again. Because otherwise, she's not going to stop. She's going to rise against you. She's rising right up. You can clearly see it. Every attempt to drop this. And by the way, take note. Look at the length of the wick on the bottom. Look at the length of the wick on the bottom. And here they listen to me now, and I say, you got to flat bottom that. You got to come at it with some weight. And what do they throw at it? This little dinky amount of shares? What is that? You can't even see that right there. I couldn't even see it. And it all got bought up just like that. Look at that right there, folks. I'm telling you, you're going to barcode here for, oh my goodness, the 50 days now broken over the resistance line too. The 45 and the 50 have broken the line of resistance of the past. And watch this thing flat top, folks. Hook and jerk all you want on this, folks. You got yourself a blimey 45 and 50 and a 200 below rising like the bat, and you can't defeat that right there, folks. It can't be defeated. No matter what they try here, it won't matter. We're going to flat top green again. This is going to shove it all right up their arses, folks. I'm telling you, you watch and see. Yeah, I'm having some fun talking like my friend, old Steve. I miss the guy. He was a crazy, wild and crazy bastard is what he was. He messed around with all those creatures, and you knew it's coming one day. You know, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, don't put the Lord thy God to a foolish test. And that guy did it one too many times, I suppose. I miss him, though. Beautiful guy, loving creature of the. Is it? Yes, it is PN, PN, PN. I'm going in heavy. Port Bear, anyone? Port Bear, anyone? PN, yes. What stock is this? PN, PN. And the reason that I'm buying it just now at that price, 832, is because of this chart right here I'm showing you. And what it indicates to me is that from this very price that we're breaking over, it could easily make a nice run all the way up, because it fell from a whopping 1808, Savannah. 1808. It fell from 1808 in one trading session all the way down to $1.78. And I am here to proclaim a high likelihood that there were not many people that have or are holding any shares from this price to this price, because I believe everyone that was there was sold. Everyone that was there was sold. There was sold. There was sold. There was sold. Was there was sold. Was sold. Was sold. Here, some buyers came in and stepped in and started buying it up. But then they sold those as well. So they've all sold. Every share in this range was sold. Sold. All in a 24-hour period from there to there. So why now couldn't it go from here, which by the way is a resistance point before? Why couldn't it go from here all the way up to right here right now, per se? I think it can. I think there's a big void there. I think there's a big freaking fat freaking void there. And that's why I'm buying this right now, because I think it's going to break this line and it's going to go all the way up to there. I think it has the potential to go from here to there, because I believe this has already been all fleeced out. There's nothing left here. There's nothing left here. There's nothing left here, folks. And so I believe that the way that this is called mirroring, and I believe the way that it came down is the way it will rise. And I could be completely wrong, but right now, when I highlight this, holy smokes, look at that 5-day turning up off of the freaking 10-day, crossing the 200-day average. And here, this is a blue back red belly, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I can tell you. It was right here a red back blue belly, but it has turned into the more mature blue back red belly, the offspring of the red and blue once they combine. Here's the red serpent, there's the blue serpent. They mated right here, and now you got a red belly blue back. And that is one of the most toxic snakes and walks the planet of the earth, or slithers along it. And it has a toxicity in its venom of 50,000 mouse units. Yes, that is 1 ounce of the venom in this snake can kill 50,000 mice. In case you didn't know, that's the way they rate venom in snakes. It's rated in mouse units, and they take 1 ounce of that snake's venom. And there are many of your snakes that have the neurotoxic venom that 1 ounce can kill 20 and 30,000 mice. 1 ounce. And so anyway, that's how I'm just sharing that with you people. It's one of those things that I'm sure Steve Irwin probably knew as well. I know he knew it. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching this candlestick. And what we want to see on this is the top of this green. We want to see that wick get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. Okay? That's what we're looking for. Or we want to see the bottom of it get longer and longer and longer. We'll take either one right here at this point. But I don't want to use this longest 180-day term chart. I want to get on the 1 day, because that gives me more of a microscopic view. And I'm looking right now at PN, and I like it right there on this line right here. This is the 50-day, and it's building a shoulder. This is the 200-day, and it is building a shoulder. And when you get shoulder on shoulder, it gets stronger and stronger. Two shoulders to stand on. And this should bounce right off of this line. It should. But should be no surprise that they would take it from here down to this number for sure. No doubt about it. Absolutely. They've done it before. They knew it would work. They did it again. They did it again. But here, this was a line of resistance right here. The 5 days stopped going up and was dropped back down. So this is a line of resistance as well. Obviously, this is a line of resistance, folks. And it goes back even further than more recent, I'm sure, if I have it on this chart. Looking at the 20-day, nothing. Nothing over the last 20 days priced in this range right here, folks. And look at this. The 5-day average was stopped there dead on. And look at it now. Make a move beyond. And I'm going to take this and move it up to right there. This was to them a very important price range to stop the 5-day at. And it isn't going back to 20 days. Let's go back to 90 days and see that. Okay. There we go. 90 days. Hey, did this ever stop in this price range? Did it ever stop here before? Huh. Well, let me make you a proposal. Because when it was falling, and you can tell here, it fell over one day and then through the after hours and then the pre market. And when it got all the way down here to $3.93, this was done over just 36 hours. 36 hours to go from $18 to $3.93. Now look over here. Here's the mirror right here where this thing is. That's the mirror. And the length of time for it to go over here and the length of the time to get over here. This is the mirror right here. The distance in time, the distance in time, and then the rise, and then the rise, and then the pullback, and then the pullback, then the rise, then the rise. And then when they get here, what's going to stop it from going to there? It fell from there to there in just 36 hours. Could it go back up from here to there in 36 hours? It sure as shit could. Yes, it could, because no one owns it through here. All that was sold. That was sold. That was sold. All the shares available in those ranges were sold. Now, there are some people that were still holding because they were accumulating that low, accumulating. And then, but the retailers, they sold. Only institutional shareholders are holding here now, just institutional. And they're certainly not going to sell when it starts to come back up in this range. They bought it here as it was rising for an investment for their company. They're not going to sell now. Any institutions that bought from here to this time, they're not going to sell now. They're not going to sell there. There's a reason that they bought here. But all this was retail panic selling. Retailers. All right. Well, here we are now at this line. And I point this out because from this line, I never saw any resistance in the past right through here. So what's going to stop it now? Right? Look how fast it fell, folks. It's too rapid. This is just an 8-hour session. And the thing went from, and again, I want to let you see the blue 5-day was up here at 1895. 1895, folks. And it dropped all the way down to 346 a share. And then from 346, it made its recovery as more people bought into it. But then they said, geez, let's just get all these retail out of this thing. So there it went. Fleeced them out 178 a share from 1895 to 178 a share. Then here, 3 days ago, a triple upside crossover. Here, this is a woodpecker. There's the first. You see this so many times. 1, 2, then down to the 50. Bam. And then here's the woodpecker again, but it was just one and then attempt to get to the 50. But listen, folks, the span of this here to this gap here, be careful because from that they shot it down. So here he is from here, and the span is here. Be careful because they can shoot it down. They sure can. They can come at it now. They can come at it and try to get it to this 50, just like they did right there. Okay. So I'm warning you, when you get the 1 and then you get the 2, that's often a place to sell because then you get this action, the woodpecker. And here you are. There's the 1 and here's the 2. And you could now see them pull it down here. So don't go in too heavy. You didn't see me take all my nuts and put them in there because I don't do that. But also, if it gets over this line, it could easily make a run, at least to this point here where I put these red lines here. At least it will go to there, and then from there, it will go to there, and from there, it should go to there based on its history, based on the history of it. Quite frankly, I'm pretty certain that they kept in this trench right here. And yesterday I had a thumbnail about trading in the trenches. Here's how you trade in the trench. This is a trench right here. This is a trenching. And after a while, there's just nothing left in here. This is just nothing left. There's nothing. What I mean is, there's no more free shares. The ones they gave out down at that low, they all got bought up by people that are just going to hold long. And so there's no more shares available after a while. It just got so many longs bought through this range that there were no more to short and no more to make it fall. So then it went on up. Just that's how it works, folks. So right through this range here now, there's a gap. There's a gap there because this has just been completely and totally taken up by people that aren't going to sell in this range. They've got it now, and they made it. They may have sold here some and taken a profit, but there's still many holders through here, and that's why when it fell through here, it was just retailers that sold it down to this retail, and retail can they're finicky, folks, and they're picky. And once something drops that fast, that far, retailers can also recognize an opportunity if it starts to move and it gets on everybody's radar. And then all of a sudden, PN is being talked about by everyone. All right, PN, PN, folks, there it is, right there. Look at the 45-day rising off that 50-day. Look at the 200 rising. It looks good, folks. PN. I I suggest you decide, okay? All I do is I look at it. I don't tell you what to do. I make suggestions. You decide on what you should do with the information that I provide. And right now, I'm down on PN since I got in. Looking at him take it to trying for 788 here, maybe. Looks like they're trying for 10 o'clock, 788, 791, 792. Well, I told you about this stock. I said when it was up there very high in the nines, in the 10, in the high nines, I said, watch out, folks. They're going to pull this back. They're going to pull this back. PN. This is it right here. And I said to you guys, listen, they're going to pull this back, but hey, how far are they going to take it down? I mean, they did it with all the might they could just then. And there's a lot of buyers here too. Even as these sellers were selling, 75% of that were buying on the ask. And here, even as they sold even just a third of as many shares trying to hold it down than they started with, they're using a third of as many shares here. The buyers are still buying right here. They're not afraid to buy this number at all. You can see that clearly. They're still trying to sell it down, but well, that is a pretty strong looking, and they should try to stop it here because they can see what I'm showing you. There's a big gap above this number. So honestly, I wish them luck because I don't think people are getting out of this. Let's go over to PN and let's take a look at the volume right now. Hold on. By the way, congratulations to you AMD owners out there. I know some of you hold it if you have my long sheet because it's I think the number two position on my long sheet. It's the one I own the second most shares of stock in, AMD. All right, so here's PN right now, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, for some reason, they just wanted to try just then at exactly 10:08, folks. What do you know? 10:08. And they got a low of 779 at 10:08, and we just back over $8 now. Nice. Very nice. Back over 8 now. They ran it down from $9 to $7.83. 777 is what they were trying for. They were trying for 777 on PN. So they ran it down from $9 to $7.77. Can you believe that, Savannah? 777 from $9 this morning down to 777. And can you believe that now it's sitting where it is? It just went back over $8. Look at that. Whoa. 795 to 804. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my. Oh. You know, I often wonder sometimes, are there people over in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and United Arab Emirates, and they're looking at these charts that I show them, and I show them the data, and I show them the long-term chart of 180 days, and I show them this huge gap that could be right here, and there's a chance it could now springboard all the way back up there. I wonder how many of them take a chance and go, you know what? I think he's right. I think all this is fleeced out and nobody owns it through here. I think when it fell through here, every share was sold, and now there's no shares available to buy in that range. Every share was sold in that range, and now there's none there to buy in that range because everyone that it was sold to sold it for it to go up. So they're not going to sell it now. They don't want to sell it. They don't want to sell it. They bought it here. They bought it here. They bought it here. Bought it here. Bought it here. Bought it here. For every sell order that was placed, there was a buy order that bought it. Okay. And now these ones that did buy these here, well, they're certainly not going to want to sell right now. They're going to, they bought them because they saw it drop from here to here. So they said, man, it could go back up to there. Well, now they're not going to sell. They're not incentivized to sell there. So this is what I think. I could be wrong. I'm just sharing it with you. Folks, again, I provide, you decide. I provide the information, you decide what to do with it. You're 100% behind you make your own decisions on what to do. There's no doubt about that. All right? And but you can see this stock has a lot of eyes on it. Here they are trying to get it back down now to 777 after it just broke up to $8.18. I saw 8.18. So they're working it. They're working it. And now you all noticed. And I'm sorry I didn't get over fast enough because I would have sold 13 through 820. I'd have had sell orders in there. But at any rate, there's a lot of eyes on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. 776, 777. And by the way, that's the bid. The ask is almost $8. The ask is 798 right now. The bid is 776 and the ask is 798. PN up 13.5% today. It's been getting called out. It's been on the radar. And you can see here, we Vestors called it out, and I put down here May the 6th buys. PN called out by we Vestors. These are all the stocks that have been called out today. And congratulations to Mo D for your massive sell and gain on Easy Go. Nice. Very nice. And these are the stocks that were called out yesterday. Look at AMD today. Ron Lubinsky. Nice. Ching ching. I see someone sent me some jewels this morning. Does anybody want to claim who it was? The stock I'm looking at is PN. The Savvy Traveler says, take a look at GCTK. All right. But it's likely there'll be stocks I want to buy tomorrow when they drop the price back down if they're on big runs. GTCK. GCTK. Yeah, I've already taken a look at this and I've done a diagnosis of this stock. When you look at the 20-day, someone called this out. I must have called it out before because I've done a diagnosis of this stock. Now, the one thing I want you to be aware of, even though it might be on fire or seem to be, is please be aware that they've stopped this price here before. The 5 days been stopped dead in its tracks, right where it is now. So that would be a sell for me. All right. When I see history showing them stop that thing dead in its tracks there at 11, at 102 a share, the blue at 102. The blue 5 day was stopped right there at 102. And that's exactly where it is now. So I would not advise buying this stock here at all, at all, at all, at all. I would definitely not. Not in any no way in the world, right? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. The 5 day stopped at 102. And when it stopped there, the price was 127 a share. Okay. So right here, I'm warning you that this is where this stops or possibly stops. Now, that being said, if it goes over this line right now, if it can get over that line, that's a different story. Okay. Then you're talking, yeah, then we got plenty of upside potential. But I'm warning you about this right now. And by the way, when they stopped this here at that price level right there, the 5 day, when they stopped it there, the 50-day was way up here. Now they're stopping it at the same line, possibly, and the 50-day is down here. Now, granted, there is another difference. This 50-day started dropping from there and fell all the way to there, and this one is rising, so that is a difference, and it's on a triple upside crossover. So this does weigh into it and factor in. So you've got the momentum of a triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart. Yes. So you've got the momentum here of a triple upside crossover on the 20-day chart, which is good. But you've got the history showing they stopped that at this price, 102. That 5 day, it stops there and it won't go beyond it. Well, they've done it before. I'm not saying that it won't go beyond it. I'm saying, in fact, if it goes beyond it, then it's going to go much higher, and you've got a possible parabolic. You got a really going parabolic possibility here. But be very cautious here because that 5 day, man, they stopped it right there before, dead in its tracks. And they knocked that thing way back from there. You can see that went from 102 all the way down to 68 cents. 68 cents. I'm going to pretty much guess that it was exactly 66 cents if you were to put it right on the number. There we go. And they did it before. They did it over here once. They did it twice. They did it 3 times. And look at that number, Savannah, 66. 3 times, Savannah. Isn't that amazing? 3 times at 66. Oh, I know. You don't believe in that stuff. You don't believe in that. Well, that's what I'm breaking down this stock as right now. I'm showing it to you now. Taking a look at it, and I see the 5 day is at that same level right there. If the 5 day can break over this right here, then you're on your way, folks. I do like this. here, the 50-day average changing its pitch, and now this is a red belly blueback for sure, and they're separating, so I do like that as well. But we got to see it get over 102, 103, 104. We got to see it break this. If it goes over 104, let me know. Even then, though, I would tell you to sell it all the way up to 108, especially up 43%. I would tell you to sell 106, 107, 108. I would tell you to sell those numbers. You know that. They're on my buy sell sheet. So I have a real hard time buying here. I have a real hard time buying here. The only reason that I would buy here is because, as I just said, if it can get over this highest resistance point, it could start getting into some more spacious, not so tied up. But this has been tied up before here before. I've already traced it out, folks. I know this is the point of resistance. This is it. This is the ozone, folks. This is the ozone layer right here. The Earth's outer Earth's atmosphere is right here in the ozone layer. And if it can cross through that, then we might see some real nice movement up. See over here? I've already done all the charting on this stock. Weird. I don't know why. There you go. I've already predetermined where the lines of resistance are. They go way back. Pardon me. Be careful though. It's got to get over 104. And you can, quite honestly, you can see there's a lot of resistance against this here for sure. Look at all the selling pressure right there on it trying. And granted, here on in the previous hour, there was 3-2 buyers over sellers in the previous hour. But right here, this is 10-2 sellers over buyers right now. And it should be, because this is a critical line for them. They need to hold that line. They got to hold that line. I don't know whether they can or not, but they may be able to. Now, back to PN. And I do like what I see here. PN, folks. Oh, yeah. Let's watch it rise now off this line. Let's go, baby. Let's pump it up. Look at that. This is the same thing, a rising 50 and a rising 45 day. PN. And they're not coming at it with nearly as much selling pressure either, by the way. This is, you can't even, you got to highlight these candlesticks to see them. The volume on this, 171,000 during that hour. Here, when the market opened in the first hour, right here, 800,000 shares. 800,000 shares on PN. And there's plenty of buyers of that, 600 out of the 800,000. They're buying, folks. And here, there's buyers even here as they try this dinky little candlestick sell. Not a lot of aggression coming against this. And now I want to get to the 5-day chart. PN. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what they like to do. Run it up, peck at the 50, and take it to the 200. But this is a different stock now. And this 50-day keeps getting further and further and further away from the 200, which is rising. And I like that. This stock here is PN, ladies and gentlemen. PN. PMAX, cat. All right. Nouveau music. Got it. P Max. Uh, right now, it seems as though they decided to, on PN, stop it from breaking this line of resistance and try to pull it back maybe to this 50-day right here. Try to kiss it. Well, they've done it before. They did it here, they did it there, they did it here, they did it there. They'll try it here. Well, they'll try it over and over, especially if it's successful. So right here, you definitely got. You can even see the little creature there. See his two eyeballs and got his little froggy looking thing here. Bat frog. But look at the 50-day rising very nicely here. Sloped out flat, now rising very nicely. So is the 200. Not worried about this one. Not worried about it. Not at 766 bid. Nope, I'm not worried about it at all. 766, that doesn't surprise me right here. 1030, perfect algo time. The algos always switch over to sell from 1015 to 1030. Then they flip back over from 1030 and go to buying. And they'll buy from 1030 all the way up, hopefully the rest of the day, folks. Now, that being said, I do want to take a look at all of the numbers across the board. And this morning, the futures were all up very high. And right now, you can see the Dow is up, the S&P 500, the Dow is up 545, the Nasdaq up 268, the Russell 2000. Now, what I want to do is I want to look at something here. Going to go to one of my favorites, money market funds chart. And please, I want to see money leaving this money market funding. And it has been on a run up. Oh yeah, there we go. This is important, folks. If we can start seeing money get out of these money markets and come back into liquidity, back into the marketplace, we're going to see a very nice run if we can keep this number dropping. Look over here. I will show you there from right here. Watch what happened during this duration. And you can see that's May 31st, 2020. Watch what happened to the stock market from May 31st, 2020 until January 31st, 2021. So you're talking about 7 months basically. Watch what's happened to the market from May 31st until January 31st. All right, 2021. I'm going to show you right now. If we can get money to leave these money market funds and come back into the market like it did during this duration, here's what I want you to see right now. So we're going to come up here and we're going to get to the NASDAQ. And this is and the Dow. You can doesn't matter. You can do either one. And let's go back to 5 year and maybe we'll just do all time. All right, here we go. And here's the date I'm looking for. Right there. May 20th, 2020. That's the date I'm looking for. Look what happened to the market after the money started leaving the money market funds and came back into the marketplace. There's no coincidence, folks, here. Look at this. Pardon me. See the date? May 20th, 2020. It's going to be right here. May 20th, 2020. And I go over here and I show you this chart and I show you the date. And it was right here, May 30th, 2021. The money started leaving the money markets in April 30th, 2020. April 30th, 2020 is when they started leaving the money markets. Well, take a look here. at April 30th, 2020. Right there. There's April 20th, 2020, right there. See that? And look at the surge in the stock market after that happened. Okay, so I'm showing you from May 20th, 2020, how the stock market surged, the NASDAQ did. And if you go over and look at the Dow, you will also see, if you go to all time, right here, this is there again, May 20th, 2020. Look at that. Look at it go from April and May. Look at it rise with the money leaving the money markets until January, December 2021. And it correlates exactly to this time frame right here, April 30th, 2020, as money was pulling out of these money market funds. All right. And it went all the way up until January 2021. January 2021. January 30th, 1st, 2021. And you can see the clear example, May 20th, 2020, all the way up to January 2021. Now, then look at the market fall right there to there. And that was until September of 2022. Well, what was happening then in the money markets? Well, look at that. It started coming back into the money markets and flowing out of the market all the way up until right here, June 2021, and it even went more into the markets till here, December 31st, 2021. Then it started leaving them and going back in. So if you can just follow it, you can just follow it. Here it was, the run up. Then there's the pullback. Then they started coming back in again. Folks, it correlates exactly. I'm telling you, there is absolutely a correlation between money market funds leaving the money market funds and coming into the market. CDU rising all of a sudden. Good. SIDU. Let's look at it. Well, I told everybody that CDU would be a good hold long because they're going to go up on the news as we get closer and closer to SpaceX's launch. Yep. Nice. Good, 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 good. And I expect to see it continue to make a nice move because the closer again that we get to the SpaceX launch, I believe all space stocks are going to benefit from the SpaceX launch. And I understand that the SEC is changing a few rules to allow SpaceX to make its launch into the S&P 500. So because that's where all the money is, folks. Trillions and trillions of dollars are in the S&P 500. That is where most of the money is. I believe the last time it was somewhere between 15 and 18 trillion in the S&P 500. All right. Well, I'm looking at PN right now. The chart looks fabulous on it with a rising 200, rising 50, and just a manipulated down to the 50, manipulate down to 50 if they can get it again. PN is now at 814. Nice. 824. What? You're kidding me. Nice. Someone just said PN was at 760. We investors, it didn't take it long to leave 760 behind and get up to 808 again. And wow. Well, that's what I expect to see. Very, very intense volatility around this stock. And you're going to have to just day trade it, folks. You're going to have to day trade it. I'm going to sell here at 820 and I'm going to sell it at 830 30. Uh Bid now is $8, ask is 819. Bid is 8, ask is 810. Just so you know, we sold this morning at 908 a share, and some of us sold it this morning at 908 a share, and in the 988, 888, and 897 and 899. Some of us sold it there, and right now I see the bid is 8 and the ask is 810, and the ask just rose to 814, and I do expect the ask to come up to 820, which is where I am. I'm at 820, and I'm going to see that right now. It's about to fill at 820, and the bid is $8. The ask is 814. It doesn't surprise me. 814 is a pretty good spot. I'm surprised it's not at 813. The sell, the ask 813. So, quite surprised. And so to me, that's a very good sign when you see an ask at 814. Okay, that is unusual, folks. And actually, I'm going to take out my sell order at 820 and at 830, and I'm going to just sell as it rises, folks. I don't want to put up any obstacles. I see now the bid is 8, the ask 814, and someone had just told me it was down to 760, so it didn't take long for this to go up 40 cents, and it probably won't take much longer for it to go another 40 cents up. That's the way I see it. And we're looking at the stock PN. I'm going to show you it on the long-term chart, and the reason that I want you to look at the longest-term chart, 180 days, is because I see where this 5-day moving average is, and I can see over here, once it got from there down to there, that is a big gap. That is a big gap. And I see the price there now and on the rise. And I know that there's pressure because if it keeps coming in volume and buying, it's going to jump up because there's a massive gap here. And that's why I'm bringing this stock to your attention today. PN. All right. PN. That's the one I'm calling out. And this is the one I decided to day trade today. And I see it right now, and I'm showing you what's going on with it. PN, and I see a beautiful rising 45 climbing off the 50-day and going higher, both of them. I see the 200 steadily rising slowly. I see the 5-day has crossed and the 10-day has crossed that 200. I see them curving more up to the upside, more to the upside. And I sense that this wick on this candle is going to get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter today. I believe that the bottom of this wick will get longer and longer and longer. All right. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm here to tell you my belief is if this price does go over here, then it's going to go up to this price next. 1066, folks. All right. So I know where it is now. I know the bid is 8 and the ask is 812. I don't care. And isn't it interesting that I just got through saying how I thought it was interesting that the ask was at 814 a share instead of 813, and how I thought that that was a positive signal that the bid was actually 814. I mean, the ask was 814. Well, just be patient, folks, because the ask just dropped from 814 to 810. Okay. And we're going to see what happens. The stock is up 17% today, right now. It's up 17%. We are at a 1030 algorithm negative time to 1045. But to me, it looks good. To me, it still looks good, and it still looks promising. PN. I see the bid now is at 790. The ask is 809. 790 bid, ask 809. And how do you like it? They've got the bid now down to 807, Savannah. Bid 790, ask 807. Now the bid is 790, the ask is 8. PN, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just wondering to myself, the bid is now 786, the ask is 8. The bid just jumped up 6 cents to 793. That's right. The bid just rose 6 cents to 793. And now we're going to get very tight here between the bid and the ask, where there'll be no gap at all. And hey, by the way, the bid just rose to 794 and the ask just rose to 799, and both numbers are green. The bid is now 794, the ask 799, and we're going to go back up over 8 here. It's now the ask is 809. The ask is 809. Here we go. The bid has just risen to 795. The ask is 809. And this looks very, very strong here. Now selling at $8. Now selling at $8. I like it. The bid is now 795. The ask 809. The bid 795. Ask 809. And it is trading constantly right now at $8 even. Now I want to look at something here. I want to look at the trade chart on this PN. Okay, and here's what I want to see. Well, 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 well. Woo! You see that? I had sell orders up there at 919. It already hit 930 this morning. And I was selling, I was selling at 920 this morning and over $9. The bid now 795, the ask 8. Getting very, very tight here now again. And there's a lot of eyes on this stock, folks. Believe me, this thing is not stopping. It is not stopping. The bid is 795, the ask 8. Orders are filling now at 796.7, 798.80, 795. And it's getting very tight here, folks. The bid is 795. The ask is now 8. No more massive gap of 20 cents between the bid and the ask. That's gone. And there's no one that seems to want to let it go. At this stage, there's no one that seems to want to let it go less than $8. And it's trading at 796.7. 7967, and the bid is 795. The ask is 8. And this is a very, very nice little spot here. The bid is 793. The ask is 8. I would think at lunchtime low they should go to 888 again. 788 for lunchtime low. They should go to 788 for the lunchtime low. They may even try to take a lunchtime low down to 766. Someone said earlier, just about 30 minutes ago, they were at 760. And isn't that interesting that they were at 760 and then they went back up over 8? And they did that in less than 20 minutes. And now the bid is 780. The ask is 790. So they're really yanking this thing around. PN. And here it is right here. And quite frankly, it still looks very strong. The 45-day just continually rising, and the 50 rising, and the 200 is still rising. You can clearly see that looking at the dotted lines. So all the long-term lines are still rising. And again, in fact, you can't even see these candlesticks that they're trying to sell against this to hold it back with. Literally, they're almost non-existent. You can't see them. There's nothing like over here, nothing like this. Look how little they're trying to whittle it down with, just as little as they can, folks. They don't want to put a lot of effort into it. Let's put it that way. They're not putting a whole lot of effort into it, okay? They're just doing what they must to hold it as long as they can with a rising 45 day and a rising 50 day and a rising 200 and a rising 10 and a rising 5. Every single long term line is rising, folks. Every one of them. Look at the 180-day chart right now. Let's look at the 3 year. Wow. And baby, look at the volume. Whoo. Look at that massive volume right there over the past week. Look at all the volume buying in over the last week. Momentum play, baby. Momentum play. Big green candlestick, unenveloped. That was it. Bottom. They bottomed it out. And then look at the buyers all coming in here. Wow. Well, there's no question here that these are buyers because this is a green candlestick. And each one of these represents 1 week. They're weekly candlesticks. So over the last week, there's been a massive surge in volume on this PN stock. PN, ladies and gentlemen. PN. Now the 20-day. Jeez. Man, just look at that. Look at that 200-day. Look at the 50-day change angle and change the pitch upward there. Shove that freaking price right on up, like I often say it will. I keep telling everybody when they try to barcode a stock and then the 50 gets up in that range, it just shoves it right up their arse. And they tried to barcode the stock there, and as soon as the 50 got up near it, it just shoved it right up. Yep. Tried to take it down this morning. That 50's too close now. The energy is too strong. Boing, right up. Try to take it down. It won't matter. When you get to the 50, it's going to shove it right up, folks, because the 200 is underneath the underlying, just rising steadily. And the pitch on it just changed as well and started going up more to the north. I can put in a pitch line to make it more obvious to you so you can see it here. Because sometimes, it's not real easy to see these subtle changes that I point out. But there's a definite difference in this line right here. You can see it. Let me just fix that a little bit. There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just steadily, steadily rising and rising. Off of that original pitch line, this 200 has now begun to rise even more. And the same thing occurred here with this 45 and 50 day. They just changed right here and started climbing. That's why the little bump right off of it and off it goes. And now they try to take it back down to this line and off it will go because this 200 and this 50, all of this is just going to shove that right up. Shove it, folks. It's going. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. There it goes right now. And look at that, folks. Flat bottom. Here she comes. Watch it rise. This is going to be good, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I look down here, and like I said, I don't see the real resolve on these sellers. They sold here, then they sold half as much, and now they've sold half as much again. So I don't see a lot of resolve to try to hold it down. Okay. And it looks very good here right now to me. Looks very good. PN. And I've already shown people what I think it could do on this 180-day chart. PN looks to me like it is breaking this point right here and could then go all the way up. The only resistance has been way back here months ago, but look at that fall that was created. And by the way, everyone that bought this stock here was consolidating and they got their coffers full. And then they just kept working it up and buying the dip and buying the dip and buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip. And they just kept accumulating through here. But on this day, 18.49 a share, and 36 hours later, the price was at $3.50, 350 from $18. And now we're here. And what could keep it from going from here back to there? Everything was sold here, folks. And so there's no shares here available. They were sold to people that wanted to buy it as it was falling because they were expecting a recovery. Well, now it's recovering and they're going to hold it now here. They're waiting for this recovery. They bought it when it fell to there. They bought there at that line of resistance. Probably a lot was bought there. Some more was probably bought in this region. Then I'm sure a lot was bought there because they thought, well, this was a big drop before and it stopped there, so I'm going to get some here. So fairly good amount of shares were probably bought there. But then, folks, collapse. And I'm letting you know that from here to there could be a gap all the way up to $18. From this number to there could be a gap to $18. And that's why PN has been so radical today because it started to break away when it got over $9 this morning. Bid now is, let's see. The bid is 781 and the ask is 788. What do you know? And about 30 minutes ago, the low was 760, someone told me. Someone said the PN was at 760. Let's go look at several people just called out a stock here a moment ago and said, "Hey, Cat, take a look at GCTK, GCTK." So let's go look at it again now, GCTK, and we want to look at it on the 1 day. All right. Well, it needs to get over this number. I'm telling you, 103. It's got to get over 104. And just look how they're holding it there. They don't want to let it over 104. But I've already told you where it's going to have resistance as it rises from here. And as you can see, I put in a lot of resistance here. They've been here for a long time in the past in this region. They've been all over this region before. They've been there. They've been there. They've wallered all in this. They've wallered all in this. GCTK looks like it's stuck in 103ville for the rest of the day. 103 can't move. 104 algorithm trading, folks. It just freezes it up and it can't move anymore. It just freezes it all up right there. You'd think that my dollar cost average on this was 105, wouldn't you? But I didn't buy into it, GCTK. I didn't buy any of it. Hey, I'm making some good money on QS today. Nice. And I'm going to sell it here. I know to sell 760, folks. 760 is a sell. It's on my buy sell sheet. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You got to sell 780, 777. I'm going to sell right here. And I just sold 778. Now you want to sell 782, 783, and come up and make sure you sell 787. Folks, I've got these numbers on my buy sell sheet. You got to sell these numbers. All right? Sell some here. You don't have to sell all of your shares here if you own this QS. But I want you, it's at the high of the day right now, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we do here. We buy low, we sell high. Okay? That's what we do. We buy the low, we sell the numbers on the buy sell sheet. There we go. I just sold 781. And now I want to put my dollar cost average is 764. So I want to put my buy orders in here for shares at 769. I want a 769 buy now. 13 cents lower than where I'd sell it. I'm going to sell it at 782, and then 13 cents lower is 769. Okay. And another number I want to try to buy is 772. Okay. But I'm going to sell here. You should be selling these numbers. And I just sold 781. And here they come down to the numbers that I just called out. Yes, indeed. Here they come to 772 right now. 10 cents and then 13 cents down. That's what we're shooting for. 772 now. Here we come. Right on down to me. Come on down here. We're at 773.5 right now. 773. Come on. You can hit that 772. I know you can. I have confidence in you. There we go. Got it. And now we're trying for 769. But that would be 13 cents down from the 782 sell I just made in 781. I'm looking for a 13-cent drop. And here it comes right now, coming for 769, 13-cent down. 13-cent drop. And I don't care. I'm just going to come in here at 770 now. I don't even think they're going to go for the I don't believe they're going to get the 13. I don't think they will. Looks like they're just going for 10-cent drop, and all they got was 10. So that's trading into trenches, folks. I'm going to teach you how to trench trade here. All right. I'm trading here in the trenches. I'm going to teach you how to trench trade. All right. And what I want you to do now is lower these 782 bids to sell. I want you to make them come here to, because I think they're going to keep working this down. This stock is up 6% today, and I just bought 771. So now here comes the recovery back up, and I want you to sell 779, and I want you to sell at 777 here, folks. Okay, all right, that's what I want you to do with me. I know it sounds crazy, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to day trade this stock in the trenches. I'm going to teach you how to trench trade right now. And right now, I believe they're going to try to trade this in a 6-inch trench, 6-cent trench. And I believe they'll do it over and over, and they'll continue to work it down. Okay. That's what I believe. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So we're going to see them trade this now in a 6-cent trench. 6-cent trench, and there's 775. We're getting close. We're going to get to 777 and sell there. I just saw some sell at 775. The stock is QS, ladies and gentlemen. QS. I'll show it to you on the chart. We're going to go now to QS. Hold on. QS. Come on, Tyler. Hit a freaking Q, would you? QS. I can't see the keys on this thing. QS. There it is. QS. There it is. Oh, and this is QSR. So I'm having a heck of a time here, folks. I tell you, I'm having a heck of a time with this in QS. Enter. There it is. QS, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stock QS that I just got through selling at the very high 782. I just sold it there. Thank you very much. And now I'm trading it and buying it back at 772 right there. And now I've decided to lower my dollar cost average on this if I can and see if we can get it at 767, a penny over my dollar cost average. And we see it now at 770. I'm going to say they go for 766 at lunchtime low or just before lunchtime low at around 11. But now you see why I sold those 780s and why I sold there at 781, 782. It's a no-brainer, folks. They're going to bring it down 13 cents is what I said to 769. After I sold the 782, I told you they would bring it to 769. And that's where I'm going to buy right now, 769. I've got 5 shares there right here on QS. I'm waiting to buy 769. And you can see the price is actually at 770 right now, 770. And several 7695s just filled. 7695s. And I called for 769. And I just bought some at 770, so I'm not worried about that. And now I'm going to try for 771. I should get 771 at least. And interestingly enough, my dollar cost average is 766 on this stock. But here we go, folks. QS and MASK is forming a handle. Got it. CDU annual meeting in June. Brokers are sending voting to shareholders. BlackRock and Citadel have filed that they own millions of shares. I think the stock will rise into the meeting June 6th. Oh, I do too. I told everybody I thought SIDU could be as high as $8. Well, we got a lot of interesting buying going on here on this one here on QS today. The lowest price they had it today was $7.21. And at that price, they had a whole whopping 9,587 shares. And they let me have more at 771 just then. I'm very grateful to them. That looks like the lowest they can get it, folks, 771. It looks like even though they just got 770, it looks like they just don't have the strength to hold it down there. Okay, they don't have it, folks. And but they're definitely making a strong effort to accumulate it now at 772 and 773, two of their most favorite numbers to buy. And by the way, where they've gotten here now 390,000, and they're going to get to 400,000. They're going to show it because down here, look at all these shares they showed: 684,000, 669, 613. 888,000 at 755. Look at that number, 755. Savannah, they bought 888,000 there, the most of any share today. Then 463, then 660, 492, 454. Here, why aren't they showing? Why don't they show the 420? Why don't they show the 415? Why don't they show the 437? Is it mandatory 450 or they can't show the number, or 446, 46? See that number? 446. They're showing that at 754, but they're not going to show a 437 at 773. Why not? Does that show weakness that they can't get it and they won't show it then? They're at 415,000 here and they're not going to show it. Here they're at 442,000. Down here, I guess you got to get to 454,000, and they're just not going to show the dang thing because they're not proud enough to show it. Right here, 442,000 at 773. And it's done, folks. That's it. They're not going to get any more. And watch it rise now, folks. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is where she starts to make her move. Oh, they showed it now. 449,000. They finally got it where they could show it. They had to get it over down here, 446. So they got 449,000, and then they finally showed it. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock we're talking about is QS. QS. And again, I guess they just will not show the number until they have something that is respectable. Okay? It's got to be respectable. And that's respectable. Oh, that gets their respect. 449,000. Watch it rise, folks. Everything's going to get passed up here. It's going to rise right over all this. QS. And I got my sell orders in place. Bam, 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 bam. Going to be selling. I'll just wait till the alarm bells go off. Now let's go over and look at our other stocks that we've been trading today and see how they're doing. Chart. QS looks very good here, folks. This is what the QS chart looks like right now. QS. I just bought it at 773. And yep, QS. Nice. Now I want to look at one yesterday that I sold, and this reason I have money to buy with today. SDOT. And it is certainly at its double bottom right now, folks. You can see the 5-day average drop to right there. And here they are again trying to drop the 5-day average to the same number right now. But before they were able to attain a 32.95, and here they're only able to attain this number, which is 34.31. So I see that as a good signal, all right, on this stock, SDOT. But that being said, I want to move it over to a runner, and I've got a lot of shares of this. I've got SDOT. Let's see how many shares I got of this. I've got 2,370 shares of this. Now it's only 34 cents, so I don't have that much money in it. It seems like a lot, but it's only 34 cents. But I am down on this, so I'm going to start selling some right here, just a little bit. And if I start selling some, that'll inspire them to run it up from where I sell it. So I'm going to sell a little bit here right now, and I'm just going to sell a little bit, not needing to sell a lot. Some people often ask me, "Hey, man, I'm a bag holder on this. What should I do? Should I sell it here? Or, I don't know what to do, man. I'm down and I don't know what to do." Well, I don't always sell immediately. I never do that. What I'll do is sell some at market. I'll, bleed a little bit out of it. And as I do that, I'll move it over to what is a defined or discernible runner, one that's taking off. And right now, guessing AMD will be going to 380 coming days, profit taking and filled up the gap. Yeah, I sold it this morning, $430 a share. I sold it. I sold it at 429, 430, 431. I did not get the 433 sell order to fill for me on it on AMD. People say, do you day trade any of these long stocks that you own? And yeah, when they spike like that, I sure do. I sure do. So I didn't, of course, I didn't sell all my shares of AMD in no way. I mean, I would never do that. But but I sold a nice sizable chunk, let's put it that way, and it made a very nice profit on AMD this morning. So whatever I might be down a little bit today on this is more than compensated by my AMD gains. Man, oh man, you guys have no idea. All right, so let's get over here and let's bleed off some more of this here. I'm down $330 since I purchased this, and I want to turn that into a $330 profit this afternoon. So I'm going to be selling here down till I have 2,000 shares left of this, and then I will then take that money and move it over onto a runner. That is my intention. That's what I'm going to try to do, and I'm going to be doing it here in just a moment as you watch with your own very own eyes. So this morning, in case you're late to the tank, these are the stocks which were called out this morning. And you talk about MASK looks ready to pop. Amado, the Bass Assassin, and J Rod called that out yesterday. So let's go look at it and see if it's ready to go. And this is SDOT. I'm trying to sell at market 60 shares. Let's see if it will sell any of it. There we go. It sold it. And I'm going to do it one more time. I've got a lot of shares of this, folks, so I'm just going to move a little bit of this money over. There we go. And I'm going to move a little bit more of it over. And now I'm going to find a stock to move it over to. And this is how I do it, folks. When I'm down on a stock, and I tried to sell all of this last night, and I didn't get rid of it all. I only had 950 cash this morning to work with. So right now I just want to sell 610, and that way I'll have 1,500 shares. That'll give me a nice size chunk of change to work with what I'm going to be buying here. And the stocks I'm going to be buying is going to be one of these stocks that's on this list right here. So I'm going to be looking at all these right now that everybody called out. Actually, this was on the 5th. We're going to the 6th now. Please hold. So these are the stocks I'm going to be looking at, and I'm going to look at every one of them and see if any of them have been beaten down. These were the stocks called out yesterday on their big rises. So I'm going to look at if we can find some bottoms on these here. All right. And maybe make a turn run on one of them. So we're going to start with BZAI. Turn this off. Looks like they ran it down to 175, and now it's approaching 185, where it looks maxed out there, folks. I mean, holy smokes. I mean, how many more can they get? Their wheelbarrow, or I should say their truck, was over maximum load at 1,000,003 here at 176. 1,000,003. And notice at 175, there was only 182,000 shares, but there happened to be 1,381,000 available at 176. What a coincidence. Now, 177 also had 1,000,005, so that's all the capacity was there. And notice all the dark areas of these candlesticks were sold to the bidder, but every one of these freaking shares down here was bought on the ask. Every one of them, not a single dark area on one of those candlesticks. So, on Mask, every one of these lowest price shares sold was sold to people paying the ask price. They didn't care about bids, okay? I just sold 10 QS at 781. All right, QS is moving right on up. Nice. Now, here they could only load the truck to an amount of 1,123,000. So they're not going to show it. Here they could only fill the truck 1,030,000, so they're not going to show that. Here it was only 1,008,000 at 180, so they're not going to show that. Here it was only 1,008,000 again at 181. And here it was 1,008,000, 1,006 at 182. And then they get 1,009,000 at 183, one of their favorite numbers to accumulate, 1,009,000 at 184, and then 2,461,000 at 185, folks. Well, my goodness gracious, how many freaking, why isn't the axle broken on this? Let me tell you what's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock. What they're going to do right now is they're going to throw in the half order at 184 and a half right now. All right. There is no more capacity here. 2,000,004 was all they could get. All right. 2,000,004 was as much as they could handle there. And they're going to throw in a half number here, I do believe. So this is BZAI down 19% this morning. And who is so dead set to keep it down 19%? And even more so, I want you to realize if BZAI fell this far and it's at 19% down now, that means they already triggered 20% stop losses when it hit 184. They would have already triggered the 20% stop losses at 184, folks. You can see right now, look, the stock is down 20%. So they've already triggered 20% stop losses once today already. They already did it. And so the effect of 20% stop losses selling off didn't run it down any more than 175. So they triggered 20% stop losses and got all those automatic sell orders to come in and sell down to 175, where they could only get 182,000 shares. 182,451 is all they could get there, folks. And they triggered the 20% stop losses when the price hit 184, and then it dropped to 175, 9 cents down. And do you remember me telling you they were going to put a half order in at 184 and a half now? Look at these orders here. Look at them all. 184 and a half. I called it, folks. I told you they were going to start filling at 184 and a half because they don't have any more available. They can't fill anymore. They can't do anymore. There's the half number there. 184 and a half. I told you they would. I called it out. I said, guys, they're going to drop in a half order here at 184 and a half. Watch. Because they were over maximum capacity at all these numbers. How do you like that? CDU at 321 and was up to 324. Thank you, David. Thank you, David Dulemba. Vanguard has announced it owns 5.66% of shares. Citadel 4.4%. BlackRock, I believe, has 4%. Yes, yes. I told everybody, I showed everybody how many institutions had been buying into SIDU while the price dropped. I showed everybody. They're piling in on SIDU right now while all the retail sellers were selling. I showed everybody what was going on with SIDU. I said I have not seen a stock have that much over 1,000% increase over the last 90 days. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen that. I pointed it out to everybody. If you go over here and you put in CDU on Fintel, if you give me just a second here, CDU stock Fintel. Take a look at SIDU, institutional ownership. And we're going to be, short interest has 0.99 days to cover. 0.9. 0.99 days to cover. But here's what I want you to look at institutional ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, the average portfolio allocation has increased over the last most recent quarter. That's what MRQ means, has increased by 754%. Go and try to find any other country, any other company. Go try to find any other company that has a most recent quarter increase of 754%. Go look. You see if you can find any company that will eclipse that number. I dare you. I challenge you. Go find any other company that you can think of that has had a most recent quarter increase in institutional ownership by 754%. You won't find it. And over here, look at the institutions, as I said, buying in while these prices have dropped. They're increasing their positions, folks. You can see it clearly. On this pullback, they're adding. There's no doubt about it. They're adding. They've been adding. They've been adding because they know. And the reason that they got it so low is because they wanted to get in there before this SpaceX run. And I'm telling you, I think it could go all the way back up to around $7 or $8 a share, SIDU. I've been telling everybody about it, and I think it could. PN up still 14% up. 788 at the lunchtime low is what they're shooting for. 788. That's a good place to accumulate some shares. Take it back up to 8.20, 9, maybe even $9 again, like it was this morning where we sold it at $9. That's right. When those were with me this morning, when it ran up here, I said, we're selling. We get out here. Let's sell, Mortimer, sell. You can see the high today was 930, and you can bet your butt I was selling there, and you guys were selling with me, I hope. PN. Now I want to look at QS. QS. Nice, folks. Woo. How do you like that? QS. That looks good. Nice. There we go. Well, I just sold 783. I'm not in a huge hurry to sell it either. Let's sell it here at 787, 788 next. Then we'll see if we can get a 790 share out. And then 793. Well, we'll go 792. Then we jump all the way up to 797. Here we go, folks. Here we go. I just sold 787. And this is on QS, ladies and gentlemen. QS. Bring your buy order in now at 772, 773. Try to buy 777 again. And now I want you to come in at 779, 778. Folks, they can easily pull this down 13 to 775 from 788. Easily. I've already shown you that they can do that. Now these numbers I'm selling here, they're selling at these numbers because they're on my buy sell sheet. And the stock I'm on is QS. Cat, did you look at PMAX? It's holding 275. Good. A few heart for Cat. Thank you there, Nouveau. SIDU, next stop 340s. All right, Joey B. Oh, yeah. Selling the 788, baby. There it goes. Now we're going to 790. 790s on the I'm taking that off now. I just removed 790. I want to see it go right on up to 792 here. I just removed my 790 sell. Of course, they take it to 788.99 and then it's right back down to 785. But I think it's going to go beyond 790 here. I'm going to try to move one of these up here to 779 for a buy. And I see they've gotten a lot also at 780 and 81. So I believe they'll get that again. So the stock I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is QS. QS. And it's also one I'm selling, obviously, but I'm still trying to buy any pullbacks that I can right here. Any pullbacks I can. QS. Bid now 786, ask 787. It's a steady climb. The least you're going to get now is 782 and 783 right now. You should still be able to get those. But there's a lot of buyers here, folks. There's a lot of energy behind this QS. And now they come in at 786 and a half, and they've given up on that. Now they're at 787s. They're trying the 7865 here. On up she goes. And I'm going to raise my buy order underneath here, but below. There we go. Over 788, over 789, over 790, 791. I really don't see any reason for it to stop from here. QS, let's look at it on the chart. QS, and look at that SDOT. After I sold a few shares, I told you guys I was going to sell some shares and it would take off. I told you that I was going to sell some shares and then make it rock. And I told you, look at this double bottom. I told you it was a double bottom right there. I told you that. Nice. And I'm probably not down that much on SDOT anymore. Down 166 on it. I still got 1,400 shares. I didn't sell it all, but I told you I was going to sell some and I was going to move it over to this other one I think is going to run. And that's this one here, QS, right there. QS is what I moved it over to. All right. But I said to you, folks, this is one thing I want you to learn. I don't want you to sell all your shares at one time. If you're going to move, bleed it out. Don't go sell everything. As soon as you make your sale, that thing can often take off. So don't sell everything, folks. In the same way, you're not buying in all at once, you're not selling all at once. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a mistake to sell all at once. I mean, if there's a public share offering, if there's something like that, that's a different story. You might want to then. If you don't have any green powder, you don't have any powder left, you might want to sell on a public share offering or reverse split. You might sell all immediately and then find another mover the next day. You have to take those reverse splits and public share offerings and shake them off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Now we're going to be back over here and we're looking at, I'm going to look at EZGO. Ah, look at that thing down. EZGO at 29 cents. Man, oh man, wow. I'm in. They did a public share offering, right? I think they did an offering yesterday. I'm buying. My dollar cost average is 30 cents. And the reason I'm buying this stock, folks, is because I'm accumulating it right now underneath this massive, massive buying right here. Okay. And I'm not buying in huge increments by any means, but I am going to buy at this number. I'm going to buy there. Here we go. 5:30. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, folks. Sound is halted. I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. Um, but take a look at these numbers, folks. This is where I'm buying this stock right now. The stock that I'm buying is right here. One that I told my buddy yesterday, Mo Deeve, sell this, and he did sell it. He did sell it, and I'm very glad he did because I was telling him to sell it in the $3.40 range, 330, 339, and 333. And look at it, 29 cents now. That's where I'm buying it, 29 and 30 cents. And he sold it in the threes, folks, last night. Yep. Muted 5 minutes. Yep. Well, not anymore. You can hear me now. And I am here to buy 29s and 28s on this stock. And the reason that I want to buy these numbers is because of all the people that have already bought above me already. Look at all the buys that have been made up here. So I want my dollar cost average to be 29 cents. And 28 I just bought as well. So I want my dollar cost average underneath this massive wall of buying. Take a look right here, folks. The most shares they could have at today's low was 92,000 shares at 28 cents. The next number up is 5,910,000. All right. And interestingly enough, they're showing the 4,000,008 right here. Here they only got 2,465,000. They won't even show that number because it's unrespectable. It doesn't get any respect. Disrespectful. And now they got 4,000,009. Well, I got news. When they get to 5,000,004 or 5,000,006, this is going to jump. It's going to go up from here. All right. Watch this number. When they get to 5,000,004 or when they get to 5,000,001 or 5,000,006, watch it go up to here. Okay, it's already moving up to there. It's already doing it now. And they've already got their quotas here, 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 all the way up to here. It's going to go all the way past all this, folks. Just watch. It's going to come over all these numbers right now, and it's going to go all the way up to here. 38 cents, folks. 38 cents is where we're headed. All right? Because everything here, they've already reached their quota. 6,000,009, 5,000,006, 5,000,004, 8,000,007, 8,000,006, 6,000,004. Watch it go over that. Watch it rise right over that now. All this is oversold. And by the way, you know what's interesting about this? There's no darkness on any of these candlesticks, folks. Every single share that was thrown out here was bought on the ask. That means, well, I take it back. I see the dark area on this one. That one was sold to the bid there. Almost this whole candlestick was sold to the bidders at 35 cents. I don't think they have any more shares left at 35 cents to sell if they sold 8,600,000 there. But I don't see any darkness on these. I don't see any darkness on these numbers here. None. I see no darkness. I see darkness on that one all the way to there. I mean, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is this line darker, or is this whole line dark? It's hard to tell, but right here I see a difference. And this color looks more like this color, which is buying on the ask, than this color looks like this. I don't think that is dark. I think this is lighter. They should make this more contrast. They should make this red and they should make this green. They need to change this. Listen to me. If you're listening, Charles Schwab, just make the ones that are buying on the bid, make that section red, and then make the buying on the ask green. Here, make this red all the way from here to here because they were sold to the bid. And then here, make that section green, sold on the ask. That would help us. But regardless of whether they were sold on the bid or the ask, and all of it is dark and all of it is light, there's still the fact remains that people are bidding. If this was all sold on the bid, they're all bidding that amount and they wanted it for that price. They wanted it for 30 cents. Everyone here just bid all the way to there. This candlestick was just sold dark all the way to the very tip of it. And then there's where the buying started. See that very little bit of light at the end of it. So just now, a lot of shares at that number sold. I don't see, I surely, thank you. What's the name, Kat? The stock is EZGO. Yesterday, it was at a nice 1 week high, and I told my buddy Mo Deeve to get out of it. And sure enough, after he sold it, they did a public share offering and they dropped. And I'm going to show you the chart right now so you can see it. This is what happened. And last night, I was telling him to sell when the price was in the 330, 338. I told him to sell 344. I told him, and he sold. I know he told me he sold 347. So good for him because after that, they did a public share offering announcement this morning and their prices dropped from 347 to 29 cents where I'm buying it now. I'm buying shares of it there. Now I can see there's still heavy selling pressure against it. More sellers, but here more buyers and sellers, equal buyers and sellers, more sellers, and here more buyers than sellers. Right here, more buyers than sellers. And part of the reason that I'm buying here is because of the term consolidation and convergence. And right now, they've got this 5 day and the 50 day and the 45. They've converged it all together in a very tight little, very tight, almost needle point here. And I like to buy on convergence. I just sold QS at 797. All right. Let's go look at QS here. All right. Now, in my defense of when I just sold those shares of the other one, SDOT, I moved it over to this one, QS. And I'm moving it over to this one here, EZGO, right now, which I think is completely oversold. And I'm trying to buy it here. And I have now 40 shares of this. I don't have a lot. I'm not going in very heavy. I'm just testing the water. But so let's take a look at the stocks that were called out yesterday, one by one. BZAI. We're going to start with BZAI. Hold on, please. BZAI. And well, it looks good. I'm not holding any shares, but this looks good, folks. BZAI. Now let's look at the chart on it. Yeah, there it is. BZAI. Somebody just went in on this. Somebody bought 225,000 shares of it just now. It's down 17%, folks. It's down 17% right now. And I sold it all yesterday. You know, I sold all out of this. And so that's a deep drop. There's some buyers coming in now, though. I'm a little bit scared to come in on that right there because yesterday I saw what looked like a triple upside crossover coming out on another one, and I started buying it, and they knocked the shit out of it. SDOT. So I'm gonna hold off on this, especially with the price 188. I would sell it at 188 if I were you. That's a number on my buy sell sheet. BZAI. And but yeah, it just broke up there. It's taken off. It looks like. Could be wrong. I'll try to buy some of this. But before I do, let's take a look at all these. That was called out by DeBass Assassin and Mr. Mexi Brown yesterday, BZAI. But I sold it at the high yesterday. So, but that's one stock. And now we're going to look at another one that was called out yesterday, and that was ADVB. Oh yeah, baby, ADVB. Now listen, it needs to get over this line right here. Okay. It's got to get over that line. Okay. If the 5 day, that's the blue line, can get over that line, this thing could really make a nice move. And right now, the 5 day is in fact breaking over that line, folks. So I see this is a good opportunity. Holy crap, the bid is 701 and the ask is 740. The bid is 701, the ask is 740. And it's just like yesterday, a triple upside crossover, and the 5 day has now matched the previous and broke over. Well, this is when I bought that SDOT yesterday, folks. This is exactly the situation where I bought SDOT. And man, did they knock the shit out of that thing after I bought some. Man, they just knocked the freaking crap out of it, didn't they? SDOT. But this is the same scenario. I had seen this as a high resistance, high resistance, high resistance, high. And then I saw the 5 day break it and I said, I'm going to buy this now. And sure enough, as soon as I started, they just absolutely mashed that thing down, mashed it. It's what they did to me yesterday. I'm going to show you guys. DSOT. Or what was it? SDOT. SDOT. Look what they did to me yesterday. Now, this is what I did yesterday, and I'm going to show you on the 5 day chart, so it'll be very easy to see. So, yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, I had seen this line of resistance before, and I seen the line of resistance. And yesterday, right here, I saw it breaking that line of resistance for the third time. Once, twice, 3 times. And that was where I thought, okay, folks, this is the third time over this line of resistance. Once, twice, this is the third time over. I'm going to start buying it. It was a triple upside crossover forming on the long term. It was about to cross over the 200. Everything was crossing over the 200. And I thought, okay, I'm going to buy some of this. Look what they did to that thing after that. And of course, this morning I sold some very early and then it dropped to here. Now it's rising back up. But man, oh man, folks, be careful because sometimes when you see this line of resistance and then it goes up again and goes over that line, they're going to hit it again. And they did. They knocked the crap out of it. And as you know, I did not buy it here this in the yesterday morning there. I waited till it came from here and then came up and crossed over that 50 day. And as soon as it crossed that 50 and crossed the 200, that's where I made my first entry because I thought, shit, this thing could really go now. Because I see over here, there ain't crap to stop it from going up once it goes past this point. Once it goes past that point, I knew it. So there it was going over that point, and I thought, shit, it's the first, it's the second, it's the third. It could really go now once it gets over that number. Well, someone else had other ideas. They said, hell no, we're not going to let it get over that number yet. Not till we take it down and nutsack the shit out of it tomorrow morning. And then we might let it go up and break that line and then go all the way up to there. But boy, howdy, did they come at that thing yesterday, and I got suckered. It cost me today, but that's all right. I'm going to move it over onto another runner. And but this is the stock SDOT. So I warn you, I'm showing you this one now, so you be cautious about that other one that I just looked at there, ADVB. Okay, be careful. Be careful. Be cautious. There it is, folks. ADBV. And again, it looks as though it might be ready to cross that line. And if it can get over that line, folks, it should make a nice run. It could make a very nice run, at least to this line, 743. But it's got to get over this one first, 720, folks. It's got to get over 720. And I see the bid now is 731. The ask is 747. But I'm even telling you that this is a major line of resistance. There's two of them here, and we got to get over both of those. It's got to get over those, okay? There's two lines of resistance, and there's one there, and there's one here. They got to get over. They must get over that. Shoot. Got to get over these two lines. All right. So this price now, it needs to come up, and the 5-day needs to cross that one and that one. And if it can get over that one there, then you got some moves. There's one more that's right there. There's actually one more line of resistance right there. And that price is at 772 a share, of course. Right there. Doop. Well, and if it breaks over that, then there's nothing but a big freaking gap up here. 772, folks. If it goes over this line, 773, big gap here. Nothing left above there. 773. And let's get back over here. That was one called out by DeBass Assassin, ADVB. Called out by DeBass Assassin. And he might be right, man. If it can get on over that, man, we might see some nice movage. There is a resistance point right there, too, a small one where it came up to there and then dropped. I'll put one more in there, and then I'm done putting resistance levels in on this one. Right there. Well, this is ADVB up today, 8.89%. Good call out yesterday. That was called out yesterday. ADVB was called out by DeBass Assassin. Now we're looking at MAIA, going to the 1-day chart now. And that ADVB, boy, I tell you, that looks good. It's got to come over both these lines, and then it's got clearance to come on up here. That's the 5-day reaching 759. And when that 5-day gets to 760, you should sell. No matter where this price is, when the 5-day gets to there, you should sell a little bit. When the 5-day gets to 760. All right, so that's on ADVB. It looks good. DeBass Assassin, congratulations. Now we're going to be looking at MAIA. And remember, DeBass Assassin called this out yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, DeBass Assassin called this out. MAIA. He would have called this out in the early morning down here. So, wow, what a nice one. DeBass Assassin. Very nice. Quite honestly, this was the most critical line to break over. That one. And we broke over that this morning. Look at it jump. And just as I said it would, I told you this is a line that's very critical, and it jumped all the way to there, and that's where it should meet the next resistance, right there. You have to go back further in time to see where the real resistance will be. You have to go back to the 20-day. All right. You've got to go back even further than 20 days at this stage. Well, listen, where that 5-day is right now, there certainly never has been any resistance there before. Never, never. Just one time at this line right here, folks. That is it. Where the 5-day average is right now, that is the line of resistance, was met on a spike once, right there. Holy crap. That 5-day's not going to stop there. It never stopped there, and it never stopped there, and likely is it's not going to stop here. It's not, especially if all they could do was get a stab at it there one time with a candlestick, just a stab, not a foundation, not a platform, not the top of the candlestick. It actually stabbed it and dropped. So I'm telling you, folks, that this line, the 5 days not going to stop on that. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it, folks. It's going to go up to this number next. And when the 5-day gets to 759, you should sell the stock price wherever it is. Wherever it is. All right. When the 5-day gets to that number, you should sell a little bit wherever the price is. Okay. And that is on ADVB. I can't tell you what price to sell at, but I can tell you when the 5-day average reaches this line, and that is 759, meaning the price will probably at that time be back where it was around 870s, like it was here. The price will probably be around 870s if they get the 5-day back up here to that line or to that line. Okay. 759. Watch for the 5-day to come up, and it's got to clear this one first. It's already had trouble getting over that number here, trouble there. But I don't really see any reason for it to stop here in this region. I don't see any reason for the 5-day to stop on that line now. I don't. Not with the 50 rising like that and 200 below it rising. Bid 731, ask 744. Last orders filling at 733 a share. Well, now you know why they've stopped it at that number so many times. 733, folks. Yep, 733. Well, that 5 days not probably going to stop here. It never did here. Most likely not going to stop there now. All right, that's ADVB. Good call out there, DeBass Assassin. Congratulations. Now, Cobra 332 called out MAIA. So we're going to look now at MAIA. And it looks good to break above this line. And if it does get over this line, folks, it could make a nice move. It will most likely go to this point right here, right there. All right. If this 5-day breaks here, it's going to go to there. And if it breaks there, it's going to go to this line. And then if it breaks there, it's going to go all the way up to probably about right here, the bottom where they took it up and then pulled it down to right there before. Right there. Then it goes over this line. It's going to go to that one, and it goes beyond that, and we're off to the freaking races. And this price is at $1.46. 146 a share. If this stock goes over 146, watch out, okay? I'm telling you, if the stock goes over 146, you can watch out. And this is a good looking chart. And I showed you this yesterday, the mirroring here. Here's the mirror. This rise is this rise. This drop is this drop. This rise is equated there. This drop is equated there. This rise is not even equated here until from here to there. Then they herked and jerked it again through this region where they had herked it and jerked it through here. So it made sense that they would do it again, herk and jerk it a while. And then from there, it would possibly run all the way up to this point. And that's where it was right there. The bottom was right there. And that was this bottom right here, ladies and gentlemen. And off this bottom, once they pulled it to that bottom. You can see how high it went. Well, they just pulled it to that bottom again, and now it could go right on up. It could go to a minimum of this line right here. From right here, from right here, this 5-day could go all the way up to this line right here. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to, but we can see that there is a gap from here to there. We can see the gap from here to there. We can see the gap from here to there. We can see the gap from here to there. We can see the gap from here down to there. We can see the gap from here to there. All this history shows there's a gap there. There's a gap there. And now we can see a history gap from here all the way up to right here, folks, right here. 142 share price. The blue line could come to 142 because it has so many times before off this line. Okay. I'm just showing you. MAIA. MAIA. That's the stock sitting on this line right now. That was a line of resistance right there. Was a line of resistance to the rise and pullback there before it shot up. That line of resistance has been met once. Here, the 50-day stopped on it. Here, the 5-day stopped on it again. Here, they took it up and then down to that line again, up. Here, they raised it up and stabbed it down. Here, that blue line, top of the orange 5-day, stopped it there and dropped it. And now that line again, that line, it becomes a line of resistance. And this line isn't even as common as this line. This line is the most common line of all of them, the median line. There's not only a mirror here in the middle that's getting mirrored here on these moves, but there's also a mirror here in the middle, and it's getting mirrored by these moves. See that? This is the mirror right here. That line, that's the mirror. And now you're seeing the reflections of the past. This is the reflections now of this past right here in this range. And that's what we're going to see. And we're probably going to see some really nice swing trades on this, possibly, because you can see this was down for 2 days, up for 1 day, down for 1 day, up for 1 day, down for 1 day, up for 1 day. We're going to see the same thing: up for 1 day, down for 1 day, up for 1 day, down for 1 day, up for 1 day, down for 1 day. Most likely, this will repeat. What happened here will most likely occur here now, just like all this fleecing here happened right through there again. All right, well, listen, this is a triple upside crossover here where the current price went over, the 5-day went over, the 10-day, everything, the 50-day crossed over, the 200 then changed its pitch and started rising. So there's a triple upside crossover. This is the stock. It's called MAIA. I provide, you decide. All right, that's all I do. I provide and you decide. But it looks to me from this line right here, where this price is currently trying to catapult above, that it could easily go to there. And from that line, if it breaks this line, it could go quite a bit higher. It could go quite a bit higher. Okay. And I could be wrong, but this is MAIA. I provide, you decide. Next, HIVE. And that MAIA was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Now we're looking at HIVE, called out yesterday. Mr. Mexi Brown called this out. And that looks extremely good. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, he called this HIVE stock out. And when he did, I put an asterisk beside it. It looked good to me. And I said, man, Mr. Bexley Brown, that looks good to me. HIVE. And this was yesterday morning when he called it out. And I told him it looked good to me. And look at that rise, and all through the night, and all through the pre-market, and now through this day. Man, nice call on that one there. Mr. Mexi Brown, very sweet. And that is a short eating porpoise, folks, right there. Mr. Mexi Brown. That is a short eating porpoise you called out. Nice. Next, the Bass Assassin called out SDOT, which I unfortunately fell victim of. And SDOT yesterday, he called it out in the morning and it started running. And I saw it about to eclipse this. And I thought if it eclipsed that number, it could go all the way up. And it can. If it can get over this number, it can go all the way up. The same way that it fell, it could rise. And so yesterday, sure enough, it eclipsed that number right there at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, folks, it eclipsed that number. And I thought, shit, man, I'm going to buy this because this thing, I mean, I thought to myself, dadgummit, look at this. The 5-day moving average just broke over the 50-day average. This thing could explode right now. Most tech said, no, 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 they don't rise like that. No, 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 they don't rise like that. Well, folks, here's what I was looking at. Okay. I saw the deep vaggy drop. I saw the two labial folds. I saw what happened after that. And I saw it could do it again. It could. It could have. It could have. When you see this mirror image here, and then you see this rise and the plateau, and you see the rise and the plateau, I like to call these the vag and labes, okay? And after that, man, I thought when it was coming up and broke over that 50-day right there, I said, shit, this thing's about to go all the way back up here. And they might have known it too. They're like, dadgummit, man, we have got to, before we let that thing loose, before we let it go, and the volume was coming in, believe me, the buyers were coming in. They first said, let's buy from the vag to here, short the position, take it down here, midway to the vag depth, and then rocket off that and go to the friggin' moon. Go all the way to the moon. And that is might very well might be what they have in store. I don't know. But I can tell you one thing that I know mirror trading. And when I saw this image and I saw that lab and I saw that lab and I saw that start to rise and I saw that rise, I thought, shit, if it breaks this line yesterday, I said to everybody, if the 5-day comes over that line, it could go all the way up. And it can. And they know it. And that's why when it got there and the 5-day broke over and I bought in, they knocked the shit out of it. Now, again, you know me, I did not buy 1,000 shares there. I bought 10, I bought 10 shares or 50 shares at 54 cents. I probably bought 100 shares there. Then they dropped it a little bit and I bought another 100 and they dropped it. Oh my gosh. I mean, this was a call out yesterday by the Bass Assassin. And I think it still is and has the potential to be a runner, a real runner from this line back up to there. But they knew it too, and they said, "Wait a minute, hold it right here. Let us not have this happen," because they saw what was happening. They saw the vaggy, they saw the lab, they saw the lab. They brought it up here. They tried to attack it down at the 50 a little. Then they saw it had too much strength and it was going to break over the 50-day. And they said right there when they saw that, and in the past, when that 50-day was there, the 5-day went all the way to there. Okay. And they knew it. They knew it. They knew it. And that is why they decided right there when I made my first entry that they were not going to have this thing go back up like that before they filled a nut sack, before they fleeced it out one time good. And they freaking did, folks. Look at it now, down 28% today. And thank God I got out 450 shares yesterday afternoon before they attacked it even further down. But there they are now. Can't even establish the same low as yesterday because they don't intend to. I'm telling you, folks, when they saw this here and they saw the lab and they saw the lab and they saw the rise and they saw the rising, and then they tried to stop it and pull it back below the 50-day, and they didn't even get that here. There was no pullback here. But here they got a little pullback, and then shit, the 5-day was going to go over that freaking line. And it was a line that they did not want it to cross. They did not want that 5-day to come over that line because they saw where it could go after that. And they decided to just get everyone out of that sucker. So they might even be the ones responsible. Once they saw this lab here, they might have bought all these shares up just so they could sell them all to get to there today, which is, by the way, nowhere near where we were yesterday's low, not even close to 24 cents now, bouncing here. And this is SDOT. SDOT. And there was the deepest low, was right there, right at the opening today. And even that drive down to the deepest low then got bought because you can see the wick retracted. There's a wick. Then it got bought from here and it went up to there. Then it got bought from here and it went up higher. Then it got bought from here. And who knows what will happen. SDOT. But man, did they slaughter that thing yesterday. And I took a beating from it. But that's the mistakes you can make. And by the way, from my mistakes, you can learn. You can learn. I'm glad I'm the one made that error, not everybody else. All right, so now we're going to get over here, going back to our charts, back to the 1-day chart. Again, now I am looking for stocks that were called out yesterday. They were called out yesterday, Cinco de Mayo, and I'm looking them over, and I'm looking for deals to get in on. Next, I'm going to look at Mask right now again, MASK. And by the way, just so you know, this SDOT, it definitely has now sustained its worst lashing this morning, then the next low here, and the next established low right here at lunchtime, right there. And I like that. Okay. You can see right here, here's the low, and here comes the buyers. SDOT, SDOT. Yep. 27% down. SDOT. Man, and look at the buyers come in and down there now. I'll tell you what, that was a pretty sizable buy right there when they got that nut sack number. Look at that. That's that buy right there. That's a sizable buy. 21,000 shares bought right there in that 1 minute. 21,000 bought there. And then right here on this one just now, 5,171 bought there. And there's more buyers than sellers at all these numbers right now I'm looking at. And at this last candlestick, holy crap, ladies and gentlemen, this thing's freaking unenveloped right here. Oh, yes. And this is SDOT. It just gained 3% back right then. 3%. There it goes. SDOT. Now it's only down 25%. Oh man, isn't it funny how I just came over to this stock and now look at it rocking? They took it down to 34 cents and now it's at 35 something. SDOT. And then as I look at the attempt to sell against it, take a look at the small number of shares right there. Look at that little dinky number of shares that made that thing fall from here to that bottom right there. Trade. SDOT. Oh man. SDOT. I'm down $184 since I bought it. LLL, lifelong learning. That's right. Mr. Maxie Brown, it was a slaughterhouse for that one yesterday. Yes. But like I said, um, fortunately, I did not this morning when I sold some of the shares and went over to QS with it. I did not sell all of it. And I'm only down $173 on it. So I'm not that alarmed about it. I'm only down. You can see right here, my loss on it since I opened the position is $178. So I'm not going to cry over $178 down. Okay. And I still got 1,400 shares. And I still think that it was manipulated down because they saw what was about to happen and they were listening to me and they thought, well, damn, before it goes all the way up that much, let's get everyone out of it first. All right. Next, we're looking at MASK. MASK called out, and that looks extremely good. MASK called out by the Bass Assassin and J Rod yesterday. And right now, that looks very good right there. That looks strong. And they tried to pull it down to here and it went right back up. This is looking strong. MASK. I'm looking for the bottoms. This hold on, that's S that's still SDOT. There it is. MASK, ladies and gentlemen. This is I call this the silver slipper right here. I've seen this before. Here's the heel, and then here's the slipper part. The silver slipper. The kicker has been iced. The kicker has been iced. All right. ERNA. Thank you. Got it. But this is the silver slipper, and I love this chart formation to buy in on. Just so you know, folks, watch it. Look at it right now. There it is. There it's starting to rise, and that's a flat top green on that candlestick, ladies and gentlemen. And this is on MASK. MASK. Lunchtime low right now. MASK. I like it. I'm going to buy it here. I'm coming in at 242, 243. I see at the very lowest price today, 235. They only had 21,000 shares. The next number up, they can only hold 15,000. The next number at 237, they only had 11,000. 238, they only had 20,000. 239, they mysteriously had 66,000. At 240, they had 156,000. And here they ran out at 60,000, ran out at 85,000, and ran out at 161,000. I'm going to be buying this right now at market. I just bought it at 245 a share. That's where I'm going to start my journey. I'm coming in now at 244. And the stock that I'm buying right now is called MASK. I'm going to buy it again here. And I just bought it at 246 a share. And the stock I'm buying is MASK. The chart looks like this on it right now. MASK. This is why I'm buying it. I think that this thing has totally been nut sacked the heck out of during lunchtime. I see right now a nice green candlestick with a flat top starting now here. And I see that 5-day crossing the 10-day as we speak. And I like buying when they drive the 50-day and the 45-day and the 10 and 5 below the 200. Now, I want you to look at something. Right now, these lines all look like they're dropping. This line, the 200, the 50, and the 45 look like they're dropping. But let's go look at the 20-day. What are they doing really? What are they really doing? They're freaking rising like crazy and even changed the pitch to turn up even more to the north. This one just changed its pitch to more to the north. So don't be fooled by the short-term chart, folks. Don't be fooled. And you had better look at this 5-day average that stopped right there before and got mashed down, stopped here and dropped. Look at it the 5 days over that. And it's going to go all the way up to here now, folks. That's my call. MASK. Look at the 10-day chart. Do you see that it just went over this resistance level? Do you see any other resistance from here? Do you see anything above this? Do you see any selling over the last 10 days? Let's go out further. Let's go out to 90 days and see what happens on the 90-day chart. Ah, there we go. There's the 90-day chart. Do you see any resistance over the last 3 months at this price? Do you see any resistance here at this price over the last 3 months? No, you do not. Only that line right there should have been resistance. Right there should have been resistance. And right now, that 5-day, baby, it is over this. It's over that. And look at the pitch of the 200-day change and rise. Look at the pitch of the 45 and 50 make a shoulder there and take off. Look at that. Shoulder, boom, shoulder, boom. The stock is MASK, ladies and gentlemen. MASK. MASK. And we're seeing a big old rooster, and they're trying to peck, peck, peck on it right on the 5-day here. Now, this is the same formation as yesterday, but there is a difference. The difference is on this 180-day chart. And there is still, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock, there is a ton of resistance lines that I put in on this thing, a ton of them. But if we get over here, we should go to there. There's a big gap here. This is the 180-day chart right now. And ladies and gentlemen, the current price has just crossed over the 200-day average. And the 10-day has just crossed over the 200-day average. And the 50-day and 45 have just changed their angle of ascent. Everything up. Now I see them trying to attack it down here, trying to attack it down, trying to take it down. And you would think so because shit, it just went over this line of resistance where it was stopped, 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 stopped. Holy crap, they got to get back down below that. Jeez. But look at the 5-day just rising. And they just got down to it and doink right off. The 10-day rising, the 50 and 45. Look at the gap between the 45 and the 50-day average forming now. See that? This is a red belly blue back all day long right now, crossing this lower line of resistance on this stock, MASK. And no wonder they would come at it so heavily right here during the last 4 hours. 4 hours of heavy selling against it to try to stop this from happening. But it's the whole time that damn 5 days rising, the whole time during the last 4 hours, that rising for 5-day has never changed. And you better watch the bottom of this candlestick. It needs to keep going down, 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 but I see it starting to retrace. And I'm going to change this now to these candlesticks. And I just want to go to a 10-day chart. And now I want to change these candlesticks. I want to change the time frame on the 10-day. And I want these candlesticks to be just 1 minute. Okay, now let's look at this. Ah, the slipper, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to give it the old slip right there. The slipper action started to break the 200, take it down. Let's get it here. Let's make it conform. Let's make it consolidate. Let's make it converge on this line. And then let's watch it run. And just like it was going to do off the here before, second attempt to the same line. And what they like more now is that they've gotten the 50 to be from here down to here. They like that. They've gotten the 50 to here. And that is true consolidation. That is convergence. They got the 50 finally to break below the 200. And that is where they want to accumulate, with the 50 underneath the 200, right on this line of resistance, which has been resistance over and over and over again, over and over and over. Watch it, folks. Watch it. Look at it. Look at that. It's needle nosed right there. It's totally needle nosed. And look at this. Look what they're selling, folks. Look at these dinky little amounts they sell, selling these dinky amounts. Just, I mean, I can only presume if I looked at this right now that there would be slews of ones and twosies and fives and tens, a slew of them, folks. And now here they come. Alas, it all ends. All the monkey business ends right here, folks, is my call on this stock, MASK. The stock is up 16% today, right now. And I look down here at this lunchtime monkey business, and all I see is a bunch of lunchtime lame ass dinky winky selling onesie twosies to keep it here. All right, that's what I see. This is exactly what consolidation looks like. This is the definition of consolidation and convergence. It's the definition. And by the way, all three of those words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, all of them favor longs, every one of them. And again, they want you at lunchtime to think that this 50-day is falling and that the 200 is falling. They're desperate for you to believe that. They want you to believe that. And I just bought it 223. I just bought it at 223 a share. Holy smokes, I just filled an order at 223 on Mask. Nice. It said 223 and I don't even see anything below 232. Wow. Well, I sure would like to get some down here where they haven't gotten but jack crap on 230. They only had 2,800 shares there at 232. They only had $5,000 worth of shares at 232 available, folks. That's all they had, $5,000 worth at 232. All they had was $5,000 worth of this stock. MASK. All right, let's take a look at another one called out by Mike Larson yesterday, AXTI. We're going to look at AXTI, and I just bought 236. Thank you. AXTI. Charts, please. AXTI. There we go. AXTI. And it too is in an upside crossover of the 200-day right now. Big old satchel. Then they brought it down for a double tot at lunchtime, and over the 200 it goes now. AXTI down 7.27%. Hey, listen, folks. I provide, you decide. Okay, I don't tell you what to do. The bid is 99.71. They're obviously going to try to hold it under $100. The options do not want to be over. The price earliest today was 112 a share. Now do you know why you sell that number? 112. Ladies and gentlemen, on my buy sell sheet, look at the number to sell: 111, 112. Always sell those numbers. Always, always, always. And if you would have sold 112, then your buyback would have been all the way down here, 92 cents. And you know what's interesting? If you look at my buyback sheet, it says to sell the 112, and your buyback could be as low as 93, 94, 97, 98. Always sell that 12. Always sell it. This is it right now, though, ladies and gentlemen. AXTI. It might be a place to pick up a couple of shares, but I'm not guaranteeing it. But I do like that it's breaking over the 200 right now. AXTI. Next one called out. That was Mike Larson's call out. Now HCAI called out yesterday. HCAI. And they have beaten this thing down to Veggie state this morning. Run it back up. Got the lab here, got the lab there. Take it higher to the same point as this. Pull it back down, but that's a much steeper pullback down. HCAI. All right, I'm not going to get in on that one. We're looking at RXT, called out by the Bass Assassin now. RXT, he called this out yesterday. And this morning it hit 255 a share. Now, I want you to know, RXT, that was a great call out because yesterday I remember it was way less than that. And I hope you sold that this morning because I know RXT is where you were calling it out yesterday. You were calling this out yesterday. RXT, the Bass Assassin, called it out, and a very good call on that one. Nice. I sure hope you sold it at 255 because you can see right here on my buy sell sheet. Man, oh man, where does it sell to sale in the middle? Sell 54, 55. You got to sell that number, man. Sell some there. I hope you sold it there. Please tell me you did. No, I have not done anything with GDC this past week. No. 3 C words. Yep. Consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. They all favor longs. All of those words favor longs. All right. Well, RXT, man, a good call on that one yesterday morning. Congratulations to you, DeBass Assassin. Next, USEG. This one was called out by Nini Guru. USEG. And he called out this stock yesterday morning, and it didn't do well. That one, Nini Guru, that one has not done well. I did not buy this, and I don't know that anybody else did either. But it was called out by Nini Guru, and he also called out SER. And that one did not do well either after yesterday morning's call out. That one collapsed, and this morning to the same low. It might be a place to make an entry now, okay? SER, right there, it's starting to make a little bit of a recovery. But be careful, there's not a lot of volume on this at all. SER does not have a lot of volume at all. Next, called out yesterday, CYAB. CYAB. Don't think they're going to get it any higher than this number today. It looks like they've got their clamp on it. They got their clamp on it at this number, and they're not going to let it get over that. So I'm not interested in that one. CYAB. Next, BDRX. As you know, I sold this yesterday. I sold every share of this yesterday when it was at its high. And I sold every share of it, BDRX. And now it looks even stronger, building a nice base up here. You can see here how they held it here and then ran it down, though. So right here, this is looking pretty good. BDRX, it's down 2% today. The bid is 430 and the ask is 450. There's a 20-cent spread between the bid and the ask. The bid is 439 and the ask is 450. So they just raised the bid 9 cents on it. BDRX. Now let's look at the longer term chart on this, the 20-day. BDRX. All right, folks. Well, we're at an interesting point because this 5-day moving average is trying to get over this number here again. Well, I tell you what, there's nothing above this line. There's nothing above this line on BDRX. If it can get over this and stay, wow, watch it, man. 562 is definitely doable again. The 5-day, though, you can see the resistance on this 5-day was right here, right there. And this 5-day now is approaching that same level of resistance right now. If the 5-day, that's the light blue line, can break over this line, let me know. And that price is 439. The 5-day has to get over 440 for me to get in on this. All right. I like the triple crossover though of yesterday. I like that a lot. Triple crossover yesterday on this stock. And it was called out yesterday morning in the pre-market. This is BDRX. I'm going to be watching this one again tomorrow. BDRX. I'm going to put down 5-7 buys BDRX. All right. Bid 439, ask 450. Wow. Well, and it can break this, folks. It's going to go on up. If it breaks this, it's going to the moon. You guys keep your eye on that one. 439 bid, 450 ask. BDRX. Okay, the next number. It's not churning away, by the way. There's no churning. There's no heavy volume. No heavy volume, but that is a triple upside crossover. And this right here is a praying mantis. All right, folks. BDRX. Next, R. Richie B called out CLRB. These are all stocks that were called out yesterday that got on people's radars. Holy crap. Look at that thing. It's 720 a share. Wow. Yesterday morning in the pre-market. Whoa. And then look at this right now, folks. Here we are. This is on the 180-day chart. The stock is up today a little bit. Looking now at 1-day chart. And I like it there. Man, look at them come down here and kiss that rising 200-day average. And at lunchtime, they just achieved a price of 311, which is the same place it ran up to and dropped from, ran up to and dropped. And here, lunchtime low, the same number, where it ran up to and dropped, ran up to, dropped a little, and then popped. And here they tried to drop it to that number again, right there at lunchtime. And this is CLRB. CLRB trade. I'm coming in on CLRB. And I'm going to try to buy this right here at 320 a share. And I just got it at 318. So now I'm obviously going to try to buy it 2 cents below that number at 316 if I can. And this is CLRB. CLRB. Just got it again at 318. Here's the chart on it. CLRB. There's the chart on it right now. CLRB. Now, I do want to take a look at this on the 20-day chart too. And heck yeah, man. I like to look at that. Wow. Look at that. Massive run up from 248 to 720 a share. What was the news on that? CLRB. What made it spike so much? May the 5th, Biosciences announces two Collector Bioscience reports positive 12-month follow-up data from phase 2 Clover WHAM study demonstrating durable responses and efficacy of lopofosine. Okay, so they had phase 2 clinical studies positive results for, and I'm not really even sure what they're treating, but it says here that on 5/5, the same company, CLRB, it also rallies as blood cancer data impresses. Blood cancer. Now we see CLRB shares are down during Wednesday's pre-market session after the stock closed almost 12% higher on positive clinical trial data. All right. Well, there it is, folks. I just bought some CLRB. CLRB. I like the 5-day rising, the 10-day rising. I like the 45-day rising, the 50-day rising, and I like the 200-day rising. That's why I just bought the lunchtime low, CLRB, at 12:44 p.m., and I just bought the lunchtime low. And my dollar cost average is 318 a share. I just filled at 317. Try to get a little 316 here for the lunchtime low. I just saw shares selling at 320 a piece, so I'm not worried to buy back at 316. That's nice. And the stock I'm buying is CLRB. I'm just nibbling at it, folks. I'm not going to go in heavy. I never do. I never do. You guys can keep me informed. R. Richie B called this out. Next, BIYA, called out by We Investors. BIYA. Nope. Don't like the look of that one, We Investors. That one's not looking good at all. This low that they're establishing right now, that low number, that goes back a lot, a ways back. This low that they're establishing with the 5-day now, you can see the 5-day dropped to here and came up there and then fell right on this line. Here you can see it plateaued there before it dropped. Here you can see it stopped and dropped and stopped and dropped and stopped and dropped. Oh, this line is very familiar, down there and up. I mean, this line is very familiar to them. Very, very familiar pastime line for a low. Now I'm going to take this out to a 180-day chart. And this low goes even further out, way out, folks. Holy smokes, does that low get out there? Lordy, lordy, lordy. That low that they just pulled this down to just then, look at how many times they've been there at that price. Look at it there. Look at it there. Look at it stop and drop from there. And then look at it stop dropping and rise from there. That line, folks, that is critical. The 1-day line, this line right here is a critical line. And now I want to move this down to right here. And I want to see, this is BIYA. Now let's go out to the 180-day chart. All right. So BIYA, this is the line that they just achieved for the low. And look at this. I mean, folks, wow, look at that rise. Well, they got that low, baby. Check DJ30 for at 4-hour plays. DJ30. What is that? I don't know what that means. Gary Bullock, I'm going to take off again. Okay. Yep, I'm back out. Good luck, all. Thank you, Gary Bullock. GDC from 772 down to 372 right now. Better get on in. Okay, Garrick, thank you. GDC, thank you. I'll put that down. Thank you. I'll look at it right now. Okay, I see it. I see the big selling, big selling against it. Yes. And I see the lunchtime low just hit 360 a share. Now the bid is 388, of course. And the bid just rose to 389. I wonder why they gave up on 388 already. FX Bat Show. Hey, FX Bat Show. What is DJ30? That's not a stock symbol, I know. Give me some more help here. I need a yeah, GDC. I see the last few days. I see it way up here, way down here, way up there, way down here, way up here, way down here. Very, very radical. I don't know if I can take that or not, to be honest with you. Bid 390, ask 396, down 34%. Well, there's the 10-day chart on it, and dang, wow. Look at them beat that thing way down here and way below the 200-day average. I'll have to wait on that one. Yep, I have to wait on that one. Look at that high of $8.18. Boy, I hope you sold it there in the pre-market, friend. That's all over my sheet, 813. Hey, look, you guys, look here. I've got a buy sell sheet. Everybody knows, and it says right here to sell 811, 812, 813, 814. Sell, Mortimer. Sell, sell, sell. 808, you should have sold. 811, 12, and 13. You should have sold all that. And look at that, 818. My buy sell sheet, it first tells you to sell the 11, 11, 12, and 13, 14, and then you'll get to buy back at 1101, 1105, 6, 7, or even lower. You might even get some buybacks at 1089, 1093 after you sell the 11, the 11, 11, 11, 12, 11, 13. But after you sell that, then you get the buybacks. Then you go up and sell 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And that's that you should have done. And you can sell when that thing got up to 818. It was done. All right, GDC. I see it now down 35%. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing before. John Connor yesterday called out ENVB. Let's go see what it did. ENVB. Slaughtering it today. ENVB. And could it be another slipper? Yeah, it almost looks like a silver slipper there forming. Low today, 313 after it hit 448. Yesterday morning, this stock spiked all the way up. It was called out yesterday morning. It hit 448 a share. And then the next high where they stopped it was right on my line of resistance. Now, could this be the bottom at 313? It could be. The bid now is 316. The ask is 317. Whoops. There we go. Well, it's down 9% now. And all of these stocks, I want you to notice this is exactly why I always tell everybody we do not hold these stocks long. We don't want to hold these stocks long because they always dive after they make these run ups. They're going to breathe out a little bit. They got to get fleeced out a little bit. And every one of them you've seen, I've been buying on the low when I got over to it. Hey, it's been washed out, and all of them are going to be. That's why you don't hold these stocks long. Never hold them long. It's a 1 day in, get out the next day, buy the fleece out. Now we're going to go to the 1 day chart on this. ENVB. And now we're going to take a look, and that might be the bottom on it, might be a place to nibble, but I think no guarantees. Probably not a lot of volume on it right now, ENVB. Next, we're going to take a look at one called out by Rudiggity, DGXX. He said, man, I told you about this DGXX Catfish. He said, I told you about it a couple days ago. Looking at the 5-day chart, DGXX, he said he called it out a couple of days ago, and he was right. DGXX, DGXX, bounce off the 50, 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 freaking bounce off the freaking 50, folks. What do you think? You should buy it on the 50-day average? And now, listen, folks, I'm going to put in a line here for you guys to do a little mirror trading with me. You see this resistance point of the 5-day, which stopped right there before, right on that line. It stopped dead. The 5-day average stopped dead right there. Well, this is where the 5-day is right now. The 5 days here, but there's a difference, and I'm going to tell you what it is. The 5-day stopped here, and the 50 was way the heck down here. Now the 5-day is here, and the 50 is only here. That's a huge difference, folks. It's a lot easier to run a 5-day down from this line that far when the 50's way down here. The furthest they're going to push it off this 5-day is to the 50 right here now. That's not much of a drop. I'm just saying, look at that rising 200. Look at the rising 50 and 45. And this is one of my favorite stock picks here, now up another 13% today. And that was a great call out by you, Rediggity. Good call out. You got it. Good going, man. Good going. DGXX, Rediggity. And I'm going to put that down to buy tomorrow. DGXX, looking for a pullback. Rediggity. All right, but man, oh man. Hey, if it can get over this line, if the 5-day can get over this, whoa, look out. Bid 582, ask 583. You know what? I'm going to trade this. I'm going to get a few shares of this. And I'm up on my buys on CLRB already. CLRB, my dollar cost average 317, now price 325 and rising. CLRB. CLRB. I went in on that just a little bit ago. I've got only 20 shares, but I got some and I'm up $1.50 and I'm going to try to buy it here. CLRB, we'll try to buy it at 320, 324. CLRB, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just going to buy 325 too. Yep, I just got a 325 buy of it. My dollar cost average is 319. Now DGXX. And I'm coming in on this at 582. DGXX. Yep. Try to get 583 here. DGXX. And I can see already there has been a lot of selling. The dark area, that much was sold to the bid. From there to there, sold to the bid, 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 sold to the bid. And now the buying on the ask is starting to come in and raise this up. Buying on the ask, buying on the ask, buying the ask, buying the ask, buying the ask, buying the ask. More buying the ask here. And I just bought CLRB at 323. They just attacked it down right after I showed it off. Next, TLIH. 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 There it is. And I like it there. TLIH, folks. Holy cow. Listen, look what happened when they took this thing down from this big old double spike and down here to the 200 last time. Look how it responded. And here's the double spike again. Take it down right to the 200 again. And look how it responds. Okay. Look how it responds off the 200 accumulation. Look how it responded off the 200. Look how it responds below the 200 here. And this is TLIH. Bid is 385, ask is 389, so they're trying to hold it at 388, obviously. TLIH. There it is right now. TLIH. TLIH. And look at the buyers coming in after all that selling all morning. Look at all that selling all morning to get to that low. TLIH. Bid is 385, ask is 389. And this morning in the pre-market, it was at 431 a share. The lunchtime low that they just got to was 360. And now the bid is 385. The ask is 389. TLIH. I provide, you decide. Yep. Well, I'm going to get in on this 385, 389. TLIH down 3%. I'm thinking I'm going to think I might, but let me look first at these other stocks that we have to look at, and then we'll decide. One of them is AXTI, called out by Mike Larson. AXTI. Whoa! I don't know about that one, Mike. Yike! Boom! Did they take that thing down? And then 93 bid, 99 ask. Wow. 93 bid, 99 ask. $93 bid, 99 ask. No. Uh Now the bid just jumped to 99.61 and the ask is, oh, there we go, $100. It's breaking back over 100 right now. AXTI 99.97 bid, and now the bid is 100. The bid just went to 100. The bid is 100 and the ask is 105.0. And I just bought DGXX at 583. Thank you. DGXX, I just bought at 583. Now we're going to POET, Poet. This was called out by One Love and Rusty Prater. And by the way, they called these out yesterday. One Love and Rusty Prater called these out yesterday. That would have been here when they were calling them out. And look at it make a move this morning and go all the way up from where they were calling it out for a buy-in at 913 a share. Went to 1095 this morning. And goodness gracious, I hope you guys sold it when it was at 1093. And I want you to see something about this right now. Take a look at it. Right here, folks, be attentive. See this 5-day average right here, stop and drop to there. And see this morning how they dropped to the same line. And now the 5-day has come above this line. This was a key line of resistance for them. And now the 5-day is breaking over it and might come over the 50-day. Now, yesterday, this is the same thing that happened with SDOT. SDOT. And I showed everyone, holy crap, look, now they've gone back up over this line, SDOT, which they stopped at once, twice, and now this is the third time. Well, guess what? After I bought it, when it crossed over, they knocked the shit out of it. So be careful, folks, because this looks exactly the same. And this is a dropping 50-day. Just be careful because this looks very identical to my SDOT folly of yesterday. Because yesterday I saw the once pre-stop, twice there, third time, and then I saw it breaking over, and I said, holy crap, this thing could run all the way back up now. So I started buying SDOT when it was in this exact configuration that you see right here is when I bought it. And that was my mistake because, man, they just knocked the crap out of that afterwards. They just killed that thing because it was once there, twice there, three times there. If you're not aware, I'll show you now on SDOT what happened to me. And then you can learn from my mistake. See, on SDOT yesterday, I saw there had been a line of resistance here. Once it was broken. Once right there, it was broken. Twice, three times. And then I saw it breaking over again. I saw it breaking over again right there. That's where I made my mistake because I thought, oh my gosh, the 50 was down here when they were there. Then the 50 was here when they were there. And now the 50's up here when they're there. And I thought, shit, it's just going to shove that thing right up their asses. Well, I was wrong. I was wrong. Because after it was there one time and it was there two times, after it broke over the third time, which should be the charm, they broke my arm. All right. They broke my arm. And they fooled me, folks. Once, twice, third time, I thought that breakover over the 200, it was going to go. And by the way, the reason why is because over here, if it breaks that line, it goes all the way up. There's nothing to stop it. That's why I decided yesterday to buy SDOT because I could see shit. If it can get over that line, man, it's got move room. And that's what I said. And it went over it once and they pulled it down, and it went over it twice and they pulled it down. And the third time I thought, shit, if it can get over this thing and this is the third run at it, it could go all the way up. So that's why I started buying it. And that was my mistake. That was my mistake. I tell people about my mistakes so you can learn from them, okay? And man, look at them just slaughter that thing down afterwards. Down, 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 down. But man, oh man, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why is because they knew if it did get over that line, they knew that it was headed for uncharted territories. And ladies and gentlemen, they were not going to have any of that. Once, twice, three times was enough. They slaughtered it after that. And my mistake to get in on that. But you know what? I've been around a long time, and that 50 had risen and risen and risen and risen and risen and risen. And every time they tried to drop it down, the 50 had gone higher. They tried to drop it, the 50 had risen. Tried to drop it, the 50 was right underneath it there. I thought, shit, it's going this time. That 50 is going to shove this, that rising 50-day average is going to shove this thing right up. And I was wrong. And I always tell people on this channel, hey, I could be right. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Well, this time I was freaking wrong. I was wrong. And I made a mistake. Now I'm going to correct that. I'm going to buy these other stocks that are going up, and I'm going to get all my gains, all my losses are going to return to gains. So that is why I happen to be looking over all of these stocks right now, looking for something that might be making a nice move back up. And one of them I picked out right now to buy was CLRB. That is this stock right there, CLRB. I decided to buy it with the money I sold when I got out of the other one, SDOT. So I sold SDOT and I'm buying CLRB. And right now I'm going to show you the one-day chart on CLRB. And there it is. And I just got through buying the lunchtime Tata. I just came in right there below the 200-day average. I feel good about that entry. I see that they're making a concerted effort to stop the 5-day from coming over this line where it's been resiliently herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked. I see that. Doesn't surprise me at all. This is the middle of the mirror. This drop is this drop. This rise is this rise. This pullback is this little pullback. And then from here, this is the rise. So from here, the rise should continue. I don't know whether it will or not, but I'm going to buy some more CLRB right now. Trade. CLRB. And I'm coming in trying to buy below my dollar cost average. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try to buy it 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And you know why, folks. And just look at all the shares they've been able to buy at 320. 320 a share, folks. They've had very few capacities for any real shares down here. But for some reason at 320, 1 penny over my dollar cost average, they've had a massive amount of shares, 149,000. And most of that was sold to the bidder right there. You can see all that darkness from right there over to there, all dark. From this point right here, the beginning, over to this point right here, all sold to the bid. Everything just thrown out at 320. They just threw them out. Here you go, 320. We don't want it anymore. It's all yours. You can have all you want at 320. There you go. We're throwing them out, throwing them out. That's right. That's what they do, folks. They just put in sell orders, 320. Just sell at 320, 320. Here you go. Sell, sell, sell until they run out. And they ran out. And the interesting thing is at 319, there's only 12,000 shares. But at 320, they had 149,000 to throw out. So I'll see if they have any more there. I mean, if they've got that many, 149,702, what's another five? Okay. What's another five there? Well, now I'm just going to accumulate here as it rises. Look, they're running from me, folks. They're freaking running from me. Running from the catfish. Finally, I bought back a 322. All right. The stock I'm on is CLRB, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is on the chart. CLRB. There it is, right there. And they tried the double ta-ta at lunchtime. Now they try to pull it down here, which is exactly what I expected, because when they got it there, they yanked it down. Then it went off. So here's the yank down, and then she goes off. I'm calling it. CLRB. Bid is 320 and ask is 324. All right, next we're going to go over here and look at ATNM, called out by Cobra 32. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the last hour, I have shown BZAI, ADVB, MAIA, HIVE, and I told you this was a good buy, HIVE. I told you that was a good buy yesterday. Take a look at it, HIVE. And you can see what it did all day yesterday, HIVE. This is one I put in italics beside in the morning yesterday, and look at that thing rise, HIVE. Now, I'm not saying it's going to stay that, and you can see right here, they tried some heavy selling against it right there. Heavy, heavy selling against it. That candlestick right there was 495,000 shares in that minute right there. In that minute, 495,000 shares trying to drop this thing down because she's OPs. They saw what it did this morning. They capitulated, consolidated, converged it. Now is the drop and the pop, baby. Drop and pop. And this is what I'm calling on it, HIVE. Now at 290 a share. It's still up 2%, folks, right now, HIVE. But boy, this sure looks like a massive attack against it right now to try to get down, try to bring it on down into Buyville. HIVE. I'm not going to touch it yet, but I don't know. That might be one tomorrow to get in on. Now, let's look at these ones we just looked at. Those, and I am gonna these ones that we just looked at, folks. Another one, take a look at MASK. We're going to take a quick look at that since everybody's been calling that out. MASK. MASK. There it is. And there's the next satchel that they got here just during lunchtime. Just during lunch. They got a satch here, then off she went, then a satch here, MASK. DJIA. Okay. That'll be another one for tomorrow. DJIA. DJIA. FX Bat Show. All right. Thank you. But before I do, I will take a look at that. But before I do, these again were all the stocks that were called out yesterday that I was looking for buy ins on pullbacks. Now, these are the stocks that were called out today. So we're going to look at these that were called out today. GITS, PNTYGO, SOBR, EZGO, CONL, AMD, ALIT, AREB, JBLU, MNTS, UPLD, GCTK, PMAX, ERNA, and then this is tomorrow. We're going to be looking to buy BDRX, GDC, DGXX, and DJIA. All right, but for right now, first, we're going to look at these GITS. It was up big this morning, apparently. It was on people's radars. So we're going to take a look at it now. GITS. And that looks like a new stock. This is GITS. And it does have a triple upside crossover of the 200. There's the 10-day went over with the current price. And here the 50-day has crossed the 200 now. Not so sure about that one right there, though. I see that it hit $1.80, and of course you should have sold 176, 177, 178. You should have sold that. It could make a nice move off this line of resistance, which it's been before, right there and right there. It could bounce upwards, but I'm going to hold off on that. But I do like the triple upside crossover on this long-term chart. Let's look at the 1 day on it. I'm not sure about the 1 day here. I don't know if it's going to come off this line or if they're just going to trade it sideways on this. But I do like that they tried to pinch it down at lunchtime and it bounced and responded well. Then they take it down to the 50 and down to this resistance line of previously. All right. But anyway, you should have sold it at 177, 176, 77, 79, 180. You should have sold it there. You should have sold it there. All right. Next, PN. We Vesters called it out yesterday. It's been called out by others as well. And there she goes, right off that line, and she's going over it now. And I like it a lot. A little double ta-ta action on PN just then. Little double ta-ta, little Madonna formation. Hey, Madonna, she's looking over this way right here. There we are standing here, and Madonna's looking right at us. Yep, she's singing a little song. And look at those perky little pointies. And I'm telling you, this could easily go right on up here because it's coming over this lower level of resistance. And I like it a lot. PN. PN. Bid 812. Ask 830. Nice. 20, 18-cent spread between the bid and the ask. Bid 812. Ask 829. Nice. PN, folks. Bid 812, ask 829. You guys want to hear one of my songs? I'm going to play you one of my songs and take a break, folks.
Speaking of driving, we'll kind of stay on that subject a little bit.
This song is about me, and
in your city, you'll know it.
Let's see here. I hope you'll enjoy this song. We're going to take a little brief break while I go up and get a small snack for here for lunch. And I'm looking at PN stock. So I'm going to write here a little note that says back in 5 minutes. Back in 5 minutes, and this is PN. is the stock we're watching. And I'm going to get a piece of paper and write out on here PN is what we're watching. Watching PN stock. All right. And give me just a second here. Get my note marker for writing it out here. Watching PN. There it is. Watching PN. All right. That's the stock. Okay. We're watching the stock PN. Watching PN. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. And I actually should redo this so you guys can see it a little bit easier. I'm going to write it up here in the corner. Watching PN. All right. And whilst you're doing that, you're going to be listening to my song, The City. And it's being played live. And this is me on stage right here when I was quite a bit younger. And this is the song called The City. I'm going to play it for you now. I hope you like it. And I will be back in 5 minutes. And we'll put this right here so we can hold it in place. And then you guys can see I will be back in 5 minutes. And this is a song called The City, folks. And I hope you like it, everybody. And we'll be right back in about 5 minutes.
Okay, the next thing we're going to do is, speaking of driving, we'll kind of stay on that subject a little bit. And if you live in the city and you have to deal with I-4 or any other freeway in your city, you'll know what this is all about.
All right, there you go, folks.
Stuck again in city traffic. Another Friday afternoon. Everyone's in such a hurry, 'cause the weekend will be over soon. I'm looking in my rear view mirror. That guy is riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Why is he in such a hurry? Why is everybody else live our lives in such a hurry? Why do we always push ourselves? I guess it's living in the city. I guess it's just a city way. I think I'm gonna leave this city. I think I'm gonna get away. Get out of the city. I think I'm gonna leave today. Yeah, yeah. Cause when you leave the city, everything slows down. When you leave the city, you can get unwound. But if you never leave the city, then you'll never know what it's like to leave the city. Let your problems go away. Pushing, shoving, standing in line, and almost everywhere you go. Feel you're wasting so much time. Where did another day just go? I think of living in the country. I think of living in a farm. No need to lock my doors and windows. No need to have a car alarm. I need to live safe. No need for a car alarm. No, even if I left the city, no dream will borrow. Know that I'd be back to my city. Yeah, I know I'd be back someday. Cause I just was standing, even if I went away. I know that I'd be back one day. Yeah, I know I'm staying. I know that I'd be back one day. If I don't consider it, know that I'd be back one day. Yeah, it's the city. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that little song you had there, and enjoyed watching me back when I was playing at a place called Full Sail Recording Art Studio, and that's down in Orlando, Florida, and they have a whole lot of music places down there, and I want to play you one more song, and then I'm going to be back to trade with you. I can see PN is in fact rising here, folks. It is very clear that PN is starting to rise, and it is breaking over a previous level of resistance, which was established right here. So I'm very happy to see PN crossing this line of resistance now, where the 5-day average stopped twice already today. And I want to see it go over that now. And I like this chart a lot. This is the 20-day chart on this stock, folks. PN. And a few days ago, I put in this line here for the 1-day chart. I put it in on a 1-day, I believe it was. And I don't see that line now, so it must have been on a 5-day chart. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, I put this line here because I wanted to show what the angle of the 200-day was on. So 5 days ago, the angle of the 200-day, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute here. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Now, 5 days ago, the angle of the 200-day average was this angle right here 5 days ago. And I put it there and you can see it. Okay. There was the angle of the 200-day moving average 5 days ago. Not only is it still showing that same angle of progression, but it is now pitched upwards. Okay. This thing has changed direction since this morning's pre market, and that is climbing at a whole new angle now, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm happy to include that angle now for us as well. So I will put that in and we can see what that angle is that it's now traveling on. And it is right there. For those of you that are here on this channel, I teach people what I've been learning over 25, 26 years now of trading. And people ask, where did I get my experience? Well, from the school of hard knocks. Okay. That's where I got my experience, from the school of hard knocks. And I'm still in school every day. I got knocked around yesterday buying that SDOT stock. But at least I'm not afraid to show people when I lose money, or when I shouldn't say lose money, because I never lose money. I don't believe it that way. I don't look at it that way as a loss. I just purely look at it as a learning experience. My money's still there to be regained. All I've got to do is keep doing what I've been doing, work the program that I've been working for so long, keep doing the same thing. And I'm 99% sure I will end up being successful over the long term. Because with this kind of group of people working together, and all the equipment we're using, and the scanners and the radars and all the stuff we're using, hey, we can't there's going to be chances that we're going to be taking where they do public share offerings and reverse splits. We can't avoid those things, but 9 times out of 10, folks, we're doing better. I think that's why everybody's here. We're not here because we're constantly failing. We do have setbacks, there's no doubt. But as a general rule, when you look at our sheet here for our top stocks performers, you can see here that we've had some good gainers. And I think these gainers that we've had are because of all the channel members. And lately, when you've been calling out these runners, I'm putting your name on here. Okay. If you're making the call outs, you're getting the credit for it. When we're getting these big gains, you're getting, I've decided to start making sure that all the CAT members, they get credit for when they call out these killer stocks that we make all these gains on. Okay. So let's make sure, let's get some others to add on here now. Let's get some more new ones to add now. And some of you have made some very good money on BZAI, or which one was it that Modiv made some EZGO? Yes, we're going to add that one now, because before we can put this, I want to know, did any of you else buy EZGO? All right. He said he stumbled on it. Modiv. Let's go look at that right now. EZGO. Wow. And oh man, I bought a few shares of this already, and they dropped it even more now. Trade EZGO. Now I got to get over on this. I'm up $8 on my CLRB. Wow. Yeah, they're 10 cents below me now. Wow. I've got 50 shares, folks. 50 times 30 cents. That's how much I got in here. And I just bought it at 19 cents. The stock is now down 90%, folks. This stock is down 90%. Let us try and get a 13 here. Can we get a 13? The stock is down 90%. And I'm going to take advantage of this right now to drop my DCA down. And I just dropped my DCA down to 22 cents. And the stock is now down 90.34%, down 171. Bid is at 183, ask is at 183.9. The stock I'm watching is EZGO. And I just bought it at 19 cents. Of course, I'm going to try to buy 18. And my dollar cost average is now 21 cents. I'm certainly not the only one buying here in the 18 range, in the 19 range at all. So I just got a 19 again, and my dollar cost average is now 20 cents. Well, this stock yesterday was called out by one of our individuals here, and he made some great money on it. He sold it also when I suggested, thank goodness he did. And that was Mo Deeve, because as you all know, Mo Deeve had been having a rough time and was not catching any winners, and he got on one and it took off. And I'm so happy for him. Mo Deeve, congratulations. It was your time. You needed that, and we're going to continue to do this. You're going to continue to search out, and we're going to help you find stocks that we can nibble at, and hopefully they'll continue to make the kind of gains that we've been achieving that you got yesterday on that one. And I'm glad I was there for you when you asked me, should you hold that overnight? And I'm glad I said no. See, these day trade stocks, you can't hold them overnight. You just leave yourself wide open. If you're going to hold overnight, people, hold these stocks. Hold these. Hold these that are on my long list. Please hold these stocks. Hold these over a year term, and then just pay 15% when you file your tax return. And these are the ones I suggest you hold, folks. And now I can't guarantee you're going to make the same returns on all these stocks. And I'll give you this list of stocks for only $24.99. And not only that, I'll give you another list of stocks, my dividends right here, my dividends master. You're going to get this sheet right here that you can make edits to and add your own stocks. And over here, I show how the stock has been doing the paying dividends over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and past year. $24.99 gets you this list. And over here, I show their market cap, PE ratio, what amount they pay, and the percentage that they're paying in dividend. Yeah, 20. Yeah, I know. 24.99, 24.99. And it costs a monthly. You support this channel and you get this list of all these stocks. Now, again, I can make no guarantees that these dividend paying stocks are going to continue to pay this percentage gains. I can't make that promise. But, folks, look at your odds. Look at the chances that they're going to continue to perform green. And this is just over the last year. Some of these stocks that I got, the top 40 stocks on this list, folks, I got from Keith Gill. All right. The top 40 that are on this list came from Keith Gill. He's known as Roaring Kitty. And I got the list, the top 40 from from him. And they've done very well. And not only during the last year have they done well, but track them back over the last 10 years and see how much the gains have been on some of these. I'll tell you what, he knew what he was doing. Roaring Kitty knew. He knew what he was doing, man. He knew deep effing value, and that's what he invested in. And you can see right here the gains, and you can see the percentage of dividends that each one of these pays. And you're not going to get these Google Sheets anywhere else but here on this channel, folks. You can't get them anywhere else but here, and you cannot get them here anywhere else but here. And you cannot get this buy sell sheet that many of my channel members, they live by these numbers. They live and die by these numbers, folks. And when they don't sell at these numbers that I have on this sheet, and don't worry about it being $1, that they can be $6, it can be $2, it can be $9. It doesn't matter. Anything between $1 and $10, folks, and these numbers all apply. Sell the 792, the 793, buy back 772, 766, 755. Man, I know these numbers, folks. Anyway, I'll give you this list of 69 dividend paying stocks. There's 69 on this list. And if you have a name of a dividend paying stock you know of, what's Alex? All right. Why is GDC tanking so bad if it has offered to buy at 10.50 per share? Anyone have insight on this? Yes, many times, even though they make an offer of a certain price per share, the actual price will be exorbitantly even lower. And this is very common indeed. Very common. There was a company that we owned the other day that had a share offer. I'm trying to recall which one it was, but the price was, I think, at like 365 a share, and that thing it fell well below 365, down into the 280s and 290s, even though the share offering was at 365. But that's the kind of effect that it can have. It's hyper overselling, hyper oversold. I mean, actually, it's one of the best times to buy a stock is to get in on that hypersensitivity. Not always. I mean, there's no guarantees, of course, but at any rate, um, as you can see right here, I'm dollar cost averaging down on EZGO, which is down 90% today. I now have 400 shares, and my dollar cost average is 20 cents. There we go. I just got an 18. And so you might ask, well, Catfish, why in the world are you buying these shares here? And it's simple because up above here, I've seen many interested parties who were willing to bid these prices. They were of the belief that this was a good value to get in. Many of these numbers are not just retail buyers, but institutional buyers coming in on this. And they believe that was a fair price. They paid that. They offered that much for those shares. Here, there was an equal number, if not and more, because here the highest they could achieve was 8,612,000 until the price fell. So they know maximum pressure they're required to make it fall further now will probably have to be above that level if they're going to tack it down anymore. So down here they had to go even heavier. They had to throw out, and you can see the dark area was the shares sold to the bidder. That dark area was sold to the bidder. You can see all those shares were just thrown out of the 9,795,490 shares right here. 9,200,000 of that was sold to the bid, just thrown out, just thrown out like this. Here you go. Take them, take them, take them, throwing them out, trying to throw them out to the bidders to make the price fall. But then you get down here, and I ask you, point out to me at these prices that are being purchased, where's the dark area? And you got 10 million, 11 million, 11 million, 12 million, heavy, heavy hemorrhage. But where's the dark areas? You see the dark there? It comes from here all the way over to right there. That's sold to the bid, being thrown out to the bid, to the bid. But I'm not seeing any dark area on these candlesticks at all. None. I could be wrong, but they look like 100% lit, lighted. Now I could be wrong. The darkness could be behind these digits, but out here, all I see is buying on the ask. Up here, sold to the bid out of this 9,000,007 was probably about 9,200,000 shares sold to the bidder. But here, it's a different story. Looks to me like they're all being bought on the ask. Looks like all these short shares here are being bought on the ask. They're just paying the asking price. They're not even trying to buy on the bid. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And by the way, these dark areas that I'm seeing, they're not very dark at all. You can look at some other ones that are heavily shorted stocks and you'll see deep dark colors. You'll see dark, dark, like here, dark, you know. But this isn't dark. This is no dark cloud. There's no heavy selling here. This is light. I'm here to tell you, folks. Like, I wish I could find another stock that had a comparison and show you the difference. And um, let's take a look at over here and monitor where we're at. Today, I'm up on CLRB. I'm still down on SDOT. Still have some of it, though. I'm not going to give it all up at once. I'm up very nicely on TMC. So thank you for calling out TMC. We're going to go look over at TMC now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, look at this thing, folks. Whoa. TMC. Wow. That's why I'm very nicely up on it. Smoking. Trade. TMC. Enter. Nice. Gosh, I wish I'd have bought more than just 30 shares of that. Well, let's just stay behind it for a little bit, okay? I mean, heck, we know where we're going to sell it. We're going to sell it up here at 607. And we're going to sell it at 609. And we'll sell some at 603. Now, I want you to know I don't have a lot of shares of this, but I know where to sell it, okay? And I know to sell at $6, okay? The first time especially, and sell 599. Sell 598, folks. Listen, especially the first time that it's approaching $6 now. It may have been more. I see it was at 640, but I'm going to go by my. I don't see that today. I see the highest 595 right now. I'm seeing, and guys, I go by my gut instinct and my past experience. And I know, and I'm certain that they're not going to let it just run and bulldoze right over $6. Okay, even if it goes over six up to 608, they'll pull it back down into the 590s. Okay, so I'm just going to sell at these numbers. I know I should be selling. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. And those numbers are going to be even here. I'm going to sell right here because I got nothing to lose except $20 right now. Okay, so I'm going to be selling these numbers, and I just sold 97. I just sold 97 there. Oh, I can't show it to you, but I'm selling 97 here. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and just so you know, I teach everybody how to do this on a paper money account. Now, I have my real accounts, and everyone here who's been subscribing over the last 6 and 8 months and 2 years knows you've seen me trade every day with my real accounts. But right now, I'm concentrating on people learning without any risk. And if you're using paper money, you're not going to have any risk, but you're going to be trading with the same platform in the exact same fashion. And I just sold right there at 597, 598. And now I'm going to show you how I would buy back. So right here, I'd be coming back in down here at 583. I want 583. That's the first number I want to buy back. And I want to come up here and I want to get a 587. Okay. And then I want to come in and try to buy 589. And then the lowest I'm going to get from the $6 is probably going to be the minimum 692. So I'm shooting for that. All right. This is the way I do it, folks. And you don't have to do what I do, but you can learn, I believe, from what I'm doing, and you can see how my buy sell numbers work. So I'm working off this sheet. I'm using on this sheet, and I'm going to sell right here at the numbers on this sheet. I'm selling 97, 98, 99, $2, 201, 202, up to 207 and 208. And then my buyback is going to be in the 170s, 182, 183, 188, 192. That's what I'm going to do. You can watch me. And I just sold $6. Now, my buyback right now, and you can go to 602, and I'm up $22.30 on this. Not a huge increase here, but I want to show you what else I'm going to be doing all the time here. Very good to see no drop from now 592. I would expect easy to get a 592 from here, 588. I'm almost going to be shocked if I don't get it. And if I don't, then you're going to don't put your sell orders in at 607 and 8. Take those out. If it does not go back from 6 down to the 592.93, take out your 607, 608 orders. Just go right up to 69, 611, 613. Okay? So right now it should pull back to 592 or 93 from the 6. They're not, like I said, not going to let it just bulldoze over $6. They're not going to let that happen. They're not. I'm going to try and sell here at 602. I am here to state at this time TMC is holding up very well, okay? And therefore I'm almost of the belief here I'm not seeing anywhere near the pullback from 6 that I thought I was going to see. I have to tell you, I thought I'd see a much more dramatic pullback from $6 than this. And it looks like the lowest I might get is a 597. It looks very strong. Usually, folks, after 6, I've seen them attack stocks down heavily to 592 in seconds, in just seconds after $6. So this looks very strong, to be honest. And I'm going to put in a $5 bid here pretty soon. And I guess I'll try 594. But I can't believe they have not taken it already immediately down from 6 to 592, 588. They normally will. And I'm just using my years of experience, folks, to tell you what I know. And usually you see at least a 5 pretty quickly, 592, 3. And we still may see it now. It may be on the plate. They just might be testing people. But I don't know. Right now, it looks like there's a lot of support at 597 on this. Jeez. We'll see, though. We'll see how it holds up. I think they'll take it down. I think we'll get those 588 buys here. 593 should be minimum. 593 should be easy, folks. If it's not, then again, like I said, I would pull away. And I'm going to do it now. I'm taking away that. I'm raising this on up. I sense it's not going to even get below 597, folks. Yep, this thing's going, folks. And when you see 59999s, you know she's running. There she goes. I was able to pick up 5 more shares, and she's on her way, folks. You can still get a 599. If you're lucky, you'll still get a 599 here. I'm telling you, they're not going to let it just steamroll over 6. It isn't going to happen. There's 602. TMC, folks. Man, I'm telling you, my gut instinct says no way they're just going to let this blow over $6. It isn't going to happen. But then again, I don't know whether they have the capability of stopping it from happening. Looks like there's a lot of eager buyers here at this 9,200 trying to buy 601. That's a lot, folks. Well, I am surprised, and this tells me a lot about this TMC. Let's go back and look at this on a better. Wow, TMC, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back and look at the 180-day chart. Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is a good chance for you to learn a little bit about mirror trading here, which I show people all the time, and I'm going to show you right now. And so right here, this is where the 5-day average has stopped. So I'm gonna, or let's say it's if it were to stop there, why would it stop there? Well, I can see why now. I can definitely see why. I can definitely see why. There is a steady stream of stoppage, 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 stoppage of the 5-day. Stop, 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 stop. This line is steady, folks. As a matter of fact, it's now been once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, and then broke on the 6th time. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 times up. It took 6 times to knock it down. 4 times, does that all it takes to make it run over? TMC. Now, something else I want you to be aware of when you look up here. Where's it going to go if it goes over this line? Well, the next real line for it to get above is just slightly above that line right here. All right, and I'm just going to say it like it is. The next line is just going to be right there. It needs to get beyond this line right here. All right. Once that 5-day gets beyond this line right here, if the 5-day can cross this line, then the next 5-day resistance is going to be up here, right here, right there. If it breaks over that line, the next point of resistance on this stock is going to be here. And what you're learning is called mirror trading, everyone. Oh, yeah. You see that defined line where it stopped right there and fell? You can see the defined line where it traded sideways, then rose. You can see the defined line they dropped it to, and then it rose. It's defined. Look at that line drop to there and rise, drop to there and rise. So this line, it's a defined line. I just bought this at $5.99. Well, you can clearly see what happens if it goes over this line. We're talking this range right up here is where we're going to then. All right. And then beyond that line, you can obviously see this is the next line right here we're going to. Right there. Right there. So now, as this thing rises, you'll notice sell there and it pulls back to here, and then sell there and it pulls back, and sell there and it pulls back. You'll notice do that. You'll know to do that because you know these are lines of resistance, line of resistance, line of resistance, line of resistance, line of freaking resistance. I just bought 596. I just bought 596. The stock is TMC, showing you now why I just sold up here, why I just sold there. And I'm suggesting where you might buy back in. My dollar cost average is $5.85. Right here's my dollar cost average, 585. The stock is TMC. TMC. It is currently eclipsing the $6 price. I just bought some more of it at 597. I'm not holding a lot of shares of it, but I am trying to tell everyone that there's no way they're just going to let this just bulldoze over $6 and go right on and keep going. At six, they're going to pull that back. I said, and I actually expected them to pull it back even further down to 692 or 592. I still do. So let's just move that order away, take it down to 592, and not even set by 597. They're going to come to 592 here, folks. They want a buffer for the closing and keep it under six. So first they got to drop it to 592 here and try to buffer for the close. So around 3 o'clock, they'll have this down here probably to four, they'll probably have it 2 cents below my dollar cost average at 3 o'clock. 583 is probably where they're going. But for me, I'll be okay to get some here right now. I think at 592. And I think that's their current target. And I think when they get to 592, they're going to take it right back up. That's TMC. Now I'm going to look at some other stocks right now. But I'm glad I'm up on TMC today. Well, SDOT, it isn't making a move back up. I'm going to sell it. I can take it out. I can take it elsewhere. I just bought QS at 784. SDOT, I don't have time to wait on you. And I am going to try to sell it higher, folks, each number, so I can see if it finally does start to rise. So I'm going to put my sell orders in here at slightly higher numbers and see if those sell. And yes, they're coming up to my numbers now. They just came up and I sold 34.58. So now I'm going to try to sell 35.58. Okay. And if it goes on up there, then on that, hey, this thing is freaking rising. So maybe it might time to start gaining some shares there. But at any rate, I'm going over to my charts and I'm looking at TMC right here. TMC. I'm going to look at the 1 day. There it is, folks. TMC. And I just tracked it out at every place we want to sell it. So you would have wanted to sell it there at 602. There's your buyback right there. 595. And so I got my order at 592 too low. I'm going to come in 596 now. And I do not want to buy that many shares. Okay. Trying to buy 596. And I see orders filling at 5965. So I think we might get a 596 here. I'm buying TMC. It is up 13.82% today. This stock is TMC. This is what the chart looks like right now. And ladies and gentlemen, every single one of these efforts to make this thing fall from the very first this morning have been an absolute and complete catastrophe. Try to drop it to the 50, off she goes. Try to drop it to the 50, off she goes. Try to drop it to the 50, off she goes. Off the 50, off she goes. Down the 50, off she goes. Drop it below the 50, off it goes. Not even close to the 50. There. And by the way, the 50-day average was breaking over this lower level of resistance. Same time the 200 was. So this thing's on fire. And they're having trouble getting it down to even get near the 50. Look at the distance from the 50. Look at the distance from the 50. See how they were able to kiss it all morning? Man, they sat down there and they oh, kissing the hell out of it. Then they just run that thing right up, folks. And they can't even kiss it anymore. It's just like here it's one of these blowing you kisses. Yes. That's all they're doing now. The shorts are just blowing kisses out. See that here? This is the 50-day on this stock TMC. Oh, they and here they got a little and then it was oh jeez. Yeah, blowing kisses at the 50 now. See ya, baby. I'm sorry. Gotta run. I've never tried this song before. That song, Baby, We Were Born to Run. Yeah, as soon as I try to break into a song, I get a phone call coming in trying to stop the jamming because they know once we jamming, the thing starts to slamming. Yep. They bound it down and then they fool around and then they kiss the 50-day. Oh, they got their tongue and they run it down as deep as they could. Well, they ran it down and everyone bound. And the next thing you know, oh, I know you're hungry for the night is broke. But you don't be free, all the promises will be broken. Write your name out done, but the right ain't me. I take my hand, life's busting open it. That thing goes. No, no, no. Just a little music to pump this stock up a little bit. That was Thunder Road I was playing. Instead of Baby, We Were Born to Run, I broke into Thunder Road. Hope you liked it. It was a little rendition of it anyway. TMC, baby. Off she goes, back over 6. That was some good buying back in there. We got back in where we should there. That was good. Come on up, and they're not going to let it just fly over 6. They're going to keep trying to deny that 6 door. But we're going to sell it up here 608 sooner or later. I have a feeling, folks, 608, we got it on our plate. We're going to sell it there, and it'll be great, 608. All right? And I could be wrong, but I see a whole lot of shaking going on, and there's a whole lot of buying at 6. Oh, yeah, a whole lot of buying there at 6. Somebody's trying to sell some 598 sprinkled in there. But there's a whole lot of buying at 6, my friends. I don't think the buying's going to stop, not going to end, my friends. Oh, the buying has just begun. Oh, we all going to make us a ton off this stock today. TMC. Watch it, oh, set us free. Oh, look over here, folks. They can't get the capacity over this amount, and that is 319,000 here, 302,000 here, 339,000. They're done. Here they can only get 162, ladies and gentlemen. Here they can only get 71,000 at 602. It's the time to buy with the Catfish tie. Now, I not to know if you're going to drop or rise, but I think you would be wise to buy some share with Catfish tie. Not to tell you dive in head first, but to wade in, just go with tippy toe. Not to go too big here today. Take it easy. We just so we're going sorry. We're going to wade in gently. Price a drop a little, we get a little more. Drop a little bit, we get a little more. Price a go up a 608, we sell market. We not to put a big bunch of order there, this supply. We not to want to create a wall. Everyone understand? Alexander Cohen. Thank you for you guys and your educated conversation here on this channel. Everyone here, please understand everything that's being spoken about in the chat is not under my authority. It does not have my consent. I'm not an advocate. I'm not necessarily. You walk, wade in, be careful, watch what you read, listen what people say, and you have to filter through it. I am not one talking in those chats. I don't make the statements. You get the information here. We provide, you decide. That's what happens here on this channel. Everyone that's in the channel with us, all the members that I called out this morning, and I went over and thanked all of you. I want you to know we all just provide. For those of you that are new listeners, we provide the information. You decide what to do with it. It's you that decides whether you want to pull the trigger, take the risk, expose, or not. Okay? And there is exposure. There's no doubt about there is exposure. If you're going to be here and you're going to be trading, you will find yourself exposed at times. And you can take a whipping, man. I tell it like it is, man. And when I take a whip and I show you, when I make money, I show you that too. And I show you how I make the money. I show you why I make the money, why I decide to buy, why I decide to keep getting in. When it's down low, how low should it go? Well, I feel very good about seeing that it did not just drop any lower than I just could buy back in 597. And I think it got to 595 there for a moment. And that's still a very strong pullback only to 595 from 6. I would have expected more. Okay. I was expecting a pullback to 587, 584, 583, and 2. You guys know that. But I told you if it did not drop from 6 to at least 592, that it was going to go over 6 and it would go past 608. So that's why I've removed my sell orders now at 608, because I believe now it has the energy and power to move beyond that and go over 608. So I had an order at 602 and that order would have filled already, but I moved it up. And I can see that there's a lot of demand here. And here we go, folks. It looks very good. And the stock I'm talking about is TMC. TMC. And there's nothing you're going to get here other than $6 if you're lucky. Okay? If you're lucky, you're going to get a 6. And it looks to me like she's heading on over 6 to obviously 608, probably. And I'm not so sure she's going to even stop there. Like I said, I don't believe she is going to. She's churning awful quickly here, folks, up 14.79%. And I'm just trying to catch any little pullback now. As you can see, I'm nipping at its heels. Usually you don't see me do this, but there's a move going on here on this one. And I've done this before. And I know sometimes they just don't have the ability to pull it down. There's just too much against it, and they don't have the ability to take it down. They try and try. See, they're trying now. Here's a little cell phone farm action going on at 601 and a half. Little cell phone farm action going on here, 601 and a half. See that? Who convinces, and why would they sell all those shares at 601 and a half? And then you're going to see it at 603 in a moment, 604, 605. Here's 602 right there. See? Could have just sold 602, but I didn't, because I believe I'm 90% sure this stock is going to go beyond 608 now. Okay. And that's because it didn't fall from $6 down to 692 where I expected. It only got 695. And I only got 30 shares because of it. But I am up $23.50. And the cool thing is, see, I sold all my shares. So I started up a new position. And now I'm not just up 23, but on my new position after I sold everything. And now I'm up 440 on the new position. See, so that's how it works for me. And there's your 603 and right on up. The buybacks should still be. They're not just going to let this thing bulldoze over 6, folks. There's still going to be some pulling back, and they should be easily be able to pull back 6 cents. So I'm going to continue to sell, buy here at 601 and 602, because right now all I'm doing is I'm enforcing the stocks. I'm increasing their value of the stocks below, and as here they come in with a 602 and a half, folks. Why? You haven't got any volume here at 603. 41,000 at 603. 125. Oh yeah, there she goes. That is the KY flag, folks. That's why I said, why would you put in a 602 and a half when you have such little volume? Folks, I wanted you to know, I've already shown you guys many times that they will throw in right here. They'll go for the 599 and a half. They'll go for 599 and a half because they've maxed out capacity here, maxed out here, and they'll go 599 and a half. They'll try to throw in what is I call the KY flag. Well, folks, look, they just threw in a half number here, and there's no volume at all on this. So that is not the same as this. This is just pure desperation, clawing to catch that number. clawing to get a 509. That's all that is. It's not the same as down here when I show you where they've maxed out these numbers and maxed all this out, and they got to put a half number in between because they've already got all they could there. They can't get any more there, so they throw the halfie in. Here they're throwing in a freaking halfie, folks, right here with the volume this low. Well, I have to just laugh at that, folks. I'm telling you. I mean, that's hilarious. So, I mean, this thing's going to go, like I said, up over past 608 now. But you be wise to start selling here. Put in your order now to sell 611. All right. And she's going to keep going. Sell 613. Sell 615, 617, 619, and 620. Okay. Now, normally these are the numbers I would tell you to sell right now because of what I just witnessed. As I said, once it broke over six and it got up to 602, they could only pull it down to 597. And that's just a 5 cent drop. And that just isn't enough, folks. That's not enough. That isn't enough. That it should have come down all the way to 592, 590, 588, 587. Especially with my dollar cost average being at 587. They should have pulled that sucker down to 586. Now, the other day, someone was talking to me about a stock, and I explained this to them exactly. There's the 608 that I called out. There it is, but it's going to go over that. It's going over that. It's going to go to 611. Some of you are saying, but wait, Catfish, on your buy sell sheet, you've got the numbers. It says up at the top line, it says to sell 5, 6, 7, and 8. Well, not always. And this is one of the circumstances because of the scenario I just explained to you. When they got it to six, any powerful controller would have easily got it from $6 back down to 592 or 588. Any real controller, any real hedge fund, anyone with any power would have taken that thing from $6 down to 588, no problem. 592 in an instant, boom! It should have happened that fast. And I already mentioned to everybody the mere fact that it didn't happen that fast. It didn't happen at all. It just kind of slowly wheat down to 597, and then it was on back up over six. So that's a big difference from what I'm used to seeing. Usually at $6, especially, man, they can bring it from $6 or 608 all the way down to 577 again easily. But this is different. This is different. I see a big difference here. And so that's why I said to everybody, please, let's just pull out these sell orders here. And when it gets up to 608, we can sell it at market if we want to. If we want to sell it at market, we can. But we sure don't want to all have sell orders in at 608 and then 611, 613. So I'm showing you where I'm going to be selling here as we go up. So now I'm going to take these orders out because, again, I don't want to create walls. I don't want us all to create walls with these big sell orders at these numbers all together. Okay. We sell them at market when it gets up to those numbers. Okay. But as probably as my, as I, and when I deviate from my buy sell sheet, it almost always costs me. So I already know right here in actuality, I should definitely sell at least 608. I should have just sold at least 10 shares there at 608 because I do know that 608 is definitely, and I've mentioned it to people over and over. I've especially mentioned it to someone that's on this channel that we know as Savannah. She's no longer with us as a listener, but he is, I guess, not listening anymore. But because every time I see the 608, I have to say that name because they were such a disbeliever in what I was saying. But now you guys can all witness it with your two eyes. At 608, you should have sold it and you could buy it back at 603, maybe even lower. But you can see they stifled it at 608. And now here it goes on back up. So I'm going to raise this buy order to 694 because I see absolute significant weakness here in them. They aren't gonna. It's gonna go over 608. So I'm just gonna keep buying just below it. If they'll pull back if they'll pull it back 3 cents, I'll take that. I'd love to get a 603 here, and even better, I'd like to get $6. Another thing about this program software is that sometimes if they make a real quick drop to here, it won't sell any of these numbers. It'll sell all of them at the low number. It sells them all at the low number. So if they make a big quick drop, these won't sell at 680, 604, 03, 02. They'll just all sell 601, or buy, I should say, buy 601. But I'm not going to get a 601, I don't think, here. I think this thing's going to keep rising. So I'm going to come in underneath it again. And I'm going to try to buy it at 606 even. And it's not helping my dollar cost average because my dollar cost average is now 380, 587. And I like it below 588, that's for sure. But I'm going to keep trying to force the issue, if you will. And I'm in at 607 now. Here we go. And here she goes, folks. Now, listen, again, when she gets up here to 611, then you can just tap on the sell market. All right. Because it's going there. It's definitely going to go there now, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And it's all because of what I've already explained to you earlier, those of you that have been listening for the last 20 minutes. And if you don't know why I told everybody what I've told everyone is going to happen, well, you're going to see it right now. There you go. I just sold 609. Nice. And now I want to sell 613. And I want to do this at market, folks. I'm going to sell market. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see all these orders filling at 609. And I see right now 60898. There's a 608 and a half. 60898. I'm going to sell when it gets up here, folks. I'm going to wait. I'm just going to be patient. I'm not in a hurry to sell my shares. Let's raise this buy order up here to 607. The stock I'm on, ladies and gentlemen, is TMC. TMC. I'll show it to you on the chart right now. This is it right here. TMC. And I just got to buy it 607. I'm up on nicely on CLRB. Thank you for calling out that stock, CLRB. And I'm up on DGXX. I only bought 10 of that. I'm going to buy some more of that, DGXX. That was called out by Rudiggity. Yeah, very nice. Let's look at it on the chart. Oh, yeah, man. Nice. Well, I told everybody, hey, this has been a repetition of buy below the 50, buy below the 50, buy below the 50. So I did. I bought it there. Huh. Got lucky. DGXX. Nice. Well, let's see if I can buy some 613 of that. And I've already seen they've sold a bunch at 616, 630,000. Oh yeah, look at this number that they sold, this 616, folks. Take it up, take a look at it. 630,033 at 616. They don't want to fill any more orders there. They got the number they want. I'm going in 5 shares here. I'm going in 5 shares here. I'm going in on DGXX. It's up 20%, and I think it's going to keep rising. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm looking at this chart, and let's go look and see. And I already said to everybody, listen, I said to everyone, if it breaks over this line, it's going to make a nice move. Okay. And now I'm going to put in another line. I'm going to see why they stopped it here. I just bought DGXX at 617, but I want to see why were they so pertinent about this line right here, and why were they so adamant to stop it at this line right here earlier. And then when they dropped it just now, why did they decide to drop it at that line right there to there? Well, I can see why they dropped it here just now to that line and off she went, because this was a point of resistance here. But I'm going to look at these other numbers and I'm going to find out what those numbers meant in the past, what was so big about this number that they tried to hold so long all day in the pre-market. I want to look back in history to see why. So I'm going to go over here to the 20-day chart. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't see why, not over the last 20 days. I have no idea what any of those resistance lines were created for. They've never been here over the last 20 days. Now, let's change this and look back even further than 20 days, because we'll probably find out if we go to a 180-day chart. And no, these numbers, folks, are irrelevant to any other price over the last 188 days. These numbers are only relevant to the shortest term. Okay. Now, let's go look at this on the 3 year chart. Oh, my. Well, my goodness. My. Okay. Wow. What in the world? Wow. 415 a share. Jeez. What is that price right there? $1.99. $1.99. BGXX. Whoa. Di- Dang, folks, that's a 3 year chart on this stock. Look, folks, the 5 day moving average is reaching what should be a level of resistance. There should be right here, and there should be a level of resistance right here. The 5 day came up to right there. I just bought TMC at 605. Give me a moment here, folks. I want to look at something here. This right here, the 5 day was stopped right there. I just sold SDOT at 34.73. So it is rising. SDOT is climbing, folks. It's finally coming off the bottom. If you own it, you might want to look at getting a little bit of it because it's rising right now. I just sold a little bit of it, so that tells me that it's starting to make its move back up. SDOT. And of course, looking at this line, The bid now, the buy, 616. 616, folks, the bid. What do you know? Up 20.66%. The bid ask, 616. Okay, folks, just letting you know. I'm just, I state what I state. I say what I say, and you know why. Six one six. Huh. Oh, no wonder that's blue line stopped there, right there. 415, and the price is at bid 616. What do you know? Huh. See that Savannah? Uh-oh. Watch out. You know, I think I might want to buy some more of this. Sure be nice to get some 613 here, but I think they're more happy settling with the 615. So I'm just going to try that. And I know that they want this number because I can already see they've acquired 694,000 shares at that mysterious number. Below it, they can only unwanted 393,000. On it, 694. Above it, only 213,000. How interesting that they would want to acquire so many shares at the number 616. Maybe they got tired of me pointing out that their holding numbers at 666 were stupid because that wasn't the sign of the beast. And then they went, well, we'll take it to that number then. We'll show you. If you're saying it's 616, watch what we'll do to that number. We'll buy the crap out of it there. And there they did. And now you can use that to your advantage, everyone. Every one of you can use that to your advantage. Well, there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. She's off and running. They got all they could there. There she goes. She's out of here, ladies and gentlemen. And if you've got it, congratulations. You got yourself a tiger by the tail. That's right. She's out of here. That was it. That was their last effort. Everybody, come on and ride the horse. Ride the horse, folks. This thing's out of here. I guess they done plumb run out of those. Nice. Look at all the buy-in over here, folks. Look at all that buy-in. Whoa, there she blows. Congratulations, all of you owners of this stock. I am now raising my buy orders up. DGXX. Dang. She's running like the wind. I'm going to sell 637 here. And I'm going to go get rid of the rest of my. And by the way, I'm up on Mask today, looking good. Mask is rising. And but I'm going to move the ones that I'm down on. I'm up a 911 today I'm barely up on LNAI, but I'm going to sell that trade because I want to move it on to some of these runners like DGXX, LNAI. And I want to sell this. I've only got 130 shares. So I'm going to sell 100 here. and I'm down $6. Speaking of 616, that's exactly how much I'm down since I opened this position, $6.16. So I just sold 100 there, and now I'm going to sell 30 here. And I'm going to be down $1.40. My profit loss 7 cents today, but I'm not going to sit on a. I'm not just going to let it sit there. I'm going to invest it over in DGTT. So I'm going to go back over here now again to my monitor screen, and I'm going to be looking at DGXX. I mean, trade DGXX. And I just bought DGXX at 622. It's nice. And now I can come in here again. 5 shares. Try to buy 620. And now I've risen my dollar cost average to 608. But dang, that thing just shot back up to 626 in a heartbeat. Good thing I got that little 622 shares. And she's out of here. Now I'm going to buy at market. I don't believe it's going to stay here very long. There's never been very many shares in this range to hold it here, folks. I just filled at 626 again. And this is DGXX. DGXX. Show you the chart. And I've got a lot of lines on this chart, but folks, this thing breaks over this line and you could make a move to there and then even beyond. And this is why I'm looking at it DGXX, ladies and gentlemen. There it is right there. DGXX. And man, oh man, the price has just gone over a major previous resistance line, and she is on her way. DGXX. And take a look at the freaking buying coming in on that thing. Jeepers. Hold on. Look at here, and I don't see my candlesticks on this. Suddenly, my volume candlesticks stopped working for me. My custom volume candlesticks are not working. So I'm going to shut this down because I like those, and I'm going to restart Thinkorswim. Give me a moment here. Rudiggity called that DGXX. And just so you guys are all aware of this, I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and there's a very simple process to get it done. You call Charles Schwab, and they'll walk you through how to get this on your computer. And once you have it on there or on your little tablet or whatever, then you just go to login. But make sure you start out with zero risk and use paper money. Okay, choose that. I do not want any risk on this channel. Okay, get familiar with the program before you just start. Okay, don't be foolish. Don't do that. That is a good way to lose money. All right. So let me just get logged in here first, and then we'll go forward from here. And once again, I have the cap lock on. That won't work. And now we're going to put my And we want to check that out, make sure we have everything right, and we don't. Got one word, one letter off, and we still don't because we got to put the cap. All right, here we go. We're going to log in right now. And again, I don't want anybody risking anything here. So let's get started out with paper money and learn how to make money with this first before you use your actual cash. Okay. We don't want any risk, but you can still get these candlesticks from me. And I see now they're still not there. For some reason, my volume candlesticks are not down there. Don't know what's going on, but right now, those candlesticks are not working. But I can tell you what is working, and that is I can see a massive flat top green candlestick here with virtually no wick on it at all on this stock, DGXX. And it looks very good. I'm going to keep accumulating it here, going to try to get a 630 buy here on it. And I am going to sell at 637. And actually, I'm going to raise that up to 640 now. I normally would sell 637, but I see other people raising their sell orders as well. So I'm going to join in suit with them and raise my sell orders. And I've only got 40 shares of this stock, but I think we're going to make a nice move. It looks good. It looks real good. And it just went over my 37 that I would have sold, but I moved it up to 640 instead. And the stock I'm on here is DGXX. DGXX. And nice. Now, normally, again, I would normally sell the 638 and look for a pullback to 633 or 631. But I just got a feeling about this. And so I'm going to remove the 640 sell as well. And right now, the lowest I think I'm going to be able to get it is where we are here, 635. And I'm just going to keep accumulating this. That's why I sold the other stock. I'm going to go over here again. And on QS now, I'm up $40 on QS. And I'm going to trade SDOT. I'm done with SDOT. And I'm down $177 on that. So I'm out of that. I'm going to sell 400 here. Another 400 here. I'm out of here on SDOT. I got better things to do with my time and my money. And as you can see, since I opened this account, my loss, since profit loss since I opened it is $58. I can swallow it. And I've got 420 shares left of this. And I'm going to be done with it completely. I'm going to be out. I'm going to put in here 420, 420, and I'm out. Tell me about how much higher it goes after I'm sold out, okay? All right. After I sold out, let me know. Well, actually, yeah, I'm not going to torture myself with that. I'm just going to sell it all. So I'm out there. And maybe I have some sell orders up here. I do. So it won't let me sell them all. But is there a sell order there I got? No. All right. So here we go. Boom. We're out. All right. That one hurt me. But now we're going to move it over onto a runner, baby. And we're going back over here to our monitor to see which one we're up the most on today. And the one we're up on is CLRB. The one we're up on also is DGXX. I just bought TMC at 603. One we're down on is ENVB. ENVB, I'm down on that one, $28. What happened to that one? Trade. Somebody called that out early. Chart ENVB. Let me look at it. And I just bought TMC at 602. Nice. Let's go look at chart ENVB. See what happened. ENVB. Total collapse. Look at that freaking thing. Wow, what a disaster. And you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, Thinkorswim is going nuts here. I think they might have got hacked or something. Um, I've only got one moving average line. Weird. Not sure what's going on here. But I can surely see that ENVB has gone to the absolute sewer. 313 a share. And I'm down $28 on this. And there has been nothing but constant selling pressure on this. It is all dark, all dark. Everything up above is completely dark. And this is a good way for you to compare what I was showing you the other day, a little bit ago, a couple hours ago on that other one. On the low, everything was light. Everything was light. But look at all the dark here. Look how dark it was. Man, look how dark. The selling was heavy, 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 all the way down. From the high, man, they started selling the shit out of it. From 350, they just been selling it and throwing it out to the bidders. Heavily darkness up here from 350 down to 313. And they took it down to 306, which, oh, goodness gracious. Ran it down 54 cents today, ladies and gentlemen. Now sitting at 313 a share. 312 is the bid, 317 is the ask. Why did it drop so much? What happened? Now I'm going to go over to my studies and I'm going to go load study set, Catfish chart setup. Where are all my moving averages? Jeez. They're showing up on they're showing up on this screen here, and my moving averages are indeed showing up right here. For example, on this one, BIAF, I can see them there. The moving averages are definitely showing up. But on the chart screen, I should be able to just click on charts and I should be able to see all my averages on this one too, but I'm just seeing a 200-day moving average right here. Let's go to the 1 day. Maybe it's because I'm in such a long term. Yeah, that's probably what it is. So here we are on the stock ENVB. ENVB. And the low today leads down to 306. ENVB. And I know John Connor called that one out. And John, what happened to ENVB? Think or swim. Think or swim. What happened to it, man? ENVB. It was at 348 a share. Hold on a second. Trade. ENVB. Somehow I got in at 361. That must have been yesterday because it never even reached that number today. Well, thank gosh, thank gosh I only bought 80 shares of it. But still, that was not a good buying decision. I'm down 28 bucks on it. But no big deal. I will lick my wounds. I'll move it over onto one of these runners right now, okay? Watch what I do with it, okay? So, I'm going to take my hit on this. I'm going to get out for 80 shares right now, and I'm moving it over to a stock that's going to run. That's what I do. I don't cry over it. Today it cost me $28 and overall I lost $39.50 on that. ENVB. It was called out yesterday and I said, "Hey, that chart looks pretty good." And if you go look at the chart on the ENVB, you can see probably yesterday morning he called it out yesterday. I would presume he called it out yesterday in the pre-market, and I probably bought it right in here. And I just didn't notice, and I wasn't watching it yesterday. I should have sold it right there. And who knows? Maybe I did. Maybe I did sell most of it when it was there, which I would most typically do because that price was $3.97, and I would know to sell it up to $4 and 408. So I probably sold most of my shares. I probably sold there at the 407, 408. But boy, they sure slaughtered it after that today, and I wasn't watching it. I wish I would have been. But anyway, I'm out of it now, and I'm going to see if and it's absolutely being manipulated because the bid is 309 and the ask is 319, and that's to get a 313 sell. 313 sell. So they're all over that thing. Market makers are all over it. Let's go over here, find out the ones that are running. Again, we're making money on some of them, and right now CLRB is one of them. So I'm going to come over here to CLRB, and I'm up on this thing. I've only got 50 shares, and I want to add to it. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to be adding 5 shares at a time. Then actually, I'll just go ahead and do 10 at a time here. And I'll try to reinforce my other lower positions and buy this at $3.42 with everybody else. There has been nothing accumulated in this range so far, so I would not presume it will stay here for very long. So I'm going to be buying right here now at 343. If there has been nothing procured in that range before, I doubt there will be anything now. And then look at that. It immediately jumped all the way up to 349 because I just mentioned there's never been anything here before. So I'm going to buy here. And as soon as I come in to start buying 343s, look at that freaking price. Just shoot up to 349. Crazy, folks. Really nuts. I just told you too. I said, well, there's never been any shares here very long, so I don't think it's going to be here very long. And sure enough, as soon as I mention it, boom, the price shoots right up. Cheapers. Well, they're going to try to get some of these respectable. This is horrible. I don't even see any shares sold here. 600 shares at 344, folks. I should tell you what's going on here. 600 at 344. One of their favorite numbers, by the way. I'm not kidding. 344 is one of their favorite accumulation numbers, and they could only get 600 shares there? You got to be joking me. Oh, there they are. Now they're popping it. There it is, 344. I just mentioned it, and they throw it out. Well, I'm going to try and buy there because I know they're not just going to have their 340, 600 at 344. If they do, I'll be very surprised at that. And I can't get it. So, geez, I got my number here Trying to buy here. My dollar cost average is down here, 319, 320. What, are they halting this thing now or something? Give me the 345. Come on. I'm going 346. I don't care. You can't get that either. It's hogwashed. I'm going 347. There we go. I got 347. And I'm not the only one that wants them. Now I'm going to lower this buy order down to 339. I'm lowering this one to here, 2 cents down. If they want them, they're going to have to come down here and get them. And my bid is now 344. And I see one share was just sold at 344. I'm looking over here, ladies and gentlemen, right here at what they're selling for. And they sold one share at 344. And now someone has gotten another 449 out there. So where am I filling? Where am I not filling? Why didn't I just fill there? Now that's gone, folks. You can just kiss that goodbye. And might as well just come up here at 347 because that's going to be it. And I just got a 347. And now I'm going to try to buy 346. Oh, I want to build this position because I like the way this chart looks very much. And that is CLRB. And I just bought a 346 on it. And I'm going to show you the chart on it. CLRB. And there it is right there. CLRB. And now I want to take a look at the 20-day on this. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. $7.20 a share. On what news? Press release. Secular Biosciences announces oversubscribed financing up to 140 million. Whoa. That was May the 5th. And then it does a Biosciences report positive 12-month follow-up data from phase 2 Clover WHAM study for blood disease. Okay. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stock CLRB. And this is the one I've been buying into here. And you can see what it's doing right now, ladies and gentlemen. CLRB. CLRB. I provide, you decide. CLRB up 8.49%. I'm right on their heels. I'm trying to buy it now at 345, 344, 343. Unfortunately, it just is selling now at 347 up to 350. I saw 348 just then. Several 348s, and they're fairly sizable buys. But I know how adamant they are about 344, so I'm trying to buy that 344 and 343. I got my order sitting there waiting. And the reason being, they have only had here at 344, one of their favorite numbers, they've only had 1,049 shares there. And now they've got nothing left, and she's running. She's over 350 there. She cut loose. If they can't hold this under 350, there's going to be a problem for them. Serious. It can run now. Here we go, folks. Here we go. All right. CLRB. And they're just trying to hold it at 350 now. I'm going to keep into it. And there she is. 351s are going, maybe. Let's see if I can pick up another 349 here. And they've already gotten, listen, folks, down here, look, every limit they reached down here where it rose from. Look at this limit, 151. 159 was all they could get. 159, 232. Okay. Are you following me? And then right here, look at this, 141 they're at already. 141, and they're already at 352. How much more can they hold? They can only hold maximum 159 at both those levels and 151 here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? Here they can only hold, they're at 142. Oh, there she goes. And she is gone, ladies and gentlemen. Hasta la Vega, baby. There is no more 350s. I don't believe you're going to see 350 again. And look in the rearview mirror for that number. And she is running, folks. Yes. Well, I moved my money over for a reason. And now I'm going to try to keep just buying this at market. And I just bought it at 352 a share. And I'm looking at the percentage gain right now. And I'm going to be buying. Oh, and there's a halvesy at 351.75. They try a little desperation move. What a desperation move. And now I come in 370, 352, 353. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm right on their heels, right on their heels. And the stock I'm on is CLRB. And at 362, the highest price today, they only had 1,039 shares. At the highest price of 632, they only had 1,039 shares. All right, I'm just showing you that, just so you're aware what we're up against here. And at 355 this morning, all they had was 100 shares. 100 shares. How many here? None at 356 this morning. 300 at 357. 128 at 358. 1,008 at 359. 106 at 360. Oh my gosh. 1,200 at 361. And 1,039 at 362. Holy smokes, there has been no volume here. How are they going to stop it here now? How are they going to stop it here now with that? There must be just 5,000 shares traded. That's $15,000 worth of stock from here to there this morning to run it down from 362. Oh my gosh, they're not going to stop it. She's gone. Holy cow. Wow, everyone. Look at that thing go. Is everybody listening to what I'm saying? I'm telling you, you should be listening to what I'm saying. There is no volume up here all morning to run it down from 362. I just showed you right here, only 260 shares at 360. Right here, oh my gosh, she's gone. She's back to 360, and there was only 200 something there this morning to make it run down. Oh, wow. Are you guys with me? No, baby. Let's rock this world. And the stock here, ladies and gentlemen, is CLRB. CLRB. Oh, man, give me any pullback. There's nothing up here. And I wonder how much of this is fake right here, these supposed sell orders up here. I wonder how many are fake. I wonder how many of them are spoof sales they're putting in. They only had a couple hundred shares, and now all of a sudden they got 1,000 they got to sell there, huh? Uh-huh. Sure, sure, sure. This morning, there was only 1,200 here. There was only 1,400 here. This volume you're seeing on them now, that's from the current 1,700 wanted to buy, 1,500, 1,500, 1,000. They only got 1,500 limits on every one of these now. That's all they can hold is 1,500. Mysteriously at 350 they can hold 149,000 shares, but here they can only hold 2,200, 4,200, 1,500, 1,500, 1,800, 5,200 at 359, 1,600 at 360, 1,300 at 361. There's nothing here, folks. If the demand stays in this, it's going to run right on up if the buyers keep coming in, and I'm going to come in buying market right now. And I just bought it at 358. And I love seeing them try to throw in a half stick here at 357.01. Nope, I'm buying again, 358. Sorry. Thank you. I took it there, 358. And I'm not the only one. And everyone that's buying here, folks, they're all buying on the ask. These are all light candlesticks. There's no darkness on them. They want it, folks. They want this stock. 358. Coming in at 357. And they've only had here 6,063 shares at 357. And the stock I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is CLRB. CLRB. Pardon me. Monitoring my other stocks, I'm up on DGXX. I'm up on MASK. I'm down on PN. Let me take a look at PN. I put PB, which is more applicable to me. PN. Well, this PN, I'm not there very concerned about being down a little bit on it because that chart looks freaking phenomenal. PN, ladies and gentlemen, PN. And look at it right there. It's just, oh man, it's just consolidated. It's consolidated all afternoon. PN rising 50, rising 45, rising 200, rising 10 day, rising 5 day. PN, ladies and gentlemen. And that you better look at this over the last 5 day chart. PN. This is it. 5 day chart. PN. Look at the 200 day, which was on this plane angle right there. Look at that 200 day that's changed now and is on this angle, the 200 day. Look at every low. Higher, 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 higher. And it's bouncing off this line right now. PN. PN. PN, ladies and gentlemen. That's the stock. It's up 15% today. It's up 15% today. And it's down. They've pulled it down again to the 50-day average. It's a great buy. PN trade. I'm in PN. And you know what? I was going to sell that, but I'm going to buy it instead. Goodness gracious, I can't see my screen. There we go. PN 796. And it was just over $8 just a moment ago. And now they're trying for 792, now 801. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, well, I'm going to try to buy 793 then. And I'm going to sell 809. Yeah. I mean, that's what they're doing. I see here 793 and 809. I'll do that all day long. Try to buy 799. This is PN right now, folks. Looking over here at this PN stock right now, 799, 790, 799, 796, 799, $8, 792. 55 shares jumped out at 792. You see that? All these $8 orders coming in for 300 and 175, another 100 here. 55 shares to 792. Then they're back to $8 again. And they're selling at 8. Selling at 8. Who just sold all these shares down here at 790? Who sold those when they could have waited and just sold them right here at 8? And then here, who sells again here at 792 afterwards, 65 shares, when they could have sold them at 801, 45 shares. Now you see 804s being achieved. Well, I'm just showing you, folks. You can do whatever you want with this. Now 808. One share for 808, folks. When you saw 125 at 799. One share gets an 808. One share gets an 807. What's going on here? Well, I know one thing. I'm going to take advantage of it if I can. I just sold 807. And I'm going to sell 820 now. And I'm going to try to buy 10 shares. I see orders filling at 792, so I'm going to try for that. I'll go for 797. And right now I'm seeing a few 801s, so I'm going to try to buy 801. The stock I'm on, oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. The stock I'm on is PN. PN. I'm going to raise my buy to 802. And now I'm going to raise my buy to 803. I see some 810s coming across here, and then I see some 8s, and then 804s, 809s, 804s. And I'm trying to buy here, folks. I'm going to buy at market and see what it fills at. 809. Filled at 809. I just bought at market. Well, let's try 805 then. And this is the stock PN, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on PN. I'm going to show you the chart on it. PN, right here it is. PN is the stock I'm right here on. And man, that thing looks freaking awesome. With a 200-day average that was green and was on this previous line, having changed now. This is where it was. It was there. It was there, folks. The 200-day average was on this line. Now the 200 is on this line here. Okay. And that is a big move. PN 200 day has been a long time on that line and it broke over. Now it's gone and it's coming off the 50 here. Boing. Holy smokes. Every time off the 50, boing, off the 50, boing, off the 50, boing, off the 50, boing, off the 50, boing. I just sold PN at 813. Nice. Ha ha. Let's do it again. Nice. And look at the buyback here now. I should get these 804s and 5s. See over here, I can see them filling. I see them filling there. Look at that 804, 805, but they're all one share orders, one share, one share. See, I'm trying to buy at the right number. I just got too high a volume, and I'm only trying to buy 10 at a time. See that? So I just got 806. Going again, 806. Got it again. And 805 I just got. When I pull an order away and drop it down like that and they don't fill it, then I know the price is going to rise. Usually, if I pull an order away and drop them down, they'll fill them right then. If the price is going to continue to drop, they'll fill those orders there. So that's kind of a signal for me. See, I just pulled those orders down and I tried to get them down here to the 8. And when I did, they didn't even try to just go ahead and fill them. Usually they will. So that tells me a signal that this thing's probably going to keep rising now. So they have no interest to go any lower than 803 or 4. And when I pulled it down, they didn't even fill those orders. Usually they do. I moved them up and got them in their view now. Now they're going to fill them maybe. PN is the stock I'm on. Bid is $8. Ask is 809. I guess that's why I'm not getting what I want here at 803 and 804. Nobody really wants to sell it for less than 809. But I sure am trying. And look at this, folks. I've got my orders here sitting here 10 shares at 804 and 803. Look at all these orders filling at 802. Look at all those orders 100, 100, 100. Cell phone farm going, cell phone farm going off. So I'm going to take these orders off because they're not going to friggin' fill them. And I'm just going to have to friggin' buy at market. Pitiful. And look at it just sitting there, a market share order. How long? And I filled at 806. Well, no wonder I can't get any at 803 and 804, even though they're supposedly showing over here all these 802s and 801s. What is going on with that? Why can't I get an order to fill there and then I fill it? It's at 806 market share, huh? Oh boy, I'm not so sure, folks. Let's put a buy order in now at 804. Let's just try 803. They're showing all these orders selling at 802, hundreds of shares selling at 802. Well, here I am, 803. There I am, 803. Boom, boom. Why won't you sell it to me? Uh-huh. Oh, and I just sold at 817. Hey, it's skyrocketing, folks. Now I'm going to try to sell 829. They're selling, folks. Look at this. Whoa, 825, 830. Wow. Well, goodness gracious. 829. Let's just sell at market here and see how much it is. I'm going to go green on this thing. 830s, 838, 838. Holy cow, they're about to go over my dollar cost average, folks. Dang, PN, everybody. Well, I guess I can't buy it at 803 anymore, can I? 824s are what they're at. I'll try 813, and I'll try to buy 820. Gosh dang. I'll try to buy 822 then. Now we're at 830, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to move mine up to 833, and I bet when I do, they'll take it from me anyway. Yep, the bid is 820. The ask is 839. I just sold 829. Yeah. PN raising my buy to 824 now. Got 178 shares left. Trying to buy 824. Also got to buy at 820. There they are now. Come on, fill those orders. Well, I'm just going to buy at market then if they won't fill my orders at 820. There, I got 830 there. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm selling 838. I'm about to go green on this dang thing. I don't know why they're not selling me to these orders to me, but they just don't want to sell these orders to me, folks. I don't know why they don't want to sell them to me, but they're not selling me these orders I've got right here. I mean, I'm right where I should be to buy these. There's no doubt. I'm in the right place to buy them. They're filling over here at 820. I see orders at 820. So I don't know what's really going on. And every time I put a market order in, it's 10 cents higher than what their monkeys are showing over here. See, I'll buy a market share right now. I'll buy 8 shares at market and watch what it fills at. And let's see where it fills. 828. 828, folks. And they're showing over here all these 820s. 820s. But when I put a market share buy in, it's at 828. And the ask is 829. What do you know? Isn't that interesting? And I can't get a single order to fill here. 824, 822, 820. I can't get any of those to fill. But they're over here showing all these orders filling here. All these 100 share orders filling at 820, 820, 820, 820. Then I put a market share buy in and it's 828. Hokey, folks. All right, so I'll come up to 827. Will you sell me that? I see orders going over here. Now they've raised it from 820 to 821s and 825s. Now I see at 827. Uh-oh, 825s. I got to buy at 827. That won't really fill. So let's buy at market again and see what we really get. What's the market share buying right now? 826, folks. 826, you buy market now. Yep, I just bought again at 826. A lot of buys coming in here, folks, at 825.5 too, 827, 829. Look at it rise, folks.
PN is the stock. PN. Won't let me have any there. Won't let me buy there. Now I'm trying to buy market, and the ask has jumped to 835 now, folks. PN. The ask is now 835 a share. We got 30 minutes till the market closes. The ask is now 834, the bid 823. Shares are selling now at 831. And my dollar cost average on this stock is 843. 843. The next shares to be sold would be sold at 837. I'm going to sell 20 shares at 837. I'm about to sell them right now. 811. Somebody decided to sell their shares for 2,900 for $8.10. And then just after that, there's 25 at 822. Look at this, folks. Look at this. $8.10 there. 2,912 shares sold at 810. And then just moments later, the price is at 822.50 on just 25 shares. 822.50. Look at that look at that monkey business. Two shares at 813. And you got 210 at 824. 66 shares at 813. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious, folks. And now we got 824 again. Oh, look at the manipulation. Look at the manipulation efforts, folks. Selling 2,900 at 810. And now the price is 824.78. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow, look at that, folks. Isn't that amazing? Holy smokes. I mean, who in the world did they have on the phone to sell 2,900 at 810? Oh my gosh, at 3:30, folks, at exactly 3:30. At 3:30. And now the price is selling at 823. Here they come again with their 810 sells. Who are these individuals? Who are these dumbasses that would sell at 810 when the price is demanding 823 and 830 just moments ago? Oh, now we're back up to 820 on 27 shares, folks. Look at all these hundreds of shares sold at 810 and 811. Then 27 shares and we're at 820. uh, cell phone farms. Cell phone farms, people. That's what they are. Cell phone farms. Kicking in the cell phone farms, baby. Let's let's not sell our shares up here at $8.39 or anything like that. No, 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 no. Let's not sell our shares at 832 a share where we can make a killer profit. Let's wait and let's make sure it's down to 810 and we'll sell our shares there. I call it out for what it is, folks. Total, absolute manipulation. And you can see that they're putting in some big numbers to try to sell their probably all shares that they borrowed, shares they borrowed to try to sell just now at 810, 810, 811. And again, the sale price, the cells were selling for 830, 830, 830, 829. And then they're selling hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares. And then they decide to sell 1,500 at 820. And then they sell 2,900 at 810. Oh, goodness. Already back up to 818. 500 happily buying there at 818. Don't know why they didn't scarf up the 810s when it was there, but now it's back to 820. And what a joke, folks, to see all those orders sold at 810. Now we're at 823. Look at that. Look at all the buyers coming in, happy to pay that. Market manipulation, folks. 825 now. Look at that. And
And why? They could look at all these shares that were just sold at 810. Look at all the cell phone farm business going on here. Cell phone farm, folks. And we're back up to 825 in just 3 minutes time. 3 minutes time after all that unloading of all that worthless selling at 810. And it's right back up to 825 a share. Well, it looks good, folks. PN. Somebody's trying to, as you can see, somebody's trying to keep it down. But this is the chart on PN, ladies and gentlemen. And that looks very impressive. Okay, I'll just say it as it is. Every time it's hit the 50, every time below the 50, every time, every time, every time. And again, even here just now. What a weak effort that was just then. What a weak effort that was just then. And they're just trying to stop this 5-day from going over this line. And if it goes over this one and this one, boom, it goes all the way to there. And it could do that in the after hours. This is the stock I'm talking about. PN. 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 And earlier today, just a little while ago, I was down about $190 on it. But geez, oh, Pete, that thing has just roared right back up. It's roared right back up. PN. And again, there's the chart. And they had it down here to as low as at lunchtime low, 766 a share. 766, Savannah. Look at that. 766, Savannah. That's how low they had it. 766. And I jumped over there and I told you guys, man, I'm going to start buying this right now. I like it at this low. I'm going to buy it here. And I started to. I sold. I said, I don't want to sell here because it looks like it's about to springboard. So I said, I'm going to buy it instead. And I had $800 or so, or I don't know, $495. And I started buying this thing. And I'm glad I did. I sold. I sold the other stock that had cost me money. And I said, I'm going to move it over onto a runner that's going to go up. And that's what's about to happen right now with this stock. And you can see right here, you can see more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers here. And then here the sell effort to push it back down. But folks, you see a wick on the bottom of this candlestick, and I want to change this. I want to change this to a 1 day. And I want you to look at it now, folks. This is the 1 day chart. 1 day chart here. And you better look at it close because this thing's crossing the 200-day. The current price already did, and so did the 10-day, and now the 50-day, and that is a triple upside crossover, a golden cross. And this is just on the 1 day chart, but folks, there's no doubt about it. This is a golden cross. The 5-day cross, the 10-day is crossed, the 50-day is crossed. And all they can do then is just a little herky jerk, cradle into the 10-day, and off it goes because it's a crossover, folks. And here is the praying mantis, folks. The praying mantis. Oh, yes. Look at that 50-day rise up over the 200. Look at the blue 45 up above it, rising over over that. See down here, the 45-day, which is a little shorter term, it was below the 50-day. But the 45-day then started rising. And then it got up here and it got with the 50-day. And right here, they got a nice little bed to lay upon. That's right. Right here, these are two separate snakes. This is the red snake and this is the blue snake. And right here, that blue came up here and he's singing the blues no more after this point. That's right. Because that blue 45-day had a good old time with old Reddy. And after that, off it went. They both started rising. And right now, this is a blueback red belly right here, the offspring of what occurred back here. a blue back red belly as we speak, crossing over the 200-day. And ladies and gentlemen, let me explain. When you have a 200-day average rising like this, and then you have a 50 and 45-day cross over that at the same time, of course they're going to try to stop that. Of course they're going to try to resist this. It's a triple crossover. The current price, the 10-day, and then the 50-day. They got to try to persuade. But look, the energy of these long-term averages, all rising, will shove this right up their butt. All right? That's what's going to happen right now. And there are your Madonnas right there. Say goodbye to Like a Virgin, okay? Because that's all over, okay? Like a Virgin just ended. And right here was this afternoon's nutsack. And I told you, PN on this line is a good buy here, I believe, on the nutsack. And there she goes. And afterwards, a triple upside crossover. And then now an undeniable Madonna formation. And you can see there's the strap right there. And there's going to be another one here. But that strap's going to go up this way. Right? Watch this strap. It's just going to come over here and then go up like that and up like that. The strap. Oh, yeah. Madonna. Sayonara, baby. She's out the door. Watch this unengulfed candlestick jump. They can try all they want. Their little once in a while sell of this isn't going to do it. It isn't going to do it, folks. You got to come at it harder than this. You can't just throw out every once in a while a little red candlestick anymore against this baby. That isn't going to get it. Not going to work. Too weak, too little, too late. It won't stop it. You got a triple crossover here. You're going to have to throw some heavy fire at this. And somebody knew it when it happened here. That's why they bought so many thousands of shares there. They saw the triple crossover happening right there. And they said, "Shee, let's get in on that thing. Let's buy that triple crossover right now." And they bought 10,000 shares during this minute. And the reason they bought the 10,000 shares there is because of this triple upside crossover. Boom. They knew that it was just probably going to be a pair of tots after that. Sweet Madonnas. And then off she goes. Watch, folks. Just watch it. Watch this thing rise. You watch with your own two eyes. The Madonna surprise. And watch this thing. Watch this 45 get further up above off the 50-day. Watch the gap increase between the two of those. There it goes right now. And there she goes. And she's going to be pretty, folks. You're going to like what you see here. You're going to like what you see. John, Ultra Surfer, Joe Gamongo. Crass V WYD, friend. I'm not sure. I haven't seen WYD. Samuel. Hi there, Samuel. Samuel Azai. Oh, JP Panic says, I got into KULR. Good. I think it's gone up, hasn't it? I can't remember watching the stock fall this hard without a 30 to 50% bounce at some point. EZGO. Oh, yeah, I know. And monitor. Let's go see where I am on that. I'm down 20 bucks. I'm down 20 bucks. Yep. Boy, howdy. Boy, howdy. Did they really come after that? And fortunately, they have not taken it down anymore. They just got it to the bottom, and they're just trying to totally consolidate, capitulate, and converge this. Get the 200 and get as close as it can. And I got news for you. This 200-day average up above this, the gravity of that will pull it up, okay? The gravity of this 200-day up above this will pull this manipulation upwards. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to notice down here recently, every freaking candlestick, buyers out buying the sellers, out buying the sellers, out buying the sellers, buyers. Then the sellers outsold. Then the buyers. Then the seller, buyer, seller, buyer, seller, buyer, seller, buyer, seller, buyer, seller, buyer. See that? I mean, it's just alternating, battling it out here. And that is how they consolidate a stock. And you can watch the gravity of the 200-day being up here will pull this 5-day average right on up. All right. I do believe that. Okay. I do believe that. But I'm not going to keep it. I bought it, but I don't think I'm going to keep it overnight. I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. But PN, ladies and gentlemen, PN now 824. And I'm looking at nothing more than a fiasco of relentless jump sells trying to hold it down. And I just saw a while ago a massive number of shares sold at 810 a share. I saw hundreds and hundreds and hundreds sold at 810. And now I'm seeing hundreds and hundreds sold at 815. Now, the thing I want you to know is after I saw all those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares sold at 810, as you can roll back here and you can't even see, but you can see the lowest they were there at 814. And they were selling a lot at 814. They were selling a lot here, hundreds at 814. Then they had to go up to 818. Then they sold again at 823. They were selling and 819, 814. Then we're back up into the 825s, and I see them selling 0 shares at 823.87. Don't know how you can do that, but then they're up to 824, 825, and then they start dumping 400 shares at 821. Immediately after that sell, 1 share, 821, 410 sold, 1 share bought, 824. You see that? So somebody's still dumping out a bunch of shares, trying to hold it now. Sold at all these shares, hundreds and hundreds at 820 just now. On a cell phone farm. Sold all these shares at 820 now. Just like they did 20 minutes ago at 810, folks. Remember? I was just showing you the price was 810, 810, 810. Someone sold 2,700 shares at $8.10 about 20 minutes ago. And I showed everybody that. So if they were selling 2,700 shares at 810 25 minutes ago, and now they're selling hundreds of shares at 820, what does that tell you? Okay. All right. Then the price goes to 815. They're selling here. Sure you are. You could have just sold the damn shares right up here with all these morons at 821. And the reason I call these all morons at 821 is because the price was already just recently 830 a share at 824, just right there. So why in the world, with the price being 824, would you decide to sell all your shares at 820 or 821 or 815? And when it's back to 821 just moments later, just 1 share to 820, why would you sell 815? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares there. Why would you do that? Now they're back to 820, 1 share. See, 1 share. 823, 1 share, 3 shares. But you just sold 815, hundreds and hundreds of shares. There they are again, selling hundreds of shares at 815. See how idiotic it is? This is cell phone farms, folks. Cell phone farms. Back to 824. Here they attack again. Cell phone farm. Then you're back up to 825 now. Here comes the cell phone farm. 815s. Look at them. They're actually selling 3,200 again, like they sold the 2,700 at 810. Now they're going to sell at 815. They're going to sell 326, 3,026. And the price, 1 share, 820. You're going to sell 3,265 shares at 815 and have one buy push it to 820. Oh boy, howdy, folks! I show you this so you can understand how it works. You look at them dumping these little shares here, and then it's back up to 825. Just freaking 8 shares. Think what that person thinks that just sold 3,265 at 8:15, folks. I guess they're glad because they may have shorted this thing down in the sevens, and they might have just said, "Oh God, I got to cut this loose, man. I'm getting killed here. I got it in the sevens. I'm going to sell it at 8:15. I lost my ass. I'm done." You know, they, I mean, it only makes logical sense. They must be shorted positions, and they're just trying to sell it as far down as they can to just dump them all out to get it to 8:15. That's all I can think. Because now we're back up to 825 on just 8 shares. And now we're at 825 again on 1 share. But you had all those shares just sold at 815 a share. And it's the same thing we saw at 810 a share, folks. And now they can't even find an 815. They're just scrapping for 816s for the lows now. That's all they can throw out. They can't even get any more 815s, just like they ran out of the 810s 20 minutes ago. Now they've run out of the 815s. So I guess the best they can come up with now is freaking 817s. That's the best they can get now. 817s, 816s. Where's the 815s? Where are the 815s? And now they can muster is 140 at 820. What in the world? We already saw down here at 815. Come on, let's see you get that again. What, you ran out with only 94, 104, 110, 100, 200 shares? Is that's all you had was 200 shares at 815? Now all you have is 50, 80 shares at 819? Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good. And now you got to sell 821s like you sold at the 815s and like you sold at the 810s. Now you're selling hundreds at 821s. Okay. I see how that works. Hello, Mark. Welcome. I hear you, Crass V. Yep. Well, this PN, there's definitely forces there working against it. As you can see, major manipulation efforts here. And again, here are all the shares being dumped again at 810. And it's all the algorithm. It's just an algorithm, I guess, folks, is the way it's working. But it doesn't matter. We already saw the 810s earlier, and they got 811s after that, and then 812s. And the next thing you know, in just seconds, it was back up to 820 and then 825. And there he goes. See, it's already back to 817. See, and soon it'll be 820. So all these efforts that they keep trying, that they do with cell phone farms, folks, cell phone farms are used to do this kind of manipulation, okay? And if you don't know what those are, I've shown some people before what cell phone farms look like. Oh man, the Dow's about to go back over 50,000. There we go. So these are some pictures of some cell phone farms for you so you see how they work. They link together massive numbers of cell phones together on a wall like this, and they've got computers down here and they're selling, and they sit there and they sell and sell. They got them all linked together, see? And I've got some pictures of them here. I just want to show you cell phone farms. There's one right there. There's a computer right there, and there's all the phones linked together. And that they are designed to load in sell orders and have them all come across like you're seeing on that screen. And they are very existent all over the world, and they are manipulating the stock market with these instruments, cell phone farms. Okay, and you can see in these photographs different individuals that are running these cell phone farms a lot of times, and this is one of them right here. This is a cell phone farm. All right, And these are used, again, as I said, for the manipulation of the stock market. So when I point out to you, when I'm over here showing you on Thinkorswim, all these orders coming across at 810, 810, 810, those are being done by cell phones, okay, linked together. And that is the way that they get these numbers to stay for a little bit, because they're just dumping out in sequence at 810. Then they come in at 8:15 and dump in sequence. Then they dump at 8:16, 8:17, and then they come up here and they dump in sequence at 8:20, 8:20 again. Then they load in a bunch more at 8:17 and 16. And this is all done automatically by these cell phone farms, folks. And I show people so they understand what's really going on, how these numbers, what is going on. Why isn't it stable? Why doesn't it just keep going up? Well, you've got these entities, and they're out there throwing out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares at numbers on cell phones, and this can maintain a certain price for a certain period of time, and they can work it, and it's interesting because you see all those shares that were just sold there, but now people are paying 820, 822, just moments later. After all those shares again were sold at 810, the price is already back up to 822 and 824 and 825 and 830. You'll see soon. Watch it. But where in the world did all those orders that came from just then that just sold again down there at 810 and 811? You know, again, I'm trying to explain how it's done, how the market's manipulated. And now you can see we're going to go on over 820, and we're going to be soon at 824 again, then 828, then 830. And I could be wrong, and the time now is 3:56 p.m. And I wish that I was going to tell you that I was going to hold this stock, but I'm not going to. And I'm going to go over here and monitor my other channels. I'm up 2260 on CRLB, CLRB. I'm up on DGXX. I'm down 55 on PN, and I'm up 40 on QS. So congratulations, QS buyers. I sold all my SDOT and I'm out. I'm up $33 on TMC. VISN is not doing anything. So I'm going to sell that and have a little cash for that tomorrow. And I'm only down, well, I'm up 15 cents on it. I only got 25 shares of it. So I'm just going to sell all 25. It never has done anything. I'm just going to get rid of it. And they tried to hold it here at my at the price where my dollar cost average is. Just look at them hoarding on my DCA there. Just hoarding up shares on my DCA. Right on it. So I'm out of that. VISN. I buy a stock, and a lot of times I just lock it up, folks, when I do, because they just want to hoard shares around my dollar cost average. So sorry about that for buying into that one for that reason, because I can hold it. Once they see me get out, then they go, oh, he's out. Now we're running there, whatever. But VISN, they just swarmed around me all day today. Now I'm going to go over here, and I'm up, let's see here. TMC, let's look at that chart. Oh, man, that thing looks good. TMC, baby. Nice. What a sweet call out, TMC. Well, hey, I'm going to hold on to this one, folks. I'm just going to hold this. I'm going to hold it. My EZGO, I'm down 23 on. Let's look at the chart. EGZO, EZGO. And they have just held it down all day long. Massive, massive selling. And even in the last candlesticks here, in the waning moments of the day, we have as equal number of sellers as we do buyers. And the candlestick is large there, but more buyers than sellers here. And the time now is 3:59 and 30 seconds. And I wish I could tell you I was going to stay on this, but I'm not. EZGO. I'm out. I lost $24 on it. I'm going to sell 400 shares right now at market. I'm out. My dollar cost average is 20 cents, and they've sat under me. They've sat under me and sat under me. And now I'm going to sell 100 more. So I just got out of EZGO and I lost $4.16. My profit loss since I opened the account was $4.11. So they sure didn't take it down too much more after I got in, that's for sure. They didn't take it down. I did hold on to 160 shares just in case. Now, let's watch it in the after hours. EZGO. And I had told you the 200-day average should pull the 5-day up. And there she goes. EZGO, ladies and gentlemen. The market makers, did they hold it down all day just to run it up here in the after hours now? Was it all manipulation to run it down 91%? And when I bought it, it was down 90%. It was down 90% when I started buying it, EZGO today. They did a public share offering, I think, or reverse split, one or the other. EZGO. What did they do? EZGO. Shares halted on circuit breaker to the downside. Stock down now 79%. EZGO made that run up because they just entered into an at the market equity sale agreement worth up to 100 million with AC Sunshine Securities. So that's what made them spike so much yesterday. But then they decided, I understand, to do either a public share offering or they did a reverse split. EZGO. Well, I know how to find out if they did the reverse split, and I already told you they had done them before. I pointed it out yesterday when he was asking me about this stock. I said, listen, they have done reverse splits before. I warned him about it. This was Modeve Please, who had bought into this stock, and he made a massive gain on it on that news of the contract with Sunshine Securities. And then they did a public share offering. Can I run it down much lower? Geez, can't run it down much lower. It would be amazing if ASML can get close to a 2,000 by end of the month. Played a nice swing last week, looking for dips coming. QS is fire, long-term business. Oh yeah, um, I agreed, and I bought QS today, and I'm very glad I did. QS, and it'd be cool if I could pick the letters out. QS, and I really did like what I saw today. QS, and look at them. Look at them in the after hours, though. Attack this thing down. QS. Look at them selling right here. What in the world is this? 1,500,000 shares just sold in the after hours. The bid 787. The ask 794. Closed at 795. buy all they can at 788, I guess, is what they wanted to do just then. And I guess they did just then, bought all they could at that price, 787. Good for them because QS is ready to rock it, it looks like to me. So they're probably very happy they just got that there in the after hours. If they did even get a 787, it looks like they punched at it once and then it's right on up from there. 787, and the bid is 787 and the ask is 792. Buyers will come in on the heels of that, probably. We'll see. Who knows? But still, it's way over my dollar cost average. So I'm very happy about that. Where it is there, I'm up and fine. On QS, I'm still up right now, $39.60. And I'm still up very nice on CLRB, and I'm up on DGXX. The stocks I bought today, I'm happy I made gains on every stock that I bought today. So no complaints about that. That hasn't always been the case. All right, so let's get off EZGO and look at DGXX. DGXX. This is where we are. 624 in after hours. My dollar cost average is down here at 616. And of course, that is the bid, 616. And you know why I bought there? Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello.
Is you almost home?
Well, I was, and then I realized it's Wednesday, and I didn't get your mom a Mother's Day card, and I haven't gotten Chelsea Mother's Day cards, so I passed, and I'm going to go to the dollar store and get a couple Mother's Day cards.
Okay, got it.
So I'm in town, but I'm not home yet.
Oh,
And I've got stuff for dinner in my trunk, so don't go up and make anything. Did you eat it all today?
nope, I haven't eaten a single thing today. Nothing. You've been going steady at it.
That's funny. I didn't either. Till 3 o'clock, I had my snack for the first time. That little bag of
Well,
or whatever it is.
our Cinco de Mayo tacos that were so delicious that you made. And my wife can make some tacos, people, I'm telling you. And we had tacos and we had a couple of margaritas. And yes, indeed, we had our celebration of Cinco de Mayo. And we watched the Detroit Pistons win the first game against the Cleveland Cavaliers, which they haven't been able to do since 18 games in a row. They've not been able to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in a playoff game. And they finally did it last night for the first time. And they looked very good in the process of doing so.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go. I just wanted to let you know that I was around and not to eat.
I won't eat anything. I'll be waiting anxiously for your arrival.
All right. See ya.
See you, bye.
Bye.
Alexa, terminate call. All right. Well, DGXX. Look at the chart, man. DGXX. Oh, looking good. Hey. DGXX. How far did it get off the 200 day before it spiked? How far above the 200 was it when it spiked? Over here. How far above the 200 was it when it spiked? Here. How far above the 200 was it when it spiked? Here. How far above the 200 was it when it spiked? And right here, how far above the 200 is it? Does anybody want to guess what might be happening now? Anybody want to guess when it's that far from the 200 and that far from the 200 and that far from the 200 and that far from the 200 when it's that far from the 200? Does anybody at all want to take just a blind, wild guess at what probably is about to happen now? Because this is what I mean by searching for patterns. This far above the 200, this far over the 200, this far over the 200, that far over the 200, this far over the 200, this far again now over the 200. Now, you know what I want to find out? I'm curious, why did they make this the line that they wanted to stop it from running up to today? What is the historical value of that number? Let's go back and look and see if we can find one. Because I'm curious. I'm just curious. How about the 5-day chart? Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, so look at that. Now we see the relevance. Look at that. Look at that relevance. Oh my goodness. Well, of course, my friends. Look where the orange day line was. Look at the top of the candlestick right there. Of course, that's where they stopped it today. Of course. Let's go back and look at the 1 day again now. Make sure I'm not too far off the line. No, I'm right on that dang thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I always tell people when they stop a stock at a certain point and they stop allowing it to go any higher, and I'm going to go off of the 5-day right there, which is there. When they stop the 5-day average right there, what is the relevance to that in the past? Go back and look. Go and figure out why they stopped it there and why you should have sold it there. Why should you have sold it there? And you should have sold it there. You can all see that. But why should you have sold it there? Well, go look at the 10-day chart. Go look at the 10-day chart and look back here to where they stopped the candlestick here, right there. Now you know why they stopped it there and pulled it back. See, it becomes obvious. But I got no news for you. The most important thing is when you look at this 5-day chart, is that the 5-day line has broken over this line of previous resistance. And that is critical. And if it goes over that line, well, I don't think it's going to stop at all. And I'm going to pull this off to a 180-day chart. And I don't see jack crap from this line back 180 days. I don't see any resistance from that line. And that price is 638. So I can run it all the way out here to 638, which I'm going to do. I'm going to run this out till it's at 638 here. Hold on. Oh, dadgummit. I hate it when my finger does that. There it is. Okay, there it is. So why did they stop there? And what is the relevance of this line here? And this price is at 608, Savannah. 608. All right. Now, why you might be wondering, why am I doing this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to see why they stopped it at here and here before today. Why they stopped it there today and why they brought it back to this line. So I'm going back in time and I'm going to go back further. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it now on the 180-day, the 3-year chart. There it is. And now this explains why right here this line was such a line of resistance to them. and this line right here. Boy, howdy. Look how they stopped that orange line from running over there. All right, folks. Well, I got to tell you, this DGXX, holy smokes. This is the 3-year chart. And I got news for you. If this blue 5-day average can go over this line of resistance, watch out, because then it jumps all the way to here. The blue is going to come up to here. And if it doesn't stop there, and I would sell some shares no matter where they are when this blue 5-day gets to this line, again, I would sell the price no matter where it is. If this blue 5-day gets to right there, no matter where the price is, you should sell some. The last time the blue 5-day hit that line, it went to 678. This time, if the blue hits that line, I don't know how high it's going to go, because the last time the blue hit this line, the 45-day average in the 50-day was all the way down here. Now the 50 days up here and rising up over the 200, folks. So I don't know how high. If it goes from here, it should easily go right back to there. It should go all the way up. And the next number is going to be 568 a share. Or I'm sorry. Yes, 568 a share. And we're now at 618. Oh my gosh. 606 was supposed to stop it. Holy cow, man. Smoking stock here. Now I want to look at the 1-day on it. Oh my goodness gracious. Again, there they dropped it to this far from the 200-day. This far from the 200-day is all they can ever achieve now. Over here, that far from the 200-day. Down here, this far from the 200-day. This far from the 200. This far from the 200. That far from the 200. I'm just showing you, you can do whatever you want with this information, folks. I don't tell you what to do. I simply I provide the information and you decide what to do with it. But from this line right here, the only resistance I've seen prior at this line is today's resistance, only once. All right, so I'm going to put this line in for you to see it. And you can see the previous resistance line where it stopped. And I want you to be able to see that this is important. This 5-day average came up here and it stopped right there and dropped back down. Then the 5-day average came up here and crossed right up through that like nothing. Then the 5-day average got here and dropped through it like nothing. Then they built a nice cup and handle, no drop, just a flat pop. And then it went through it again like nothing. Here it dropped in the after hours through the 50-day like nothing, right to the resistance line. And now, boom, off that resistance line, the same resistance of earlier today. And there is no prior resistance going back further that I can see, unless you go way back to 3 years ago. There's no prior resistance over the last 20 days at this line, as far as I can see. The 5-day, none. I don't see it. Not at this line, I don't. I do not see it, folks. Where they pull this down from here today to this line, I see no other prior stoppage at that line. None has it ever stopped there. None. Not even for 5 minutes did that price ever sit at this line before right now. I'm just sharing it with you. Again, I provide, you decide. Now I'm going to take this out to the 10-day. And I just want to make sure I'm giving you the correct information. But to me, it looks as though, this line that they're sitting on right now has been only once passed and never in the past over that period. Now we're going to go to 90 days. And on 90 days, I don't see it either. Not over the last 90 days. It's never been at this number and sat. It's never done it, folks. Okay? Do you understand why I'm bringing this up to you now? So let me go to the 1 day again. And what I'm trying to get at is where they're sitting this price now, where it was a resistance to the high in the midday, where it blew through, and where they're trying to hold it now with the rising 200 under it. My news to you is, folks, this isn't going to stay here most likely because this is just too much weight. Too much weight. And again, I go back to I don't see any other time where it was there and stayed there for a long period. Not this line. If I hit on that line and I zoom out to 180 days, I don't see it, folks. I don't see anything. I also don't see much that's going to stop this when it goes over this price again. I don't see anything. That price is $6.39 a share. The bid is 618 and the ask 620. 584. Man, oh man, folks. This 5 day moving average has never seen this before over the last. I mean, this is totally unprecedented. This 5 day average right now breaking over this line here. It's unprecedented, folks. It really is. It's unprecedented. Goodness gracious. I tell you what, this thing looks like it's headed to uncharted territories to me. Man, the last time we hit 730 on this candlestick, the 5 day was way down here, people. And now we're up here, and the 5 day is way up here. And this candlestick started way down here at this price and went that high. This candlestick starting here and has gone this high. And the 5 days right here now. Here's where we are in the price, folks. Oh my gosh, I just love it. DGXX. DGXX. I mean, let's take this out to the Maximus. Come on. DGXX. I mean, just look at the relevance to these prices where we are now. There is none. DGXX. I mean, I only see it when we get back here. And look what it could do from that prices. Man, I've got these lines in. I know where there's going to be resistance. I'm going to go ahead and map this out all the way up. There's going to be resistance right here at this line. There's going to be resistance at this line right here. All right, I'm mapping this out for us now. There's going to be resistance at this line right here. The top of this resistance line, there's going to be resistance there, folks. Then there's going to be resistance right here, right there for sure. Double resistance. Twice it did it. Sideways there, sideways there. There definitely will be a resistance at that level right there, folks. And then the next resistance is going to be here at this level right there. And there'll be nothing if the 5-day breaks over that line. Then it goes all the way up to right here, folks. And the reason I put these in is so I know where to sell. Then she goes to there. Then she goes all the way to that upper line right there. Right there. That's the 5-day average stopping right there. All right. So that's what we got to look forward to. It's called mirror trading, ladies and gentlemen. And basically, the way this works is this is the middle of the mirror right here. And the way it came down is the way it goes up. All right. And it's called mirror trading. And I'm going to move this over so you can see a little bit better where we are right now with this stock. And I got news for you, folks. This is an area here where we can see it get very herky-jerky here through this area. Man, look at that 45 and 50 day. Look at the 200 day, folks. DGXX. Gosh. I mean, now, folks, listen, I can't guarantee you anything, but I'm here to tell you or suggest you consider this one because this is where the 5-day average is right here now. And that price is at 580 and the price is at 625 a share. Hold on. There you go. This price is sitting right here. And it's exploding, folks. The bid is 639. The ask is 647. DGXX. My dollar cost average is 616. And the bid just reached 640. All right. Nice. Nice. DGXX. Well, here's what I'm trying to get across to you guys. When you zoom in on this, that 5-day average is right here on this line. Look over here. From that line, folks, right there, from that line, it goes to here. The 5-day goes to here, folks. I'm telling you, from this line, it goes all the way to there, the 5-day. From this line that it's at right now, the 5-day, it's going to go. It's going to go to there next. And the 5-day line, that number would be, is at, what number is it? 606. This thing's at 661 bid now, folks. This is where the price is now on this DGXX. Oh, man, just take this line and just forget about it, man. It's going to go over that one, too. You can just erase that number. That's goodbye. You're out. This is the 5-day moving average I'm looking at. And if it crosses this line right now, well, you can look over here, the 5-day. there's only one other line, one other minuscule, minute line of resistance, barely over where it is right now. And I'm here to tell you, folks, this thing is possibly going to explode. And we're on that line where the big gap is. And the only other resistance line is right there where the 5-day came up and stopped right there. That's the only other point where there's going to be resistance right here, ladies and gentlemen. Right here on this line, right there. That's it. This is the only other resistance. And then it's going to go all the way up to there. It's going to run all the way up to there. 639. And that is where the 5-day is going to be. By then, who knows where the price will be. The last time the 5-day was at this price, which is, it's actually at 630, not 624. Hello? My beautiful is home. Okay, let me get over here and let me put this line where it really needs to be because it's too low. It needs to be here. Let me get it where it needs to be. There. I like to put it just a little bit below it because I want you to sell on that line. I don't want you to wait till it gets to that line. When the 5-day gets to this line, you should be selling, and that's 627. So where is it now? 588. And the next line will be 606, and then 617, and then 627. Ladies and gentlemen, when the 5-day, if it blue line gets here to 627, look out. And that is this line right here. There. If this light blue 5-day gets over this line, watch out. Okay. And it's really this line here, which is, what is that line? 629. If that 5-day blue line gets to 629, watch out. We're going to see fireworks. Okay. And right now, the bid is 640. The ask is 645. So we just need to get that 5-day to keep rising and get up here to 629. And afterwards, this thing's going to go through the roof. We keep it going. Look at this price now, folks. Just hit 672. And of course, that number, 672, is on my buy sell sheet. So you should have sold right there at 672. That is 666, 672. Those are all on my sell sheet there. You should be selling there 672. Right there, folks. 672. That's a sell order. That's all over my buy sell sheet right there. You can see it here clearly. Sell right there. And it says clearly on that line, sell the 72. Sell 72, 73, 76, 77, 78. Buy back 55 or 66 or even 60. Got in GLE early. Wished I caught dip on FLNC. To be honest, watching right now, but it's stealing momentum. 46 on GLE, already secured some at 6, but holding in position. Okay. I hear you there, Crash V. Tom Hawk, Jesus died for our sins and rose 3 days, saving us from hell if we repent from our sins and believe in God, raise him from the dead, and believe that he's the Son of God and make him our Lord. Yep. No man gets to the gates of heaven but through me, says our Lord and Savior. Right here, folks, we're at critical stage right here. Very critical stage. Very critical stage. And the stock we're on, ladies and gentlemen, hasn't been here for a long time, folks. Been a long time since it's been in this price range. And my guess is there's not many retail holders holding it through this area. My guess is there are very few retailers that still would hold at these prices after having seen the price fall all the way to $1.80 something. Okay? 186 a share. 188 was what they wanted, Savannah, and they got 186. Then they ran it back up, Savannah. And the stock is DGXX. 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 And let's go out to the 3-year chart one time on it, just once. Wow. We've never seen. This is going to be totally uncharted area, ladies and gentlemen. This stock was hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked, hurt and jerked, hurt and jerked, hurt and jerked, hurt and jerked. Wow. Goodness gracious. See what happens when you hurt and jerk after that nutsack for so long and you just keep doing that here? And then you consolidate it all and capitulate it and converge it all together, and you get every single thing completely capitulated. You get it all together. You get a needle point here. See? Consolidation, capitulation, convergence, consolidation, capitulation, convergence. All 3 letters favor, all the C letters favor longs. Michael, thank you very much. Michael O'Banion, nice. I got it. Your name is on the list for the drawing. Michael O'Banion. Thank you for that gold coin. I appreciate it. We had been very light on gifts today, only 15 in gifts today. And that's okay, though. We had a kind of a down day, but some of us made good money. And I know that Mo Deeb sure did well. Now I'm looking at DGXX at 649 a bid and 650 the ask. So they've tightened it up. Nowhere else for it to go. They've tightened it up in after hours to 649 bid, 650 ask. And congratulations if you bought DGXX with me today. Now, I want to also look at some other stocks that I bought today. CLRB. CLRB. And I hit CLRM, so that won't work. CLRB. And this will be the last time I make this mistake. CLRB. Oh my gosh. Well, it was the last time I made that one. CLRB. There. All right. CLRB. Let us look at the 1-day chart on it. There it is. CLRB. Why not buy it when they drop it down to the 200-day average, like right here? And then look at that springboard. And then they drop it down to the 200-day average, and then it springboards. And then they can only drop it to the 50, and then it springboards. And in the after hours, they drop it down to just under the 200-day average. Okay, well, every friggin' time it was just under there, just under there, just under there, just under there. I'll let you decide. All I do, I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. CLRB. I provide, you decide. Let's look at the 20-day, 10-day chart. Guys and gals, this stock was at $7.20 a share 3 days ago. $7.20 a share it spiked up to. CLRB. CLRB. And I would venture to say that you guys have heard me say this before. There are certain things called mirroring, and I'm going to show it to you right now. This is mirroring, and the mirror is right here on this stock, right there. There's your mirror. There's your mirror right there on this stock. And ladies and gentlemen, this drop was equal to this drop. Even the distance between them is identical. See that? This drop was this drop. Then this little drop again over on the side was this drop, believe it or not. So they double ta-ta this to this line, the same drop. And then look at this. Look at the move up. Same move up. But look at the pullback right here. And there's your pullback right there. And folks, this is called mirroring, okay? I'm showing you what is a stock process called mirroring. And so this is exactly the mirror image of that. This is the exact almost mirror image of that. This is move up is the mirror image of that. This pull back is the mirror image of that. And from here, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you guess what might happen, okay? All right? I'm just going to let you guess what could happen. Again, it's called mirror trading, folks. Mirror trading. You decide, I provide, all right? And take a notice of look at the absolute lines that are so absolutely obvious when you look at them right here. And here is the first one right there. This is an obvious line that has been resistance many times. Many, many times that line has been low resistance or resistance to the run up several times. But right there, one ta-ta, two ta-ta. Then look at this. Look at this. I'm going to show you here. Right here, it's the same line. Then when you look at over here, it's the same line. Right there, it's the same line. It's the same line, folks. It's the same line. And then there's nothing between here and here. There's nothing. There's nothing but void between there and this 5-day moving average line. Now, the 10-day moving average line did stop there once, so you might consider there to be a little bit of resistance where the 10-day fell back from. That would be right there, okay? And obviously, there's a line of resistance right here that you could expect. And that's why when it got there, it fell back. See? So these lines, like I said, it's called mirroring, people, mirroring. So here you can see equal drops, equal drops, equal pops, equal drops. I don't think there's any way they're going to drop this thing like they did to there and then back up. I think right now we're just going to see a duplicate of the 5-day, and they're going to pull it from here to right there, and then off she goes. So that's what I think we're going to see right now, just a 5-day duplicate. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. This is called mirror trading. It's very commonly used by masters of the market, ladies and gentlemen. And if you like what you just saw there, what I showed you, I hope you'll consider hitting the like button. I hope you'll consider it costs no effort. I hope you'll consider subscribing because again, that doesn't cost you anything either. And right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is a critical mirror line. And there's your matching mirror images that I'm pointing out to you, folks. You can do with this information whatever you want, but I believe you'll learn. I believe you'll learn. And right here, we should see a nice little bounce off this. We should see a nice bounce, especially with this 45-day and 50-day rising over this line. All right. Bid is 340, ask is 350. Up 11% today. CLRB. Now I'm going to go over to my monitor here, and I'm looking at what else I was up today on. I made good money on CLRB. I made good money on DGXX. I made good money on EYEN. I've made good money today on KDLY. See here. I'm up good on QS. I'm up $40 on that. I did take a hit on SDOT and I got out. SDOT cost me today. I also made money on $31 on TMC stock, and I would have been green without if I had not held on to that SDOT. Man, and I wanted to sell all that last night. I only sold $950 worth. I wanted to sell it all last night, and I wish I had. I don't want anybody holding these stocks overnight, these stocks. All right? I'm only doing it because I can afford to do it. All right. Let me get done here. That's it for today. Want to thank you all for being here with me. I am Catfish Tyler, and I try to teach people how to minimize risk and maximize gains. Look at all the stocks we had called out today by everyone. Jeez. It's a lot of work, man. A lot of stocks called out today. Well, I hope some of you learned something today. From inexperienced employees spilling crap, prayers needed. All right. Thank you, Crass V. Thank you very much, Michael, also for your gold coin. Much love to you, Catfish, and what you do. Keep up the work. A lot of new traders need insight. I know it. I know it. I'm very familiar with that. I know it's true. So thank you all for being here with me today. I hope you'll consider returning again tomorrow, where we will hopefully be able to be prosperous. And if not, at least learn something and have some fun at the same time. And God bless each and every one of you and whatever endeavors you're doing. I hope you enjoy your dinner tonight. I hope you spend time with your family and your friends and sit around that table and get to know each other even more. Your family members, find out what's going around that dinner table, folks. Don't just eat and run. Don't let anyone take a cell phone to the dinner table. There should never be a cell phone sitting on a dinner table. Leave those things alone and make sure you spend good time together. All right. I pray for each and every one of you every day that you're successful and that you learn, even if we make mistakes sometimes and we get burned, that we learn from that and we don't make that same mistake again. We're here together, folks. We're in this together, and I want to thank you all. I hope you have a great night. I hope you sleep well, rest well, and I hope that you have great success financially going forward. Hope you have the best health that you can possibly have. And as always, I hope that you are surrounded with love because every one of you deserve it. No doubt about it. All right, everyone. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for all of your long-term subscriptions. God bless each and every one of you. Catfish Tyler, over and out.